It is true. He likes Democratic. Why don't they just change the name? This way, it is Democrat. But I must say I was shocked when I heard that Kamala was skipping the Al Smith dinner. I'd really hoped that she would come because we can't get enough of hearing her beautiful laugh. She laughs like crazy. We would recognize it any place in this room, and all polls are indicating I'm leading big with the Catholic vote, as I should be. But I don't think Kamala has given up yet. She hasn't. Instead of attending tonight, she's in Michigan receiving communion from Gretchen Whitmer. That's not a pretty sight. But Catholics, please don't be too insulted by Kamala's absence. If the Democrats, yeah, he says, thank you very much, I appreciate it. If Democrats really wanted to have someone not be with us this evening, they would have just sent Joe Biden. He's having second thoughts, you know that, right? He wants to come back. If she does any worse in the polls, they're going to bring him back again, I think. Chuck, he's going to do it. He's the one that got him out. That's the guy. Much more so than Crazy Nancy, I will tell you, because I know him. He did it. Joe has almost disappeared from view. The only way he could be seen less is if he had a show on CNN. They had nothing. They've got nothing. Fake news, right? Fake. That term wasn't good. They say that term is no longer in vogue because it's much worse than fake. I don't want to tell you what the real name is. I won't do it because all those cameras would shut off immediately. They don't like that. But apparently Joe didn't think it was fair for me to have the podium to myself with Kamala skipping the event. So he called, looked at me, and said, don't. Does anybody understand that? Yeah. I thought it was actually very good until just now. It was announced this morning that at a funeral yesterday, in a rare moment of clarity, Joe told Barack Hussein Obama that, quote, only a few people got that. Or as
Morning. Good to see you all. Appreciate you coming out to see one of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself. So did my wife, and we also, for all the locals out there, we voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States Senate. And if you want the policies of Donald J. Trump in the United States Senate, then Bernie Moreno is the only candidate in this race who I think is the candidate of peace and prosperity for the United States Senate. So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio. So appreciate you guys being here. Happy to take a few questions. You obviously can see my kids bouncing around here. There's Usha. And we'll take a few questions, but we're going to hit the road, go back home, and then head off to Palm Beach.
Senator, what's your final...
Regardless of the results tonight, half the country probably won't be satisfied with the results.
Sure.
What's your message to them, particularly your supporters, if it doesn't go the way that they want to?
Well, look, I think our message is, first of all, we do expect to win, but obviously no matter who wins, half the country, as you said, is going to be at least partially disappointed. I think my attitude is the best way to heal the rift in the country is to try to govern the country as well as we can, create as much prosperity as we can for the American people, and remind our fellow Americans that we are all fundamentally on the same team, however we voted. I certainly hope you vote for Donald J. Trump today. I think that his policies are going to promote peace and prosperity for our citizens. But if you vote the wrong way, in my view, I'm still going to love you. I'm still going to treat you as a fellow citizen. And if I am lucky enough to be your vice president, I'm going to fight hard for your dreams and for your family over the next 4 years.
Senator, do you have an opinion on who will fill your Senate seat if you win?
No, look, I'm way too superstitious to think about those things. Let's get this election over the finish line. Let's make Donald J. Trump the president-elect, and then we'll worry about what happens afterwards. No, actually, he called me about 3 in the morning, apparently from the plane headed from Michigan to Palm Beach last night. I was in bed at the time. I haven't been able to talk to him this morning. I was going to call him as soon as I woke up, but when I realized that he got back home around 5:30 last night, I decided hopefully he's asleep, and so I'm not going to call him. I'll certainly talk to him probably on the way to the airport or when we land.
Senator, you grew up 20 miles away from Middletown, now you're standing here, maybe in a few hours you'll be the next vice president.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that in that moment? Here to here, and possibly second in command?
Look, it's an amazing thing. My heart is just overwhelmed with gratitude to the generosity of the American people. The fact that I'm standing here is very much a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the history of the world. The fact that I have a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids is more importantly a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the world. So I think that what today represents is an opportunity to pay down a debt that I owe to this country. And if I am the vice president, I'm going to work as hard as I can to pay down that debt. I don't think I'll ever be able to return what this country has given to me, but I'm going to try, but we have to win first.
Sir.
You know, my most important message is we ought to argue, disagree about, persuade each other about politics. That's part of the natural process. But we can't discard friends and we can't discard family members. I think that if we all just recognize this basic principle, that we ought to love people, we ought to be friends with people, we ought to be family members with people, regardless of their politics, that would do a lot to heal the division. I know myself, I've had a lot of friends, not a lot, I've had a few friends who have cast their friendship aside because I decided that I wanted Donald J. Trump to be the winner in the last election and in this election. I think that's a tragedy, and I'm not going to follow that example. I'd say to everybody, whether you're voting for Donald Trump or voting for Kamala Harris, remember, friends and family, that stuff is what really, really matters. We ought to be kind to one another. We ought to treat each other with respect. And fundamentally, what we're trying to do, President Trump and I, is just build the kind of country where our fellow Americans can achieve their dreams. But that's all of our fellow Americans, regardless of who they vote for.
Senator,
We'll take one more question.
With the recent polling in Iowa over the weekend showing Harris ahead, are you concerned at all that this could potentially bleed over to states like Ohio?
No, I'm not too worried about that. Look, one outlier poll doesn't change what we've seen on the ground. We feel very good about the energy. We feel very good about the early vote. But ultimately, the ball is in the courts of the American people. Today is the day. If you don't want an open border, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to get back to low inflation and affordable groceries, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to return the world to peace and stability, vote for Donald Trump. That's my pitch to voters. I really do believe that we can have a golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, but voters are going to ultimately make that choice. I don't worry about any one poll. I think that we're going to win. I really do, but ultimately the voters make that decision. We'll see what they think about this by the end of the day, hopefully.
Where would you like us here? Is this okay for you? How are you? Okay. Well, I hear, I don't know, the people you mean? Numbers of people? A lot of people. They'll be at the convention center at Mar-a-Lago. We have a lot of people. I've just been very honored to find out that the lines are long, and the conservative lines, the Republican lines, are very long. We got back pretty late last night, and it was an honor. It was a great honor. We had 4 incredible rallies and left Michigan late at night. Many of you were with us, and I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well. We did a great job in that we brought it back to the states, as you know. I believe in exceptions, as Ronald Reagan did. And we did a great job. We did something that they've wanted to do for 52 years. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you talk a lot about if you win, there are tens of millions of Harris supporters who will be upset. What would your plan be to reach out to those people, bring them in? What would the message be?
Well, it'll be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways, and we have to straighten it out. We have crime is through the roof. We have people pouring through our borders that are not exactly perfect. They come out of prisons. 13,000 people convicted of murder. We don't need this in our country. We have enough difficulty. We don't need that. So I think people saw that, and it just seems that the conservatives are voting very powerfully. Just finish it up. Go ahead. No, I feel very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it. It's been very good.
Looking back, is there anything you would do differently about your campaign? Anything you regret about how you ran this campaign?
Look, regrets. You always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. Look, I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
President Trump, do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%, would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
What are your plans for tonight in terms of watching the results and so forth?
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well. But they have to call a winner. They should. And they should call a winner, yes. Just stop talking about that. Go ahead. Oh, I don't know. I was honored to get Joe Rogan last night. I mean, Joe Rogan's a big deal. He's a very respected person. And I must tell you, Megan was fantastic. She got up and said some things that were really pretty amazing. But before that, I just think we ran a good campaign. I had good policy. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. You know, we want strong borders, and we want people to come in. We want to be totally inclusive, but they have to come in. I think that was a big issue. To me, that was the biggest issue. I may be wrong. You know, a lot of people said inflation. Inflation's a disaster, but I think it's a second issue. I think the first is the border. We can't allow criminals to be put back into our country or to be put into our country. So you have 13,000 plus murderers allowed to roam in our country. Not going to be allowed. They have to go. You have drug dealers. You have terrorists. You have a tremendous amount of people that should not be in our country, and we need strong borders in this country. And I think people are voting in. I think it's the number one issue. We'll see how it pans out, but I think it's the number one issue. I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course, there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence. Go ahead.
Where will you be looking early to see if you're having a good night or not? What's your goal?
Well, I think I'll be at Mar-a-Lago for the most part. We have a lot of political professionals. I'm going over now with Melania, who I'm very proud of. She's got the #1 bestseller. Can you believe that? He can believe it. But so we're very proud of the job she's done with that. Her book is #1. But we're going to go over to the office in West Palm, and we're going to say hello to the workers. They've worked very hard.
Will Georgia kind of be your first indication of whether it's going to be a good
I think so. I mean, I hear we're doing very well there in Georgia. I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well everywhere. Now, I may regret that statement, but I'm hearing that we're doing very well everywhere. Would you go louder? I haven't prepared a speech. No, I did speeches last night, all day long, all night long. At 2:00 in the morning, we left, and we did a lot of speeches. You can probably tell. No, I don't have to do that. You know, I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are online to stay online. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it. It takes a while. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online. I have no pressure whatsoever. I'm winning big cases. Those cases are all being won. The biggest case was the Florida case, and it's been won. I appreciate your nice question.
Sir, you and Mrs. Trump have been doing
No
this
pressure whatsoever.
for 9 years. Regardless of what happens tonight, is this your last campaign? Are you done after this?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
How do you feel about it?
Sad, and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
Mrs. Trump, how are you feeling?
Very good, thank you. Thank you.
You win, sir, if you win, do you have a plan in place to start naming staff and
We
cabinet
have
officers?
already a transition team, but I don't like talking about that until I find out how we do. I mean,
How does this sort of events from Iran and sort of the assassination attempts sort of shape your thinking on stuff, right?
well, it doesn't. Look, we're not looking to do damage to Iran, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. That's my terms are very easy. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd like them to be a very successful country, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Does it change the way you live, all the threats? And
Well, I think Secret Service has been a little bit tougher, to put it mildly. I see more machine guns than I've ever seen in my life. We're surrounded by, I feel very confident with Secret Service. I think they've stepped up. Look, for a long time, they didn't give us the help. They didn't give us the assets, as they say, the manpower, woman power. They didn't give it to us. And we'd have rallies. You saw the rallies, 50, 60,000 people. And I'd have less people than Joe Biden, who had 5 people show up. And I'd have 55,000 people show up, and I had fewer people than him. So they should have done a much better job. And frankly, the president should make a very strong statement to the outside world, because
How are you feeling about your team as we head into the last day?
I think my team is incredible. Look, they say it's the best run campaign they've seen. Some people said it's the best run campaign they've ever seen. But in order to make that stick, you have to win.
How do you feel compared to your past campaigns? Are you more confident now than you were about your team than you were in the last 2 races?
My team, I'm very confident in. Many of them are the same players. As you know, Susie, a lot of the people are the same players.
Now stateside, in my...
President, Oprah said at Harris's rally last night, quote, "If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible we won't be able to count the ballot again."
Well, I think it's ridiculous. You know, Oprah, I was on her last show or one of her last shows, and they picked the biggest people and all of that and made a big deal. And I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country. And I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else should be ashamed? Fox. Because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement. And I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox is so pro-Trump. They're not pro-Trump at all. They've put Oprah on all morning long. That's all I see is Oprah. And, you know, I knew Oprah very well. She's been at Mar-a-Lago many times. Roger King had his funeral. That's the head of King World, which was Oprah's mentor. And Oprah chose the location. She said, Mar-a-Lago is the most beautiful place. Would it be possible to have Roger's funeral at Mar-a-Lago in the ballroom? We did it. The only time I've ever had a funeral there. And I think Oprah should be ashamed of herself to say that. She should be ashamed. She knows me. She wanted to run with me as the vice president.
In my
she was
studio.
going to be the vice president. She wrote me a letter. It's in the book. And now she goes and makes statements like that. She's a divider. And Barack Hussein Obama is a divider, too.
There are people who are concerned that you didn't concede the election in 2020 when you lost. They're concerned that if you lost this election, you wouldn't concede again. What do you say to those people?
I think they're crazy. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat. And it costs you practically nothing to run. Think of it. We spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on these campaigns. You could do it for 8% of the cost and have accuracy, and we wouldn't have to be worried about when is Pennsylvania going to announce. It's really a shame.
Last question.
Well, he knows exactly what, but that's only based on what RFK told. I don't think RFK wanted that. You're talking about Health and Human Services. Let me tell you, he's a great guy, RFK, and he's going to do pretty much what he wants as far as I'm concerned. He wants health for women, for men, for children, and I happen to agree with a lot of the things he says. The one thing I told him, and I've told you in speeches for the last 2 weeks, we got to keep them away from the liquid gold, because the liquid gold, we have more than any of it. It's called oil and gas. That one I'm going to handle. Well, I'd be honored to have him. Now, I haven't spoken to Howard about that, but look, if you think of it, he came in third, in running for president, right? He ran a very good race. He had obstacles. The Democrats just really unfairly put obstacles up, and hence Kennedy left the Democrat Party for the Republicans. Now, he's a very smart guy. He's a very caring guy. He's very popular, too. We get up and introduce him. The place goes wild. No, we love having him. And you know who else we love having? Elon. He's been great. And everybody, look, everybody. Getting Joe Rogan last night and Megyn Kelly. This is very inclusive. This is a movement. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. And even you people, and some of you are fair sometimes, but it's the greatest movement in the history of our country. And I've made that statement 1,000 times. It has never been challenged. It is the greatest movement, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. This way. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Come on. Jack. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. How about you?
Thank you very much. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Think of it. This is it. This is the last one that we're going to have to do. And doing 4 of these in one day is a little difficult, but not really, because the love in every one of them has been incredible, just like this. So it makes it a lot easier. And I want to say a very special hello to Grand Rapids. It's been a special place. Remember 2016, we were given a 3% chance. You remember we came to Grand Rapids, I said, how the hell are we going to lose? It was just like this. And I said, how are we going to lose? We're not going to lose. And it was a 3% chance. And then we won a little place called Florida, and it went to about a 7% chance. And then it went to an 11%. And then it went to 17%, you remember? And went that way, and then it went to about a 62% chance. And they had somebody in there going totally crazy. The woman, she became a fan. She was going crazy. Not on our side, on the other side, she was going crazy. But we're in very good shape. I have to tell you, we're way up in terms of the vote. You know, the Republicans are never up like that. And I don't want to talk too much about it, because I really want you to just assume that it's sort of even, and you're going to turn out tomorrow, and we're going to blow this thing away, because, you know, we're leading going in by hundreds of thousands of votes, but just pretend we're tied or losing by a little bit, because we want to put on a display tomorrow of unity and everything. The progress that this party has made is incredible. It's very inclusive. It's inclusive of everybody, including our great mayor right back there. That is our great mayor, and he came through for us. But I want to thank everybody, and a very special hello to Michigan. We're going to do some great things from Michigan. We're going to do great things in Michigan. We're going to bring the car business blazing back. You're not going to remember what was like. We're going to make Detroit. We're going to make Detroit greater than it ever was. You know, I've been hearing about Detroit for a long time. They've been talking about that miracle in Detroit. Well, I mean, look, we got to be honest. It hasn't happened, but it's going to happen now. It's going to happen at levels that you never dreamt possible. So for the auto workers who have been so incredible, you've been so incredible. You're going to be very happy with the things we're doing. We killed the plant, as you know, in Mexico. The biggest plant in the world was going to be built in Mexico, and I absolutely killed it. But I'd like to begin by asking a question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Because over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala has delivered soaring prices and true economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and a nation-destroying invasion on our southern border, invasion of some of the greatest criminals in the world that are pouring into our country. And we're not going to take that. We're going to end that, like, immediately. And I happen to think it's bigger than the economy. And I think, you know, every poll shows the economy and inflation, and then the border and the horrible things that are going on, and I don't agree with it. I think we have to focus on all of it. We do it all one time. But to me, when you allow thousands of murderers into our country, to me, when you allowed the drug kingpins of the world and terrorists into our country at levels that we've never seen before, to me, that's the bigger problem. We're going to solve it all, but that's the bigger problem. And we're going to have it taken care of very quickly. But my message to you and to all Americans tonight is very simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't have to live this way. We're not living good. 4 years, what did they do that was good? Can you name one thing? I said to a group of people, what have they done? Everything's a disaster, including nobody even knows how to. Supposing President Xi of China wanted to call to ask a little question about war or Taiwan or anything. Who the hell does he call? We got a little problem in America. There's nobody to call. You know, they'll probably end up calling me. Maybe they'll call me. But, no. But who do you call? And remember, they ripped that presidency away from Joe Biden. Say what you want. We're not fans of Joe Biden. You know, I spent $150 million on him. We went through the convention. We never mentioned Kamala. Nobody knew who the hell she was. And all of a sudden, they picked Kamala, even though she was in last place. She came in number 13. They had 12 plus Kamala. She was considered the 13th. But then they wanted to be politically correct, so they picked Kamala. And they called her Harris, and nobody knew who Harris was. Like, call Harris. Who's Harris? Weird. You know, it's a very nice name, but it's a strange name because nobody knows who she is as Harris, so we have to call her Kamala. But she was the least popular. She got no votes. She lost in the primaries to Joe Biden and everybody else. She was the first one out. She quit the first one, 22 people. She left. She never made it to the great state of Iowa, never made it. And now we're running against her. But she's been exposed, you know, she's been exposed. She's a radical left lunatic who destroyed San Francisco. But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happened. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. One of their top people just got on television. I was coming in and they said, these are not looking good, these numbers for them. This is very troubling. At least he was honest. No, all we have to do, if we get out our people, it's over. There's nothing they can do about it. It's nice when you have that, right? You know? In other words, to make you feel a little guilty, we would only have you to blame. But we put ourselves in an unusual position. Never happened where we're leading by hundreds of thousands of votes in the early stage vote. That's never happened before. We've always been losing by sometimes millions of votes, and you know, you keep catching them on Tuesday, but Tuesday comes along and you make it, or you don't quite make it, you're a little short. And then they cheat, and it makes it a little tougher. Because when you have open borders, transgender everything, high taxes, very high taxes. They're campaigning on the fact that they're going to raise everybody's taxes. And you have men playing in women's sports. You have to cheat. Who the hell is going to approve that stuff? Who's going to approve open borders with criminals pouring into our country by the millions? No, they have to cheat. They have to cheat, and they do it very well, actually. But I think we're in very good shape. We just have to you show up, and you're going to have the biggest victory. You know what this will be? The single greatest victory, politically speaking, in the history of our country. And when we win the election, only one day from now, do you know how that sounds? I started off
saying, and when we win the election 4 years from now, that was terrible. That was so depressing. When we win the election 4 years from now. Then I said 3 years and 2 years and 1 year. Then I said 6 months, and I said, ooh, that's starting to get a little close. And then I said 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 month. And then about 3 weeks ago, when we win the election in 21 days, it just seemed very far away. And now I say when we win the election tomorrow. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Wow. And what we've done, this is a sad occasion in certain ways, because I think we did like 930 rallies from the very beginning. That's a lot of rallies, and and remember, if you make one slip up, and I'm a person, as you probably noticed, I have this beautiful speech, I haven't really even gotten to it yet. One of these moments, I'll start giving you some beautiful things to listen to, and honestly, some terrible things to listen to. Terrible. What's happened, what they've done to our country is horrible. Horrible. And by the way, don't you like a president that doesn't need to use a teleprompter? Isn't there something refreshing? But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, we're not. I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. He pronounced a word, he slurred the word, and I hate to go back, A lot of guys, they'll be talking and they'll make a mistake. Excuse me, let me go back. When you do that, it's over for a good speech. You can't do that. You just have to blaze through it and hope that they didn't hear the mistake. When Winston Churchill, who was a great speaker, he was actually a stutterer, a tremendous stutterer, and he became one of the greatest orators. But when Winston Churchill made a mistake, he didn't go, excuse me, and go back. He just blazed through it. But if I do it, they say, he's cognitively impaired. There's something wrong with him. These people are sick. Those people, look at them. Ooh, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. But this has been an incredible journey. And it's very sad in a way because, we've done all these. And this is the last one. But here's the good news. All we were doing is putting ourselves in a position to win, which we can do tomorrow very easily if we show up. Just so you know, if we show up, they can't win. They can't. They mathematically can't win because they're so far behind. If you don't show up, I guess. But here's the one thing I will say. Show up anyway, but they have no enthusiasm. She had a rally today. She couldn't have had more than 100 people there. And I had all 4 stadiums were full, but she had a rally, and she was screaming, we're going to win, we're going to win. And they wouldn't follow her. They wouldn't say it. Did you see that clip? I'd like to put it up. The problem is I don't put up too many clips. I have the most beautiful clips. The problem is the press won't follow them. I had a friend a couple of weeks ago. We made these gorgeous clips, and actually gorgeous in one way, but horrible in another, showing the death of children and all the damage that they've caused with the open border. And all they have to do is take those cameras, look at all those cameras, and all they have to do is move them like an inch over and an inch up. I have oftentimes, well, not too many. I have oftentimes screens right behind me. All they have to do is just move it up 2 inches like this. And they don't do it because they're fake news. They don't want to show what's on the screen. I'm having a modestly good hair day. Look at that, look. Modestly good. Not the best. I'm not thrilled, but it is what it is. No, it's great. But what I do see behind me are beautiful people, great workers, people that are proud and they love our country. That's what I really see. Nice, beautiful. So it puts us, assuming we can win tomorrow, which I think we should be able to do pretty easily. It's in our hands, right? It's in our hands. It's totally in our hands. Oh, it's today. Oh, it's today. Oh. Oh. Thank you. That's today. Wow. Can you imagine a crowd like this at like 1 o'clock or some ridiculous time in the morning? On a Monday/Tuesday, right? Think of that. What a compliment. And it is, sir, she had nobody at these rallies. That's, you know, that's a poll. Look, Mr. Wall, look at Mr. Wall over there, this guy. It was always my ambition to buy a suit like that and wear it one time. Well, I came in a sanitation uniform last week, and that worked out pretty good. Because Joe Biden, in one of his crazy moments, said that we were all garbage. But they've shut him down. They took the election away. They walked in and they said, you're not running anymore. You're out. Can you believe? They stole the election from a president. They stole the, can you imagine that? They said, you're not, you know, they use the word coup. I think it's worse than a coup in a sense, because a coup, there's a little back and forth. They said, Joe, you're out. That crazy, horrible human being, Nancy Pelosi, who cheats like hell. She sold. She sold. You know what she said last night? She said, and there's another guy, the guy, how do you explain that guy? They say, well, we'll get ready to start impeaching him. Now, how bad are people like that? They're just trouble for our country. They're bad, sick people. They took 2 impeachments and they wasted all that time and money and energy when we should be focusing on making America great again. They're horrible people. I mean, Nancy Pelosi started with nothing. She's worth $200 million. You know, she had a big position in Visa, and she sold it. And the day after she sold it, the Justice Department announced that they were under this massive investigation. You're a stock guy, right? They're under a massive investigation. So I don't know what happened, but I don't imagine the stock went up. History would tell you the stock went down. Did it go down a lot? It went down a lot. So they have this big position. She sells her stock. Hours after she sells her stock, they announce that Visa's under massive investigation. The stock goes tumbling down. She's a crooked person. She's a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy. Oh, no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it. I want to say it. I want to say it, but Franklin Graham said, sir, I love your speaking ability and I love your storytelling, but honestly, it would be even better if you wouldn't use foul language. And I don't use much, you know, every once in a while. And it's never a real bad word. It's, you know, it's like never bad. And so I try to adhere, but he's wrong about one thing. It is a little better when you use the foul language because there's more emphasis. No, but these are bad people. These are bad. Adam Shifty Schiff. I call him pencil neck. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. He's got about a 4. And he's got the biggest head. So I don't know how the neck can hold the head. He's an unattractive guy, both inside and out. And this guy can end up being a senator, but don't worry, we've been beating him for 8 years. We've been beating these people. We've been beating them. They impeach me, we win. They send me down the Records Act, and we won in Florida. We win. But you know, we have to take a lot of time, a lot of money, which is what they want. A lot of time, a lot of money. This way we can stop. The one guy we don't want to fight is Trump. We can stop him from getting the Republican nomination. And I got the Republican nomination in record time. Record time. And let's keep going, and maybe we can stop him from winning the presidency. But that's looking pretty good tomorrow, I'll tell you. They give us probably a 95. What do you think, a 95% or something like that? But don't believe it. Don't believe it. Go out and vote. Remember the story of Hillary. Just remember, that's why I told you the story. She was in bad shape when she called me up that night. And by the way, she called up and conceded, and then spent 7 years on saying how she was a good sport. Oh, she's a lovely person, Crooked Hillary. But you know what? She's smart. But she wasn't like, she lied a lot. I mean, a lot. But nobody lies like this Kamala. Kamala, he will not ever frack in Pennsylvania. My whole case is fracking, and he will open the borders immediately. No. I'm going to close the borders. However, if people want to come in, they can come in legally. They have to come in through a process. We need people. But Kamala is, I mean, this is known. She's a very low IQ person. And we don't need a low IQ individual. We've had that for 4 years. And our country's going down the drain. We're going to turn our country around. I will end inflation very quickly. You know how we're going to end it? By drilling and drilling and drill. Energy is going to bring everything down. Energy is going to bring it down. And I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border. I will strengthen our military. I will restore peace in the world. And I will rescue the American dream. We're going to have the American dream back soon. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen. If you vote for Lion Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster our country may never recover from. I don't believe that our country can take any more of this without just gone. I don't believe it can take any more. It's going to be, can't take this. This is abnormal abuse, And I heard somebody said the wall. I built 571 miles of wall, which is much more than I said I was going to build. And you know, it really worked. Walls work. 2 things work. What are the 2 things? Walls and wheel. They're the only 2 things that never get obsolete, right? Walls and wheels. A wall and a wheel. It's always going to be around. Other things, they have the beautiful computers. You know, you buy a computer. Oh, this is the greatest. 2 weeks later, it's obsolete. That goes on. I don't know how people do it. We have the king of computers. We have the king of everything endorsed me, Elon Musk. And he brought that rocket ship down 2 weeks ago. I never said 22 stories. It's like monster. You don't know, is it big or small? It's a monster. 22 stories. And you know that story. I've told it a couple of times. I love the story because I really, the best part is I'm talking to one of the most important guys in the world, and I say, wait a minute, could I just watch something? I see something on I have the television muted, right? I'm looking at this crazy rocket, and I saw it leaving a little while before, and it was all beautiful white. Now it's absolutely burned to a crisp. You know, it goes 10,000 miles an hour. The heat is at levels that nobody can experience. So it's a little, you know, rough. It's a little rough on the paint job. And it's coming in, and I'm watching, and I'm holding this very important person, one of the most important people. But you know, when you were the president, and now it's very possible, like maybe 95%, that you're going to be the president again, they hold. No, they hold. So I say, do you mind holding for a minute? I have to see this. And I put the phone down. That guy was holding like for an hour and a half. He never got off the phone. I wish he would have hung up. I would have felt better. Because I picked up the phone later. I said, oh, wow. Hello? Hello? He goes, hello. Anyway, but it was so exciting. So I'm watching it. And this monstrous thing is going down, right? And it's coming down. It's, first of all, it's doing all sorts of flips up in the air. I would not want to be on that sucker. I don't care how good Elon is. I said, Elon, you wouldn't get me in that ship under any circumstances. But it's coming down, it's a little rough, and now all of a sudden it starts to slow down as it gets to the ground. Then it starts to move over. Then it gets a little bit out of control, it looks like. And the left part of the bottom is going to just rip that big gantry. That's this, you know, whatever the hell it is that holds it. And it's coming in. Oh, and I didn't know it was Elon's. I just assumed, you know, he loves this stuff. He's in a class. But it's coming in and it's going to rip the gantry. I say, oh, this is bad. This is going to be bad. I close my eyes. All of a sudden, wow, you have this massive flame coming out of the left-hand side of the bottom. It was this big jet engine. It pushes it away, and it's coming down, and then it settles into a plate, and then those arms grab it like you grab your baby, just like you grab your little baby. And it hugged it and just put it down, and there it was. There it was. And I called Elon. I said, was that you? He said, yes. And he said, and by the way, he said this, and by the way, this is something I'd never said because I didn't even think of it before when I told this story. He said, and by the way, I'm heading up to Pennsylvania to campaign for you. That was 2 weeks ago. He's still there. Can you believe it? Because he considers the election more important than rockets, more important than anything. He helped us out a lot in North Carolina and parts of Georgia where they desperately needed the Starlink. I had no idea what Starlink. They called me up. They called me up in Georgia. Elon's incredible. He has Starlink. He's got everything has to do with stars and stuff. Very complex stuff. No, he's amazing. But, sir, I know that you know Elon Musk because I read your endorsement. You know, he says the most important endorsement he'll ever make. It was such a nice thing, and he said he wants to help. And I didn't know he was going to help to this extent. He went up. He won the big case today, too. He won the case. Huh? Because I don't know, he did something that I don't know what he was doing, but he did something with lotteries, and, you know, he's in a different. He's amazing. He's going to do lotteries and this and that and make your life fun, and he's having a good time. You know, he usually is in a lab, and he's happy there. All of a sudden, he's escaped the lab, and now he's out, and the public adores him. He's a great guy. The public absolutely adores him. But the man from North Carolina, great guy. You know, North Carolina was hit so hard with the water. The hurricane was essentially a massive. Water was a big water hurricane, the biggest we've ever had. And they were so flooded, areas that had never virtually seen water were turned out to be lakes. They ripped houses, trees, everything was ripped down by the power of the tides that were going back and forth. It was terrible. And this man said, if you could ask him for help with Starlink, we cannot get it. It's very hard to get. And I called Elon, and he got it immediately for them. He got it so much that he had it there immediately, so much that you know, they couldn't even believe it. He said, this has saved a lot of lives. They had no communication in North Carolina, which, by the way, we're leading. In fact, somebody said they picked up stakes. There's no more ads. There's no more. That's usually a good sign. That's usually a sign that they're not going to win. But one of the reasons they're not going to win is because FEMA did such a bad job. So FEMA, you know, we had a great FEMA, we did good, but they spent most of their money, as you know, on illegal migrants coming in. They spent They spent so much money that they didn't have the money to take care of the people from North Carolina. But we will be there on January 20th, because on January 20th, that's when you assume it. But they pulled up stakes. Historically, when you pull up stakes and stop advertising and leave, historically you're in pretty good shape in this state. Is that correct politically? Because I haven't done this as long as some of the, as well and as long as, well, I think I've done it better actually, because I ended up being president, so I probably, but some of our great politicians have done this for a lot longer than me. So let me ask you, all of these senators, and when you pull up stakes and leave, historically, Doug Burgum was so incredible. He really is, isn't he? Is he a class act? His wife is much better. She blows him away, right? Catherine is much better. But, Doug, when you pull up stakes and you stop advertising, doesn't that generally mean that it's over, right? It's over. Doug is cautious. He doesn't want to, he thinks it's a trick question. No, it means it's over. And I think it's over in a lot of places. I think we're going to see some incredible stuff tomorrow. But it won't matter. It won't matter as long as you go out and vote. Nothing's going to matter, because it's in our, you know the expression, the ball is in their hands, the ball is in our hands. They can't do a thing about it. And now you're going to go out there later today. And you're going to show us something, and vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring incomes, and a colossal surge of jobs. We're going to use things. What's the most beautiful word in the dictionary? We're going to create wealth, opportunity for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. But I have to tell you one quick story, because I'm so proud. They're going to build this great big plant. They're building it. They're going to build it. China's going to build a plant, and it's going to destroy Michigan, destroy it, destroy Detroit. Everyone's going to move out. And I heard about it through a friend of mine that builds plants. That's what he does. He builds plants. He builds them better than anybody. John, let's just call him John. And he was sitting there, and I was at the Economic Club of Detroit a couple of weeks ago. But I told John a year ago, I want to see a plant. And he said, well, I'll have to take you to Mexico. I said, I don't want to see a plant. I want to see a plant here. I want a big one. He said, we don't really do too many big ones in the United States anymore. I said, what is that all about, Mexico? He said, well, China's building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world. They're building them in Mexico. And I said, well, I'm not happy about that. I don't want to see the damn plant in Mexico. It wouldn't look right if I'm in Mexico looking at plants. Do we agree, sir? It wouldn't look right. And so he said, all right, look, I say, forget it. Then I thought about it, and I was making the speech in Detroit, and I said, a couple of weeks before, I said, if they want to build a plant in Mexico owned by China so that they can save all of the costs associated with bringing their cars and all of the things, I'm going to put 100% tariff on every single car coming out of that plant. And if that's not enough, I'll make it 200, 300, 500, 800. I don't give a damn what it is. And they're not going to have one car made in that plant that ever crosses that border, which is right next to them. Anyway, so I see John in the audience, and I gave them that notice a little before, and it was public. And I see him, and I send my people. I say, after I speak, make sure he comes to the back. I want to see him backstage. So I see John. I say, John, how's that big monster plant that's going to rip apart our country, but it's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and all the other places that do a lot of cars. It's going to hurt everybody. It's going to hurt the country. How is that plant doing? He said, sir, they've given it up because they think you're going to win, and they think you're going to tariff them, and they think they're going to lose their show. And sir, they've given up that plant. It's not going to be built anymore. So I saved Michigan and I saved Detroit, and we're going to let them build that plant. But you know where we want them to build it? Right here we want them to build it, and then they won't have any tariffs to pay. They won't have any tariffs, and they're going to use you to operate that big sucker, and they can build as big as they want with no tariffs. I said, let them know we'd love to have their investment. They're going to build it right here in Detroit, or at a minimum, they're going to build it someplace in the United States, and they won't have any problem. So that's a So I saved Detroit and Michigan a lot. That alone, and I did that without even being president. How about that? They said he's going to win. They told John, we think Trump is going to win, and he's not going to let us make anything, and he's going to do things that we don't know. This guy is crazy. Because, you know, I charged China hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. They paid us, not one other president. And you know, we're going to get along great with China. We're going to get along good. I want to get along with them. President Xi was great until COVID came. Then I wasn't so thrilled with him. But we did a great job in that. You know, we went back. Nobody knew what the hell it was. We did a great job. We get credit on our military. No wars. We did no wars. I had no wars. Remember when crooked Hillary Clinton? Remember when crooked Hillary was screaming during a debate, he's going to charge wars, he's going to have wars, he's going to prosecute wars all over the place. Look at him, he's a very volatile person. I'm actually not. I'm a very calm person. She's the one that's volatile. But he's a very volatile person. He'll start. No, I stopped the wars with my being volatile. Nobody had a war. We didn't have any wars, except that we finished a war that we had. We beat ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate was taken down. And it was done in a matter of weeks. When our stupid generals, our terrible generals, that, you know, the guys up top like Milley, like Kelly, real losers. Kelly was dumb as a rock. I'll never do that again. I let people, I say, give me a letter of resignation. Yes, sir, I'd like to say. They said, just give me. You know, Biden never fired anybody. That's why he never had a bad book written about him. No, and also, number two, nobody cared. When I fire somebody, every major publisher in the world, will you say something bad? I had one person who was so complimentary, sir, you're the greatest president that ever lived, blah, blah, blah. Then she gets a show, but they only want to hire her if she's, I have all these letters, there's never been a better president. She goes in the show, I didn't like him, he was terrible. What a terrible human being. These people are sick, but you know what? All we can do is keep winning. That's all. Win, win, win. But a vote for Trump means your groceries, such a word I hear all the time, because I do like to mix it up with people, more so than my consultants. I think the people are much smarter than my consultants. My consultants are good, but I get much better. Like, people say groceries, right? I haven't used that. You know, such a sort of an old term. They say my groceries are so much more. I haven't, you know, the term is just like an old term. And it's a beautiful, but they say about my groceries were so expensive, they'll be cheaper. Your paychecks will be higher. Your streets will be safer and cleaner. Your communities will be richer. And your future as an American will be much better than it ever has been when I get in. Because this will be the golden age of America. And that's what I'm calling it. I'm telling the press. I hope you put it in. Isn't that a beautiful phrase? The golden age. I like to brand things, like I brand Pocahontas, and you know, I do a lot of branding. I'm one of the greatest branders in the world. A lot of them were Republicans, but they're all now friends of mine, so I can't talk. Some of my greatest branding was on the Republicans during the primaries, but they're all friends of mine. Most of them, some of them, yeah, most of them are. Most of them are, but you know, I don't talk about that. Once the battle is over, I take those words, I put them away permanently in some cases. On occasion, I'll bring them back out. But just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, an assassin tried to stop our great movement, greatest movement in history. But that brush with death did not stop us by any means. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. That was not a pleasant day, I will tell you. That was not a pleasant day. But many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people, I've seen it so many times. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to fill it together. We are going to fulfill it together. It's a beautiful expression, and, you know, I think it might be true. I have sons that are here right now, Don and Eric, and they're great people. But they're really great shooters. They're like top-of-the-line shooters. They know so much about it. They say it was almost impossible for somebody, yeah, a miracle. It was a miracle. That's the miracle right up there, right? But I didn't realize that. But from the distance that they were, they say it was a miracle. Well, if I didn't turn to the right to look at that beautiful graph that we had up having to do with illegal immigration. So illegal immigration saved me, can you imagine? And speaking of that graph, let me see that graph. I love it so much. I love it. I love it. I hug it and kiss it every night. I take it to bed with me. My wife thinks I'm crazy. I bring it to bed with me. Look, if I don't put that up, and it's never there, it's always there or there, but usually it's on the left. So if I look to the left, I'm gone. If I looked over there, but it's like, something happened. Something happened. Something up there happened. No, but think of it. So I said, just like I did right now. The shooter's right there, right exactly 90 degrees. That crazy guy, right there. And I said, let me see the graph. I said, what the hell was that? But if I didn't turn, it goes a little, it's not good. You don't want to see that. So it was a miracle or a gift from God, maybe. Amazing. And when Don and Eric, who are really great shooters, they heard that, and then they heard the gun, they know exactly the gun, the AR-15. It's supposed to be very accurate and all that stuff. And this guy wasn't, you know, he was at the range all the time shooting. He was supposed to be a good shooter. They said a bad shooter would hit it almost every time, a bad shooter. Don said it's the equivalent of sinking a 1-foot putt. That he put it in golf terms. I said, that's not good. Because for those that don't play golf, it's almost impossible to miss a 1-foot putt. And so it's amazing. So they were shaken up. They couldn't believe it. They actually said God did that because they didn't believe that they could. Now, it wasn't a miss. I mean, it wasn't, it ripped the hell out of it, but I consider that a miss. It ripped it up pretty good, and it was a very bloody mess. And the doctor, who was great in Butler, he said, sir, I want you to go with me to buy a lottery ticket because I've seen this. I've been doing this for 35 years, sir, and I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anyone come out of it with that gun from that range. I said, he said, I want to buy a lottery ticket with you tonight. And I said, well, doctor, you know, let's not do that. Let's see if we can get this sucker stop bleeding. But he told me the ear is the bloodiest part. You get hit in the ear, something to do with cartilage. So they thought I was hit all over. I said I wasn't hit all over because I was down. And I wasn't hit all over. I said, I was hit in the ear. Now get me up. Get me up. They said, sir. And they're touching all over this place because it was so bloody. They said, sir, you've been hitting other... I said, I'm telling you. You know, it's funny, when I was... The word surreal, right? When I got to the White House, I was standing right outside and then inside the Lincoln bedroom.
You think you've seen the best? Let me show you what's beyond.
His wife, his son, Tad, who died actually as a very young boy, very young. It was a very rough time for them. They were suffering tremendous melancholia. You know, they called it They were melancholy, melancholia they called it, not depression. It's the same thing, but in those days they call it melancholia. But I was in the Lincoln bedroom, so famous, all the furniture just the way it is. And he was very tall, he was 6'6". That's like the equivalent of a Baron Trump today. You know? Who's a lot taller. He's a good-looking guy, but he is tall. And but he was 6'6". In those days, very unusual, but he was tall. And then you put his hat on, which was another foot, right? So he was a pretty tall guy. But the bed was very long. You could see it was elongated. But I was there, and it was like a really surreal. I was with the First Lady, who was very popular, who got the #1 book in the country. Can you believe it? Called Miranda. Go buy it. Go buy that book. Go buy that book. It's great. I was a little nervous when I started reading it. I said, this could be very bad for me. Releasing a book before the election could be very dangerous for me. But no, it's a great book, and she's a great writer, actually. She wrote a note at the convention. Remember the note she wrote? It was so well crafted that these guys right here wanted to put it as part of the platform. It was unbelievable. The book is unbelievable. So go get it for Christmas or something. But it was just, when I was in the Lincoln bedroom, it was a surreal experience. It was like an outer body, they call it, experience. And it just was like, it was something unbelievable. I said, can you believe this is where we are? And I was not a Washington person. I was only there 17 times, according to the fake news. But I think it's right. I was only there 17 times in my entire life. I wasn't, and I was a New York guy, in which, you know, now I'm very much a Washington guy. I know the good ones, the bad ones, people. I know the dumb ones, the smart ones. I know a lot about the people. I didn't know anything about the people. I had to rely, and we did great. We had mostly great, the trade people, the war people. We had a lot of great people. But when I was on the ground, there was no surreal experience. I knew I was shot in the ear. And I was telling Secret Service, and let me tell you, they were damn brave. I went down fast, I looked, there was blood all over my hand. I said, this is not the normal situation. It's either the largest mosquito in history or I got hit by a bullet. And I followed my hand down. And I think people were also shouting, get down, I think it was. But I went down, and I'm telling you, I had, I guess, 7 Secret Service agents follow me. They were very brave. I'm telling you, those bullets were flying over our head. And, you know, you can't forget that. Can't forget that. Those bullets, and I heard those bullets going. I said to somebody, how fast were they going? They gave me some mathematical number. I said, no, I want to know in miles per hour. And I think it was 3,200 miles per hour. You know, think of that. You know, a car, you're going fast at 70 or 80. These are 3,000 something. And those suckers were going over my head. There were 8 of them. Total, it was a total of 8 shots fired. And then there was a shot by a Secret Service sniper. Amazing, 1 bullet he used. But I think we also had help from one of the police snipers. He hit the stock of the gun or something, and we appreciate that very much. But it was amazing. But when I was down there, I was totally aware. I said, no, get me up, because I was speaking in front of a massive, you couldn't even see the end of it. Now, when we had the celebration honoring Corey, the firefighter, great guy, when we had that celebration, we had 101,000 people. And that's when I really got to see that's where I really got to see the real Musk, because I invited him up, and he's always like in a lab, and it's almost like he was released. And I said, you have to come up here, Elon, just come up. And he looked out, and he was so happy. I think he loves people. And he started doing jumping jacks and stuff behind me, right? He was so happy. I think he's going to run for office against me. I'm very concerned. No, he's great. It was great. But he was so happy, and it was a great celebration. But when I was down, there was no feeling like I had in the White House. I mean, I totally was aware of everything. But had I not made that turn, I wouldn't be with you tonight, and that would have been bad. And I hope that's right. I hope that's right. I hope that God did put me here to really save this country. Because this country's in big, big trouble. This country's in big trouble. I hope so. To every person and every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. Most people want your money. I don't want any money. All I want you to do is go out today. Sounds a little strange. Go out today. Meaning go out in a few hours, okay? This guy's complicated because it sounds so much better when you say tomorrow when it's night, but that's okay. I want to be exactly accurate for them. But go out today and vote. And I guess 7 o'clock or whatever time it is, doesn't matter. And we're going to have the greatest victory in the history of our country. And as your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. Together we will save this country, this great country that we love. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington. Because I'm not running against Kamala. I'm running against an evil Democrat system. These are evil people. I wasn't running against Biden either. He was stuck in a basement. I didn't even run against him. I mean, no, we're running against a very evil system, and we have to defeat that system. And America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. As we stand on the brink of rescuing our country, I want to take a moment to thank the millions of hardworking men and women who are the heart and soul of this, the greatest movement of all time. Because it's you much more so than me, frankly. You're incredible people. You built this country, and you're going to save this country, but you're incredible people. You're really incredible people. And as I said in the very beginning, this isn't my campaign. This is your campaign. This is a great campaign that's now it's 9 years, and we've been fighting side by side every step of the way. We've been together. That's why it's not even hard. People say to me, like very successful people, how do you stand up and talk in front of these people? And it's sort of easy because they're love. It's love in these rooms. I just left Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, fly up here, and the love was the same. It's such love, and it's not hard to do. It's, it's much harder to do when you have people screaming at you. But there's love in this room. I think there's love in the whole country. I think it's a much bigger movement than we even understand. I think we're going to end up getting numbers that are far greater than we would expect. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you all. You're very special. This is my last rally. Can you believe it? The rallies, these big, beautiful rallies, there's never been anything like it. And there never will be anything like it. And it just happened. It caught on. And I think it caught on because our country's in trouble. And, I happened to be a messenger that was able to tell you what you knew, because most people understand it. Most people with common sense, we're the party of common sense, they understand it. But this is all you need to know. I mean, Joe and Kamala broke it, and I will fix it. I'll fix it fast. And America will be bigger and better and bolder and richer and safer and stronger than ever before. It's going to be all of those things. The presidency requires strength, courage, and grit. And in a little while, you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're destroying our country. You were a terrible vice president. You destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed San Francisco. And she worked when she was Attorney General of California. She worked along with a lot of her friends out there, like Gavin Newsom, the governor, one of the worst governors in history, and destroyed the state. I mean, more people moved out than moved in last year, first time ever. That's never happened before. You're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible at your job. You don't know what you're doing. You're a low IQ individual. We want smart people. We want cunning people. We're dealing with the smartest people in the world. We don't want you negotiating nuclear deals because you don't know what the word nuclear means. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. You want to ruin our country. If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. The whole thing. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She was given the authority to run the border by Sleepy Joe because he wanted to go to bed and he wanted to sleep. He had only one thing he wanted to do, and that's sleep. So he made her the border czar. Now she's trying to deny it. By the way, the Border Patrol 2 weeks ago gave us the strongest endorsement you've ever heard. They said he's the greatest president in history and the best president on the border by a factor of 10. And I said to them, does that mean I'm better than Abraham Lincoln and George? What? Yes, sir, you're better than both of them. I had one problem. I had one of the guys that came up, and they all, like 10 guys, they all made speeches. He's like 36. He said, sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime. I said, I like the first guy better. I like Lincoln and Washington better than 36 years, right? But he meant well. But you know what? in terms of the border, what we did, we built all that wall. We built an extra 200 miles. They could have flipped it up in 3 weeks. You know that. It was all built. They sold it for scrap metal for 5 cents on the dollar, so much. And that's when I realized they actually want open borders. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions. And these people are all coming into our country. Are you okay down there? Is somebody hurt? Oh, is somebody hurt? Oh, I saw you looking on the floor. I thought somebody was hurt. Oh, okay. We don't want our people to be hurt, right? We don't want that. But all around the world, they come from Venezuela, they come from the Congo in Africa, not just from South America. They come from all over the world. And they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of our people, a lot, far more than anybody thought even possible. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. It begins immediately. The United States is now an occupied country. Who would have believed somebody that's running for president and perhaps will be president in less than 24 hours, or maybe it will take these machines that we pay so much for 2 weeks. Can you believe it? You know, if you used very highly sophisticated watermark papers, it's more sophisticated than the machines. Paper, highly sophisticated. Okay, if you used paper, and if you used voter ID, and if you had 1 day, and you, in addition to voter ID, you have a proof of the fact that you're a citizen of our country, which would be nice, you would have the results tabulated, like in France, they had 37 million people. The results were tabulated at 9:30 in the evening. They had a winner, they had a loser, and they went home. And here's the other thing. I know nobody's very cost-conscious anymore. 8% would be the cost compared to the cost of these very highly complex machines. And Elon Musk told me, he probably knows more about computers than any man in the world. He said that machines don't work because they're easily violated. Now, this is the smartest guy in the world, the guy that runs rockets with computers, and saying the computers are far more important than the engines. I mean, nobody knows anything like this. But if you used paper, it's 8% the cost of the other. It's more accurate. And you don't have 12-day waits. And then what the hell's happening in the inside of those machines if you wait? We want the answer tomorrow, tonight. We want the answer tonight. They spend all this money. They spend all this money, and old-fashioned paper is much less expensive. And you know what? It's more accurate. It's much better. Something's going on with this. I mean, what the hell are they doing? But we don't want to wait 10 days, 12 days, 3 days, 2 days, or 2 hours. We want the answer tonight. So we live in an occupied country, and I will tell you, we will be an occupied country no longer. This will take these young guys, these have military type equipment, highest grade, highest level, supreme military equipment. Where the hell did they get this stuff? They've taken over large parts of Colorado. They've taken over parts of numerous states, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they think it's going to destroy their city or town. They're all over the place. And when they're not, those people running those towns, when they're not, they're petrified. They don't want them coming in. In one town in Ohio, as you know, they have a beautiful town of, think of this, 50,000 people, and they dumped 30,000 migrants into the town. So you have 50,000, now you have 30,000 migrants. Springfield, Ohio. It's a beautiful place, gorgeous place. And now if you want to go to the hospital, you can't. If you want to get a checkup, you can't. If you want to find a doctor, you can't. If you want to get your kid into school, you can't. It's a whole different world. It can't be, we can't allow this to happen. They're destroying our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you believe I'm running for this great office and I'm talking about rescuing cities and towns that have been invaded and conquered? Can you imagine 10 years ago? Can you imagine 10 years ago using language like that? Or saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sport. You know, if you go back just 10 years and you move yourself forward and you heard a politician saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sports, they'll think, is this guy crazy? Of course they're not going to pay. To expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13. Tren de is from Venezuela prison system, and they are rough. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole, because we don't want them back. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. They're sanctuary for criminals. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. The workers are getting destroyed. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. Think of that. Who can afford that? Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, and I'm glad these numbers are coming out now. I'll fix it, but boy, it's getting bad. 12,000 jobs were announced. Now, usually you hear 200, 250, you hear it for years and years. 12,000 jobs. And then they became frauds. It was a fraud on the country because they made up numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the start of the year. You don't hear these numbers from the fake news. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. These are depression-type numbers. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Just think, a few months ago, they fraudulently claimed 818,000 jobs were created, when in fact, there were none. They said 818,000 jobs were created in our country, which kept us, and what that did is it kept us like okay. It wasn't great, but it was like not record-shattering or anything, but it was a lie. And they thought they'd be able to get away with it until after the election, and then announce after the election that they made a mistake. These are bad people. Fortunately, there was a whistleblower who I think should be entitled to an award. Could you imagine if it were me and we lost the election, and then a few days later they say that the job numbers are being revised by almost 1 million people? And now they've just revised it again. On top of the 818,000, 112,000 fake jobs were just announced. So you add that up, and it's almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were announced. And nothing happens. These guys don't report about it. If I was talking about 2 jobs, it would be like front page on every newspaper. They cheated, and it's fraud. When they make mistakes, they make them for 2,000, 3,000. There was never 818,000 jobs right before the election were announced, and they turned out to be a fraud. And they were going to announce the revision after the election was over. What the hell kind of an election would that have been? So I want to thank this whistleblower. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. Think of that. 100%. 100% of the jobs that were created went to migrants, not to people. And I'll tell you what, your black population is being devastated by these people. They're taking all the black population jobs away, and they should announce those numbers before the election also, because frankly, what's happening there, you're going to see some bad things happen. They're taking their jobs, and the Hispanic population's going to be next. You watch. It's horrible. But if I win, it's going to be not so horrible because we'll fix it. These are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. And if she's elected, we're talking about a 1929-style depression. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to make it a miracle. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. And we're just one day, meaning a half a day, sir, away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Gotta vote. You gotta vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history. I've never heard anybody campaign. I've done this stuff for a long time, but I've been involved for a very long time supporting candidates. And candidates are always saying, we will reduce your taxes, efficiency, all this stuff. They're running on the fact that they're going to raise taxes substantially. I've never heard that. This is the craziest campaign I've ever seen. We will raise your taxes. Vote for us. Mondale, he says Mondale. I think you're right. We're going to raise your taxes. But they're going to do that on the typical family, American family. They're raising the taxes more than $3,000 a year. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, that we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax for our great seniors on Social Security benefits. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, okay? When that happens, everything's coming down. The donuts are going to come down. The food is going to come down. As we say, the groceries. I just told the story in Pittsburgh. A woman, elderly, goes to a supermarket and takes 3 apples and brings the apples to the counter, and then she realizes that the price went up yet again, and she doesn't have the money for them, and she excuses herself, she walks back to the refrigerator, puts the apple back in refrigeration, and walks back and buys the 2 apples. That shouldn't be happening in our country. That should not be happening, and we're not going to have it happen long. I will cancel Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. And I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible. So how about that? People, the most brilliant people, is that Scott Bessent over there? Where's Scott? Scott, stand up. He said he's one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street. Do you agree, Scott, that you're one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street? Because everybody else says it. He's too shy to say it. But he's a genius. You know what his theory is? The stock market is the only sign of life, and it's only going up because everyone thinks Trump is going to win the election. And others too. I'm seeing it a lot. I think they're following your lead. But I appreciate that confidence. It's very nice. He's a brilliant guy. But so they call up and they say, brilliant guys are calling me up. And they say, where'd you come up? On a car loan, we're going to give people, we want to develop the car business in this country. In a car loan, we're going to give people the right to deduct interest, but only if the car is made in the USA. What the hell do I care if a car is going to be made in? If a car is going to be made in Japan or China or someplace else, what the hell? I don't care if they buy it. I want them to buy cars. So think of that, what that's going to do for Michigan. So if a car is made in Michigan, you get a big deduction. That's going to be somebody. So I started just with the deduction. Then I thought to myself, why should I give them a deduction to buy a car that's made in China or Japan or South Korea? Well, I don't, look, I mean, they're wonderful people. Everyone's wonderful, but I want them to be built here. So then I came in with that little extra tip, and it says, but you only get the deduction if the car is made in America. Isn't that so cool? And hopefully right here in Detroit and Michigan would be great. We're thrilled to be joined by your next senator, Mike Rogers. Mike, thank you very much. Thank you. You're doing great. This guy is doing great. He is amazing. I think I'll tell you, it's hard to beat some of these people because they lie. I heard she's another one. She's going around saying she's very close to Trump. She agrees with Donald Trump on the tariffs and the wall and this, but she never agreed until about 2 weeks ago when she was losing, right? No, she's doing, but I have about 6 of them that are doing that. They're doing that against Bernie Moreno. They got a guy running against him, Sherrod Brown. I love President Trump very much. He's great. We're leading. I'm leading, how, by like almost 20 points or something. So all of a sudden they love me. They all love me. And the day after the election, he'll be calling for my impeachment. Let's impeach him. These people are sick. But we have great members, and Mike is really a talented guy, respected all over Washington. He was very successful. And I hope he can represent you because he's going to be one of the stalwarts. He'll be a leader. Thank you very much. And also members of Congress, John Joyce, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John Molinaire. I saw you guys. Very good speech you guys made. Boy, you really were rocking them, huh? You guys, very different styles, but tremendous talents and really good. Thank you very much. They really are tremendous. You have a great bunch here. I don't say that with all states. Some states I'm not so thrilled, but that's okay. And governors, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Where's Sarah? She's so great. She is so great, right? Proud of her. I saw her father the other day. I served on a panel with him. And I said, you know, Mike, I think you're great. He endorsed me when I was running. He gave me a 4-page endorsement. And I think the endorsement was put out before I finished my speech. And I said, you know, you're great. He said, well, I appreciate that, but my daughter is far greater. How about that? Is that nice? My daughter is greater, he said. And he's not a man without an ego, I will tell you, right, Sarah? But he said, my daughter is greater. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing that he said. He's an incredible guy. And Doug Burgum, who's become one of the real stars of the party. And Catherine, stand up. I first noticed Doug by looking at Catherine. She was riding a horse in an ad. I said, who the hell is that? But I don't look anymore. No, beauty doesn't mean a damn thing to me anymore. It doesn't mean anything, but I did notice there was a woman, and to the left there was a man riding, but I didn't notice him so much. But it was this couple, and you know the ad I'm talking about. It was beautiful. It's like the most beautiful. He looked like the Marlboro Man. Whatever happened to him? But what a combination. And he's become one of the most successful governors. What he's done with the fracking and with the oil and gas and everything, he's become something special. He's done a great job. Thank you both very much for being here. Appreciate it. And former Congresswoman and Democrat candidate for president who did very well. I watched her for a long time. She's a woman of incredible intelligence, but maybe more than anything else, unbelievable common sense and very, very special. She just joined the Republican Party, by the way. She was an independent for years. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you. Great. And a man who's very special with a great talent. He was the ambassador to Germany. And I'll never forget when I took him out. The happiest person in the world was Angela Merkel. When Rick Grinnell was taken out, this was the best day in Angela's life. He was not your typical ambassador. He was somebody who would say, this is no good, what's happening? And actually it was a love-hate. They really loved him, but they said he's a smart one. He was wise to what they were doing. Rick Grinnell, where's Rick? Thank you. Thank you, Rick. And a woman who ran a very good race. It was a hard race because, you know, she believes in things and she believes in them very strongly. And I say you always have to stick with your beliefs. It's very tough. I told her it's very tough. But she's a hell of a woman. She had a father who I knew. He was a steelman. He was in the steel business. He was thankful when I put the tariffs on because we saved the steel industry. And he was a real pro. He passed away, but he's a great guy. But he'd be very proud of his daughter. His daughter's an incredible woman. Tudor Dixon. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you. We miss your father, right? What a great guy he was. And then we have a woman who drives extremely fast. She can drive a car and, you know, just very successful, won races, but she's very successful. It takes tremendous courage and strength and everything else. It takes everything. I think driving those cars at 220 and 240 miles an hour, boy, you got to be brave. probably have to be a little bit crazy, Danica Bradrick, right? You have to be a little crazy, right? But it's Danica. Such an honor to have you involved, Danica. Such an honor. She's so smart. We were talking about, I'm saying to the driver, you okay? He was okay. But it's an honor to have you involved. You're really special, a really incredible athlete. She's an incredible athlete. And another person that was very honest and very talented and doing an incredible job, but she was extremely honest. And sometimes you can be honest and it doesn't work out, but it's actually worked out really well because she's doing phenomenally well, better than before. Sage Steele, thank you very much, sir. And Michigan Republican Party Chairman Pete Hoekstra. Now, I told Pete, I've known Pete for a long time. He was very, very successful at everything he did, and he was an ambassador. He was one of the best. And I said, Pete, you got to come in and run the party. You got to do it for me. And it was not that easy. He has a lot of options, and he came in, and I mean, I think we're going to have a great result later. But Pete came in and ran the party, and I'll tell you, it is so organized, it's so professional. I think we're going to win. I mean, I think we're going to win in Michigan, seems to be. We can't let them forget that I stopped that big Chinese plant in Mexico, Pete. Put that on top. But no, that was the thing. Nobody else would do that. I did it without being president. They just said, but they know it's not going to be easy for them. They won't, they're going to, let's put it this way, if they build it, they're going to lose their ass, okay? So I want to thank you, Pete. You've done incredible. And a man who I fell in love with, actually, he's an auto worker and a union guy, but he saw what was happening. He saw the, look, I mean, you take a look at this area and go back 50, 60 years, it's been just a downward trend. It looks like, you ever see a chart? It's like, right, Brian? It's like just a downward, like a sliding ramp. Brian Pannebecker from the Auto Workers for Trump. Brian, come up here for a second. Come in. Come in. I gotta see. I love this guy. I always wanted arms like him. He's got the biggest, meanest arms. They look like what grabs that rocket. He could grab the rocket. Tell them a little bit about what you see going on, and I tell you, he's just an incredible guy. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here at your very last campaign rally. I gotta give a shout out to Scott Hagerstrom right out here. He brought me to Novi when you were holding a rally there in September of 2016. You were a candidate before you were president, and I got backstage and got to meet you, and I told you the little song about Macomb County, home of the Reagan Democrats. I said, Mr. Trump, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support, which is basically the UAW members, and I got a few of them here with me tonight. I said, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. I said, Mr. Trump, if you win Michigan, we both know what that means. You win the White House. And that's exactly what happened. So we're going to do it again this year. The UAW represented auto workers are going to vote 65% or more for Donald Trump for president, and we're going to carry Michigan again. Thank you, brother. I love you. We all love you.
Thank you, Brian. Great guy. Great guy. And you're a great guy. I appreciate that support. I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. It's terrific. You gave us a beauty there, didn't you, huh? He's a worker. Michigan Senate Republican leader, Eric Nesbitt. Eric, thank you very much. Great job. You're doing beautifully. And Michigan House Republican leader, Matt Hall. Tremendous guy. The great Steve Witkoff, great businessman, the most generous person I know. He gives a lot of money. Every time there's a hurricane, he wants to give money, and he's just great. and Howard Lutnick. He's working along with my children and Linda McMahon, who's fantastic, and they're working on transition. But I said, don't worry about transition. Let's win this thing first. Okay, we'll work on transition. But he's one of the most respected people on Wall Street. Rebuilt his firm after it was taken out of the World Trade Center by that horror show act. Long ago now, but it's still very emblazoned in all of our minds. But so Howard, thank you very much. Howard Lutnick, thank you very much. And my great children, should I have them come up real fast? Okay. Don, Eric, Tiffany, Laura, Michael, come on up here. And we have Ivanka at home, sitting home, watching every second of it. And we have Barron, my beautiful boy, Barron. Barron, he knows more about computers than anybody. I closed up his computer. He said, Dad, I'll take it 2 minutes to figure that out. And all of a sudden, the damn thing opened up. I said, Barron, you got to turn it off. Okay, watch. I turn it off. It's no way. I put a separate code in. He's operating his computer. He's operating it 2 minutes later. So this group here, they are so committed. They didn't have to do this. I guess we all didn't have to do it, but we have to because they want to see our country be so great and so strong and so respected again. When people they're laughing at our leaders. We have a guy can't walk. He can't find the stairways. Look, there's about 6 of them up. He finishes his speech. He can't find the stairways. And she's worse than him. You see what's going on. Did you see it tonight? Screaming, we're going to win, we're going to win. And she's screaming, and it's like 100 people going, what the hell is wrong with her? But these people are behind me. I love them, but they are really special. They're very talented people. And every one of them. They've been great. Maybe I'll ask Laura to start and say a couple of words. Could I do that? She's the chairman of the party. Comes from North Carolina. I wanted her to run for the Senate. There was nobody could have beat her. But she said, you know, I have a great husband and I have beautiful kids and I really want to focus on them for a little while because she's been working hard. And she would have been great. And I said, who do you like? And they said, Ted Budd. And I went to Ted. I said, Ted, do you like it? He said, but I'm not going to run if Laura runs. I said, well, she wants you, she likes you a lot, and he's become a great senator, but she could have, but then she becomes like the chairman along with Michael Watley. Is Michael Watley here someplace? Yes? And I wanted, the mayor of Hamtramck is here. Come here. I see you. You got to come up here, please. This guy has been with us almost from the beginning. I'm so glad we got to see you. Hi, Michael. Come here. He has been an unbelievable unifier. This is one of the greatest men in your state, and I want to just thank you. Come here, say a couple of words.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning. It's another day. I spoke earlier before you came, and I told the crowd that tomorrow, or today actually, is going to be a historic day, and we shall celebrate a historic victory today. I'm very proud that I endorsed President Trump, and I broke the wall of fear among the Arab American and Muslim Americans, and I destroyed that wall of isolation and the wall of silence and the wall of hesitance among the Arab Americans. And now, today, we had a survey that was posted among the Arab Americans in the Metro Detroit, and it shows that President Trump is leading by 76%. And Harris earlier had 3%, and the rest was for others. So we are in a mission to end that disconnect between the minorities and the Republican Party and to make it the party of inclusion. And we are in a mission, which is the priority for us today, to send President Trump back to the White House. So like I said earlier, he has done everything possible to gain your support. He told me last Friday that it was 62 days of hard work with no break and no rest, and today it's 65 days with no rest. So he has used everything possible to gain your support. Hard work, seriousness, comedy, sarcasm, everything. So how is he a threat to our democracy, as the fake news keep saying, and the other party? So I ask you and I urge you to go out and vote tomorrow. And I think we have a big chance. I'm very optimistic that we will make history and we will win and make America great again. Thank you so much.
Great guy. He's a great man, and I'll tell you, you have hundreds of thousands of people that follow, and that could be a very big difference. The Democrats are not happy about this. This was supposed to be their vote, and they're not at all happy. But really a great young guy. He's a young guy, and wow, what a leader. So thank you very much. If we win this state, you're going to be very responsible for it, too, and I think we will. And tonight I did a thing a couple of weeks ago with a very smart guy and very special, and a very special talent. He's got the #1 podcast, they say, by like 4 times. Joe Rogan. And a lot of people thought they loved that. It was 3 hours. Oh, it was so terrible because I did it. And I said, Joe, I got a rally of this size waiting for me in a very far away place. I'm going to be very late, like 2.5 hours late. But we kept talking. It went 3 hours and 15 minutes or something. Then when I got up there, it was cold, a little bitter, and everybody waited. Nobody left. And I explained to him, look, Joe is the #1 guy. He kept me late. But I'm doing it because we have to win. And not one person was unhappy. We had a great time. And I said, we're going to devote a lot more time. It was pretty late at night. It was worse than this, okay? I can tell you. But Joe Rogan just announced, and he doesn't do this at all. I don't think he's ever done it. But he just announced that he's giving me his complete and total endorsement. Could you imagine that? Wow. So, Laura, would you say a few words, please?
Are we ready to turn Michigan red today? Today is the day that we send a loud and clear message to the mainstream media, to the establishment, to Hollywood, to the swamp, that it is not them. It is we, the people, who get to choose our president. And we're choosing Donald J. Trump. I just want to say thank you. This is a very special night for our family. This has been almost a decade of doing this, and it has been my honor to be a part of this family, to be out speaking on behalf of a man who I love, not just because he's my father-in-law, but because he is going to save this country and going to save the world. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Get everybody out to vote. Thank you, Michigan.
Thank you, guys. Today, when you wake up with not very much sleep, you gotta get to the polls. You gotta bring your friends and your families and your loved ones, and we have to make it too big to rig. Guys, it's simple. It's a unique election. You've lived under both candidates. People like to pretend like it's not the Harris-Biden regime that has destroyed your American dream, our country, our economy, the entire world, and Western civilization. Well, you guys, starting right now, it's on you to reclaim what is yours, your country. It would be an honor for me, for you guys to show the same amount of resolve that this man showed on July 13th when he took a bullet to the face and came back defiant. You guys take that attitude to the polls, to your text messages to your friends. If you've early voted, drive everyone you know to the polls. That resolve is what kept us at peace. That resolve is what made trade deals. That resolve's gonna save America, and it's gonna put America first again, once and for all. So guys, now it's up to you. You make our country proud like he makes us proud each and every day. Let's get it done, America. Let's get it done, Michigan. Let's go. Well, good morning, Michigan. Who else could have this many people at 2 a.m.? Only Donald Trump. Guys, I've watched the hell that they put him through for the last 10 years. I mean, the fake impeachments, the dossiers, the Russia hoax, going after his Supreme Court justices, censoring him, taking away his First Amendment right, trying to take him off the ballots in various states all across the country, raiding his home. And yet he comes out every single day and he fights and he fights and he fights. And when other candidates have packed it in for the night, you know who's standing on the stage at 2 a.m.? It's Donald Trump. America, it's time for us to pick our fighter, and it's that man right there. And I can tell you, as a son, as a family, we have never been more proud of a person in our life. I have never been more proud to stand on a stage with somebody in my life. He's the most remarkable man I know, and I promise you I will be on the stage till the end of earth with you because I truly believe in you. And I believe what you're doing for this country and what you're doing for our children, and you are gonna save democracy in the United States, and you're gonna keep peace in the world, and I love you, and we're proud of you, and let's make America great again. Thank you, Michigan.
Hello. So my father has never stopped, and he will never stop working for you guys. So let's get out there, let's vote for prosperity, let's vote for the future that we want to have for our children and for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They're my kids, but I'll tell you, they're very good people. They're good people. They're great people that love our country, and they're working. They don't have to do this. They don't have to do this.
So in conclusion, with your vote, we are going to fire Kamala, and we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. And a lot of it will be using my favorite word, tariff. And one of the things I'm going to do, I'll give you this as a little insight. I just announced it in Pittsburgh. I didn't think it's become a very big story already. So we're going to tell Mexico, you're killing tremendous numbers of our people by allowing China to send their fentanyl through your system and through your country. And we're going to give them a little period of time. But we don't want drugs coming across our border or any border. And whether it's Mexico or Canada or wherever, because they're starting now in Canada, they're starting to go up north. But whether it's Mexico or Canada, we're going to explain to them quickly that if you allow fentanyl and these drugs to come through your country, we're going to charge you large-scale tariffs on everything you send into the United States. And they're making a lot of money in the United States. They couldn't exist without us. So we're going to do that. And we're going to tell China that if you continue to send fentanyl to Mexico or any place else that comes into our country, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you sell into the United States of America. We're not going to we can't let them. And you've never heard that from anybody but me. And I've had it in my mind for a long time, but I didn't want to tell these guys about it because they'd only screw it up like they do everything else. But I say it now because now we have the election coming up in a matter of hours. And we're not going to let them destroy our country. Most of our crime, probably 60% of our crime is caused by drugs. People that are taking drugs, they cause tremendous amounts of crime. If we didn't have that, you'd see crime rates plummet. But you know, the sad thing is that crime is plummeting all over the world because they're sending their criminals, they're sending their gang members, they're sending their drug dealers, they're sending their mental patients from all of these institutions. They're sending them into our country, and then they're opening up. Oh, we're sending them back. Don't worry about it. They're opening up their prisons and they're dumping their prisons, all their prison population, Venezuela. They're way down. Their crime rate went way down because they're taking all of their criminals and terrorists and all of the people that are causing all the problems. And then on top of it, they're emptying their jails out into the United States through this very stupid person's open border. I don't know what they're thinking about, but maybe they hate our country, or maybe they want to get people registered to vote. Who the hell knows? But we're not going to allow it. It's going to stop immediately, day one. We're going to build American. We're going to buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. Would have never started if I were president. You know, we got more votes. We did great in 2016. We did better in 2020. We got more votes in 2020 than any president by millions, any president in the history of our country. And because of that, I said, I'll sit back and I'll watch. And if they do a bad job, I didn't need this every time, but if they do a bad job, I'm going to run because of how well we did. And if they do a good job, I would actually prefer that they did a great job. If they did a great job, I would say that's a great thing. But I mean, he's the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president, and she got no votes. You know, they like to say to me, that's not the democratic way to go. You know, it's not. It's just a terrible thing. It's just a terrible thing. That's what's going on in this country. But so I sat back and I watched and I saw all the horrible things that were happening, and you know what they are. And maybe the worst was what they've done with inflation, but I actually think the worst is what they've done with their border, because they're destroying our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to change it really fast. We're going to have the greatest country we've ever had. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. It would have never happened again. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th. And I will prevent World War III from happening. I know all the players. And it's a very good chance that it will indeed happen. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. They gave so much of it away to Afghanistan. It's so crazy. I rebuilt our military. We will build a missile defense shield around our country, all made in the USA and much of it made right here. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, and he really was right, other than we did not have the technology. I'm glad we didn't do it, but now we can shoot a needle out of the air. We can shoot a little pin out of the air. It's incredible technology, our technology. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which is in terrible shape, with graffitis on the beautiful, incredible marble columns, and painting the lions and burning the American flag. What they did a month ago was terrible. But we're going to make our cities safe and clean and beautiful again. We'll work with Democrat governors and mayors, and we'll probably have to, and that's okay. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. And after years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally be going to build up our borders, build up our country, and build up and protect our citizens. It's time. It's called America First. We're going to put America first. We put America last. They put America last. We put America first. And it doesn't mean we're into isolation. We're not. We're going to help the world, but we have to straighten ourselves out, or we won't be able to help anything. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and that will take place rapidly. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with the opportunity and hope, and maybe above all, the American dream will be back. It's going to come back. We're bringing it back for your children, and we're bringing it back for yourselves. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop the radical left agenda with a landslide victory that is too big to rig, too big. The silent majority is back, and tomorrow you need to get out and vote. We have a silent majority, but we're just sort of speaking up. This has shown that the level of enthusiasm is 5 times greater than their level. They have no level of enthusiasm. They don't believe in her. They know she shouldn't even be running. They are, as they say, a threat to democracy. What they've done is a threat to democracy. They stole the presidency away from a very angry man. I watched him last night. He's a very angry man. I'm convinced that he likes me more than he likes Kamala. I'm convinced. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It was the hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it is the hard-working patriots, meaning today, like you, who are going to save our country. After all we've been through, and we've been through a lot together. We've gone through these rallies. Almost everybody is here. I have people that have been to more than 300 rallies. They're here tonight. They were at the one this morning, the one tonight. They actually missed 2 of them. I can't even believe it. But these are incredible people and incredible patriots. But we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We love this nation. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. November 5th, today, will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. Bobby Kennedy Jr. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you. I love you all. God bless you.
Bill, if you guys want to get down right here, that's fine. Back up just a little bit. Here's the mic. So stand right here.
Hey guys, good morning. Good to see y'all. Appreciate you coming out to see one of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself. So did my wife, and we also, for all the locals out there, we voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States Senate. And if you want the policies of Donald J. Trump in the United States Senate, then Bernie Moreno is the only candidate in this race who I think is the candidate of peace and prosperity for the United States Senate. So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio. So appreciate you guys being here. Happy to take a few questions. You obviously can see my kids bouncing around here. There's Usha. And we'll take a few questions, but we're going to hit the road, go back home, and then head off to Palm Beach.
Senator, regardless of the results tonight, half the country probably won't be satisfied with the results.
Sure.
What's your message to them, potentially your supporters, if it doesn't go the way that they wanted it to?
Well, look, I think our message is, first of all, we do expect to win, but obviously no matter who wins, half the country, as you said, is going to be at least partially disappointed. I think my attitude is the best way to heal the rift in the country is to try to govern the country as well as we can, create as much prosperity as we can for the American people, and remind our fellow Americans that we are all fundamentally on the same team, however we voted. I certainly hope you vote for Donald J. Trump today. I think that his policies are going to promote peace and prosperity for our citizens. But if you vote the wrong way, in my view, I'm still going to love you. I'm still going to treat you as a fellow citizen. And if I am lucky enough to be your vice president, I'm going to fight hard for your dreams and for your family over the next 4 years.
Senator, do you have an opinion on who will fill your Senate seat if you win?
No, look, I'm way too superstitious to think about those things. Let's get this election over the finish line. Let's make Donald J. Trump the president-elect, and then we'll worry about what happens afterwards. No, actually, he called me about 3 in the morning, apparently from the plane headed from Michigan to Palm Beach last night. I was in bed at the time. I haven't been able to talk to him this morning. I was going to call him as soon as I woke up, but when I realized that he got back home around 5:30 last night, I decided hopefully he's asleep, and so I'm not going to call him. I'll certainly talk to him probably on the way to the airport or when we land.
Senator, you grew up 20 miles away, Middletown. Now you're standing here. Maybe in a few hours you'll be the next vice president.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that in that moment? Here to here, and possibly second in command.
Look, it's an amazing thing. My heart is just overwhelmed with gratitude to the generosity of the American people. The fact that I'm standing here is very much a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the history of the world. The fact that I have a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids is more importantly a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the world. So I think that what today represents is an opportunity to pay down a debt that I owe to this country. And if I am the vice president, I'm going to work as hard as I can to pay down that debt. I don't think I'll ever be able to return what this country has given to me, but I'm going to try, but we have to win first.
Sir.
You know, my most important message is we ought to argue, disagree about, persuade each other about politics. That's part of the natural process. But we can't discard friends and we can't discard family members. I think that if we all just recognize this basic principle, that we ought to love people, we ought to be friends with people, we ought to be family members with people, regardless of their politics, that would do a lot to heal the division. I know myself, I've had a lot of friends, not a lot, I've had a few friends who have cast their friendship aside because I decided that I wanted Donald J. Trump to be the winner in the last election and in this election. I think that's a tragedy, and I'm not going to follow that example. I'd say to everybody, whether you're voting for Donald Trump or voting for Kamala Harris, remember, friends and family, that stuff is what really, really matters. We ought to be kind to one another. We ought to treat each other with respect. And fundamentally, what we're trying to do, President Trump and I, is just build the kind of country where our fellow Americans can achieve their dreams. But that's all of our fellow Americans, regardless of who they vote for. We'll take one more question. No, I'm not too worried about that. Look, one outlier poll doesn't change what we've seen on the ground. We feel very good about the energy. We feel very good about the early vote. But ultimately, the ball is in the courts of the American people. Today is the day. If you don't want an open border, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to get back to low inflation and affordable groceries, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to return the world to peace and stability, vote for Donald Trump. That's my pitch to voters. I really do believe that we can have a golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, but voters are going to ultimately make that choice. I don't worry about any one poll. I think that we're going to win. I really do, but ultimately the voters make that decision. We'll see what they think about this by the end of the day, hopefully. God bless you guys. Thank you. You ready?
Well, we just came over to, it's too early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready and they're turning out for you, sir.
And we had a big lead to start off with. Now here it's really amazing. I get a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good. It should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? So we have a big day. We'll be watching, and it'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. One day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be... And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
We're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you. And you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy. And that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that. And that he did that, I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go, so let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working non-stop. So, but thank you for all your support. Great job.
So yesterday and the day before, you actually reminded the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever going to, auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing. But I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. I'm hearing any weaknesses, right? What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great. And we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that, so we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed, and we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening? Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Just came from the diner. Going to board the plane and head to D.C. We're feeling great. I just want to remind folks, still got a plan to vote. A lot of time for these polls to be open. IWillVote.com if you need it. And I think the choice couldn't be starker. We saw the closing arguments of one of hopefulness, unity, and a focus on the middle class. The other one of dark, divisive, focused on himself. So we're feeling good about this, America. Get out, get this vote done, and let's win this thing.
Governor, you're in her campaign here. You're doing the same. Are you guys worried about Pennsylvania?
We're excited about Pennsylvania. I think being here, we started it here. For me, it feels like closing the loop. We're excited about being here. We're taking that positive message, and you saw the energy in that room.
Governor, do you expect President Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, to concede the election?
Well, look, I don't know how former President Trump's going to think, but if, history's anything, any indicator, he probably will. But I want to remind folks, we have the freest, most secure elections. It's going to take some time to get results. We're going to go up, down, but at the end of the day, as we always do, we will get the results that we know are accurate, and at that point in time, the winner will be announced, and the loser will shake hands and work for the winner. We got time for a couple more.
Vice President Harris today.
President Trump.
How late at night are you expecting? Well, I hear, I don't know, the people you mean? Numbers of people? A lot of people. There'll be a convention center at Mar-a-Lago. We have a lot of people. I've just been very honored to find out that the lines are long, and the conservative lines, the Republican lines are very long. We got back pretty late last night, and it was an honor. It was a great honor. We had 4 incredible rallies, and left Michigan late at night. Many of you are with us, and I hear we're doing very well.
President Trump, you voted against the abortion measure in the end, meaning supporting Florida's 6-week
We did a
restriction.
great job in that we brought it back to the states, as you know. I believe in exceptions, as Ronald Reagan did. And we did a great job. We did something that they wanted to do for 52 years. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've talked a lot about unity. If you win, there are going to be tens of millions of Harris supporters who are going to be upset. What would your plan be to reach out to those people, bring them in? What would your message to them be?
Well, it would be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways. And we have to straighten it out. We have crime is through the roof. We have people pouring through our borders that are not exactly perfect.
Mr.
They come out of
President,
prisons. They come out of prisons. 13,000 people convicted of murder. We don't need this in our country. We have enough difficulty. We don't need that. So I think people saw that, and it just seems that the conservatives are voting very powerfully.
Are you feeling anxious?
President Trump, looking back,
Just finish it up.
How are you feeling? Nervous, anxious, excited?
I feel very confident. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they've really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it.
President Trump, looking back, is there anything you would do differently about your campaign? Do you have anything you regret about how you ran this campaign?
Look, regrets, you always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best, I would say this was the best campaign.
President Trump, do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock.
Oh, could you see
And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. Would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working, it was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. So it won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify.
So could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
What are your plans for tonight in terms of watching the
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So when you have a lead and you have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner.
I do want to ask again.
And they should call a winner. Yes.
I do want to ask again about the abortion measure, whether you voted against it, and also if Melania Trump wants to
Just
talk.
stop.
Mr. President, what do you think were the most significant moments of this campaign?
Oh, I don't know. I was honored to get Joe Rogan last night. Joe Rogan's a big deal. He's a very respected person. And I must tell you, Megan was fantastic. She got up and said some things that were really pretty amazing. But before that, I just think we ran a good campaign, a good policy. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, and we want strong borders, and we want people to come in. We want to be totally inclusive, but they have to come in. I think that was a big issue. To me, that was the biggest issue. I may be wrong. A lot of people said inflation. Inflation's a disaster, but I think it's the second issue. I think the first is the border. We can't allow criminals to be put back into our country or to be put into our country. So you have 13,000 plus murderers allowed to roam in our country. Not going to be allowed. Have to go. You have drug dealers. You have terrorists. You have a tremendous amount of people that should not be in our country, and we need strong borders in this country. And I think people are voting. I think it's personally, I think it's the number one issue. We'll see how it pans out, but I think it's the number one.
What is it?
Hear from you tonight? Will you tell your supporters that there should be no violence and that they should accept the results of the election? Would you tell them though?
I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence.
When the first polls close tonight, where will you be looking early to see if you're having a good night or not? What's your bellwether?
Well, I think I'll be at Mar-a-Lago for the most part. We have a lot of political professionals. I'm going over now with Melania, who I'm very proud of. She's got the #1 bestseller. Can you believe that? He can believe it. But so we're very proud of the job she's done with that. Book is #1. But we're going to go over to the office in West Palm, and we're going to say hello to the workers. They work very hard.
Will Georgia kind of be your first indication of whether it's going to be a good night?
So, I mean, I hear we're doing very well there in Georgia. I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well everywhere.
Mr. President, will you address the voting machine?
I may regret that statement, but I'm hearing that we're doing very well.
Have you and your campaign, Mr. President, have you and your campaign prepared different speeches for tonight in the case? Have you and your campaign prepared different speeches for tonight in the case that you win, lose, or if there is no results?
I haven't prepared a speech. I did speeches last night, all day long, all night long. At 2 o'clock in the morning, we left.
We heard. We were there.
We did a lot of speeches. You can probably tell.
But have they prepared both cases, or not knowing results yet?
President Trump,
I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are in line to stay online. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it. It takes a while. I'd like to just make a statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
President Trump, do you feel any additional pressure today, given the criminal cases against you that would proceed if you lost or go away if you won potentially?
I have no pressure whatsoever. I'm winning those cases. Those cases are all being won. The biggest case was the Florida case, and it's been won. I appreciate your next question.
Sir, you and Mrs. Trump have been doing
No
this
pressure whatsoever.
for nine years. Regardless of what happens tonight, is this your last campaign, or are you done after this?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
How do you feel about that? I mean, you've talked a lot about this.
Sad and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
Mrs. Trump, how are you feeling?
Very good, thank you.
do you plan to?
We have a plan in place to start making staff and
We have already a transition team, but I don't like talking about that until I find out how we do.
Mr. President, do you plan to head over to the convention center?
And sort of the assassination attempts sort of shape your thinking down south. Have they changed?
Well, it doesn't. Look, we're not looking to do damage to Iran, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. My terms of raise that they can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd like them to be a very successful country, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Has it changed the way you live? All of the threats and.
Well, I think Secret Service has been a little bit tougher, to put it mildly. I see more machine guns than I've ever seen in my life. Surrounded by, I feel very confident in the Secret Service. I think they've stepped up. Look, for a long time, they didn't give us the help. They didn't give us us the assets, as they say, the manpower, woman power. They didn't give it to us. And we'd have rallies. You saw the rallies, 50, 60,000 people, and I'd have less people than Joe Biden, who had 5 people show up, and I'd have 55,000 people show up, and I had fewer people than him. So they should have done a much better job. And frankly, the president should make a very strong statement to the outside world.
President, how are you feeling about your team as we head into the last day?
I think my team is incredible. Look, they say it's the best run campaign they've seen. Some people said it's the best run campaign they've ever seen, but in order to make that stick, you have to win.
How do you feel compared to your past campaigns? Are you more confident now than you were about your team than you were in the last 2 races?
My team, I'm very confident. Many of them are the same players. As you know, Susie, a lot of the people are the same players.
Mr. President, Oprah said at Harris's rally last night, quote, "If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible we won't be able to cast a ballot again," seemingly saying you might...
Ridiculous. You know, Oprah, I was on her last show, or one of her last shows, and they picked the biggest people and all of that, and made a big deal, and I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country, and I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else should be ashamed? Fox. Because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement, and I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox is so pro-Trump. They're not pro-Trump at all. They've put Oprah on all morning long. That's all I see is Oprah. And, you know, I do Oprah very well. She's been in Mar-a-Lago many times. Roger King had his funeral. That's the head of King World, which was Oprah's mentor. And Oprah chose the location. She said Mar-a-Lago is the most beautiful place. Would it be possible to have Roger's funeral at Mar-a-Lago in the ballroom? We did it. The only time I've ever had a funeral there. And I think Oprah should be ashamed of herself to say that. She should be ashamed. She knows me. She wanted to run with me as a vice president. She was going to be the vice president. She wrote me a letter. It's in the book. And now she goes and makes statements like that. She's a divider. And Barack Hussein Obama is a divider, too.
President Trump, there are people who are concerned that didn't concede the election in 2020 when you lost. They're concerned that if you lost this election, you wouldn't concede again. What do you say?
I think they're crazy. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it.
Do you think it's going to be a fair election?
And I think it's, well, so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper, watermark, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. You cannot, it's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat. And it costs you practically nothing to run. Think of it. We spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on these campaigns. You could do it for 8% of the cost and have accuracy, and we wouldn't have to be worried about when is Pennsylvania going to announce. It's really a shame.
Mr. President.
Last week, Howard Lutnick said that RFK Jr. would not be a JPL secretary. Does he speak for you?
Well, he knows exactly what, but that's only based on what RFK talked. I don't think RFK wanted that. You're talking about health and human services.
Yeah, he doesn't want that, he said?
Let me tell you, he's a great guy, RFK, and he's going to do pretty much what he wants as far as I'm concerned. He wants health for women, for men, for children, and I happen to agree with a lot of the things he says. The one thing I told him, and I've told you in speeches for the last 2 weeks, we got to keep him away from the liquid gold, because the liquid gold, we have more than any of it. It's called oil and gas. That one I'm going to handle.
But in your cabinet, would you want
Well, I'd be honored to have him. No, I haven't spoken to Howard about that, but if you think of it, he came in third, you know, in running for president, right? He ran a very good race. He had obstacles. The Democrats just really unfairly put obstacles up, and Henson Kennedy left the Democrat Party for the Republicans. But he's a very smart guy. He's a very caring guy. He's very popular, too. We get up and introduce him. The place goes wild. No, we love having him.
President Trump.
You know who else we love having? Elon. He's been great. And everybody. Look, everybody. Getting Joe Rogan last night and Megyn Kelly. We just have, this is very inclusive. This is a movement. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country.
President Trump.
And even you people, and some of you are fair sometimes, but it's the greatest movement in the history of our country, and I've made that statement 1,000 times. It's never been challenged. It is the greatest movement, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you all very much.
Mrs. Trump, did you vote for President Trump?
Was president, they did have it so much better. Look, I brought this just to illustrate how much Kamala Harris's inflation has cost us. This is $5,000 right here. This is 5 months of Kamala Harris's inflation. Every North Carolina family is paying this in additional grocery prices, in additional rent prices, in additional housing prices. And ask yourselves, how much bigger is this stack going to be with 48 months of Kamala Harris's leadership? The answer is it's going to be way too high. Now, meanwhile, Donald J. Trump would like to give every single American this in the form of a tax cut. So you got to ask yourselves. You got to ask yourselves, every 5 months, do you want Kamala Harris reaching in your wallet and taking this out? Or do you want a president of the United States who is going to give you more of your hard-earned money back and make it easier for you and your families to prosper? That's what's at stake for North Carolina. And I got a guy in the front here asking me to give it to him. And sir, we're not Democrats. We don't pay people to vote. Your reward for voting for Donald J. Trump is that your checking account's going to get bigger because we're going to pursue common sense economic policies that make us all more prosperous. That's how you're going to get richer, sir. But I can't blame you for trying. It's worth asking. Look, Kamala Harris, it's simple. Kamala Harris broke this economy and Donald J. Trump will fix it. Kamala Harris inherited an economy where we had 1.5% inflation, and over the last 4 years, her inflation has cost North Carolina families about $28,000. Kamala Harris inherited the safest and most secure border in the history of the United States of America, and in 4 years, we have seen the number of illegal aliens in this country grow to 25 million. Kamala broke the southern border, and Donald J. Trump will fix it. I don't know if you saw the jobs report a couple of days ago, but the American economy lost 28,000 private sector jobs. We lost 46,000 manufacturing jobs in just the last month. Kamala Harris broke the private sector economy, and Donald J. Trump is going to fix it. And of course, whether it's housing prices, whether it's mortgage interest rates, whether it's grocery prices, everything has gotten more expensive under Kamala Harris's leadership. So again, we have to ask ourselves, do we want a president who broke the economy, broke the border, broke your wallets, or do we want a president who has already fixed it and will fix it again when we give him an opportunity to govern? Now, here's the thing. I actually saw, I saw Tim Walz just a couple of days ago, my Democratic colleague who has to run around trying to convince the American people that Kamala Harris is fit to be President of the United States. We were on a tarmac in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we were about to hit the road and come to Arizona and then, of course, come back east where we're campaigning for the next couple of days. And, it occurred to me that I've had tough days at work, and I'm sure every single person in this room has had a tough day at work, but I bet none of you have ever had as tough as a day as Tim Walz does. Because think about this. Tim Walz has got to go around and convince the American people that Kamala Harris has the competence to be the President of the United States. I'm sure you've had a tough day at work. I don't know if it's ever been that bad. Tim Walz has got to go around the country and try to convince people that Kamala Harris, the sitting vice president, is somehow going to change and do something different over the next 4 years that she hasn't done over the last 4 years. Tim Walz has got to go convince people that Kamala Harris is going to be different than she has been. She's going to fix the problems
that her policies created. You know what I get to go around and do? I get to go around and talk about the fact that when Donald J. Trump was president, we had the fastest rising take-home pay in 40 years in the United States of America. I get to go around and talk about the fact that when Donald J. Trump left office, inflation was at 1.5%. Americans could afford the basic necessities of a good life. And I get to go around and talk about the fact that when Donald J. Trump was president, we were able to secure the southern border, and we told people who came here illegally into this country, go back home and come through the proper channels. We're not welcoming illegal immigration by the hundreds of thousands. That is the Donald Trump record, and that is the Donald Trump plan for our future. And it's funny.
This is fantastic. A very, very special hello to Pittsburgh. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible, and it is incredible. Is it incredible? This incredible Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hard-working American patriots and hard hats. People have no idea how smart they are. These are great people, let me tell you. I love them. I'd like to begin by asking a very, very simple and easy to understand question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Does anybody disagree? It's dangerous, don't do it. But over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala Harris has delivered soaring prices and economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and nation-destroying invasion on our southern border like nobody's ever seen before. She's actually a disaster. My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't. And we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, and indeed the whole world, to new heights of glory. And we'll help the world. A lot of people think we're isolationists. We're not. But we want the world to appreciate what we're doing. They have to appreciate that we're helping them. When we win election, only one day, oh, does that sound nice? One day from these senators and congressmen. We've been waiting 4 years. Oh, now it's what I've been saying. Only 1 year, 4 years for this. And disaster. Our country may never recover. Vote for me and I will deliver rising wages, soaring income, and a colossal surge of jobs, wealth, and opportunity for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed, every one of them. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper. So many people mention, I go in, so many people mention groceries, that beautiful but simple word, groceries. Sir, my groceries. You don't think of it that way, but that's what they mention more than anything, my groceries. Your paychecks will be higher, your streets will be safer and cleaner, your communities will be richer, and your future will be brighter than ever before. This will be the golden age of America. Just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, not far from where we are tonight, an assassin tried to stop our movement.
And this is the greatest political movement by far in the history of our country. Tried to stop it. But that brush with death did not stop us. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a frisky group. Many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people are saying that. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to save our country. But many people have said that. To every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want your vote. We are on the 5-yard line. I would actually say we're on the 1-yard line, if you want to really know the thing. And some of the, oh, that's a lot of fake news back there. Look at that. You know, for a person that they hate, they sure do show up, right? Man. That's a big group of people. Some are actually good and some are just absolutely terrible. All right, thank you for being here. It shows that ratings are more important than hatred. I've always said that. As your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. I will fight. Together we will save this country. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington, and America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. That's what it is. But we got to start immediately. It can't wait any longer. It's not going to be possible. This is all you really need to know. It's simple, not particularly beautiful as a statement, but very simple. It's Kamala broke it, I will fix it. Thank you. And I don't know if you know, but Kamala has a little rally going on. And when I say little, I mean little. It's a competing rally. It's not this giant place that's sold out. What a beautiful, this is a beautiful place. But, and it's quite embarrassing. It's all over the internet. She's screaming. And the people, it's about 100 people, they're not moving. They just want to go home, just be done with it. It's not quite this. You see the front row? You have a lot of front row Joes. We have more front row Joes here than she's got at her big rally. This was the big one. No, it's a whole hoax. She tried to get stars to come in, and they wouldn't do it, actually. She'd go and get Beyonce. No. Beyonce would come in. Everyone's expecting a couple of songs. And there were no songs. There was no happiness. It's just like, give me my check. I want to get out of here. But you always put the star. She should have learned this from Crooked Hillary. Always put the star after you.
That way the people stay. Finish your speech, let the star, and even if she doesn't sing, they booed like hell, but the press didn't play that. They booed both of them the hell out of the stadium. But you know what? Even though the act was terrible, it's like by that time you're out of the building, like Elvis had left the building. Elvis has left the building. Now it's terrible. They obviously forgot to get a star tonight, but we don't need a star. We don't need stars. I never had a star. No. We don't need a star. Just to bring it back into seriousness, we don't need a star because we have policy. We have great policy. We have great policy. No, we do have great policy. Look, they have horrible policy. They've got a machine that's incredible. They've got a vicious, horrible, horrible group of people, a machine where they can have open borders and let people pour into the country. They can have transgender operations at any age, anytime you want. They can be pushing men playing in women's sports, and because she's just a vessel, and Joe Biden was just a vessel, it's a group of very powerful people that are probably people that hate our country and they want to destroy our country. Somebody said, are they dumb? Well, who would have these? It's embarrassing when I say, we will keep men out of women's sports. I'm saying, can you imagine saying that 10 years ago? They'd say, this guy's cracked up. This guy's crazy. Who the hell's going to have men playing? Did you see the Olympic boxing where two people who transitioned? They transitioned from men to women and just a light jab. That was the end of that one. You know, a jab, for those that don't know, but that's just sort of like a defensive punch. And the young lady who's a champion walked back to the court. She was from Italy. Beautiful young lady, which I'm not allowed to say. You can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a beautiful young... In politics, you're not allowed to call a woman beautiful anymore. It's the end of your career. So please delete the word beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, 60 Minutes deleted the whole damn answer. What? So I'm allowed to do that, aren't I, Susan Wiles? But America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. Tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough, you can't take it anymore. She's the least talented person we've ever seen in government. She allowed our borders to be open. She's allowed bad things to happen. She allowed a man who was grossly incompetent to remain in the most important position of any country in the world when they're talking nuclear weapons and they're talking wars. And she still says, oh no, I didn't notice anything wrong. If she didn't notice anything wrong, then she's got a bigger problem than he has. So we don't like it, Kamala. We don't like what you've done. You're the worst vice president in history. He's the worst president in history. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. See, I consider all those guys back there with the big muscles, and it's not my thing, but I consider them really beautiful to me. They're beautiful people, and they are productive people. They make our country work and run. They built our country, they did. And then you had stupid politicians that let them down. And those companies got taken out of Pittsburgh and every place else, like you take candy away from a baby. But now we have the exact opposite. If we win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole thing. It's very simple. And I do believe it is, I say you have to make, I do believe it is too big to rig. I think it's too big to rig. They'll try. And they are trying, you know, though. It's too big to rig. This is a big movement. This is, you know, we did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happened. He turned out to be a brilliant candidate from his basement that nobody ever heard. No, this is that big, powerful, vicious party. No, that's a vicious machine. I mean, they can take all these bad ideas and win elections. It's like there's only way you could do that. One way. There's only one way. But you know what it did teach us? In one way it was good because it taught us how bad a communist philosophy is, how bad a Marxist philosophy, how bad all of this stuff is. And we'll really be able to get our country back the way it should be. It's much easier because you're going to realize how bad it is. It's just what's happening. When we go over the economy and the economic numbers over the last week, it's Herbert Hoover stuff, and I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover. Let me just tell you, the one president I didn't, and there was some that I wouldn't want to either, but in particular because I'm very good at business. I've always been good at business. They're starting to realize that. Those guys back, oh, they wanted me to be bad, so bad. But now they're saying, this guy's shit, man. He's made a lot. But listen, so, and if I'm not good enough, Elon Musk is good enough because he is working so hard. Elon with that rocket. Think of that rocket 2 weeks ago coming down and those engines are blasting. And I said, man, a few days ago it left. It was a beautiful crystal white. Now it's all like fire blazing. They know about that. Like it went through a steel furnace, by the way, but that's what it did. 10,000 degrees coming down at like 20,000 miles an hour. So think of it, a car's going 90, you're going, this is like 20,000 miles coming down, 22-story building. Then it stops, starts flipping around, starts finding this crazy site in the middle of it, wherever it was. And I told this story, I hope I don't bore you with it, but I had this guy on the phone. I told it at another rally, and I don't want to bore. Did anybody hear this story? Should I tell it again? It's quick. I hate to tell it again. I hate to double up, but this is sort of. So I'm talking to this guy, one of the most important people in the nation, in his mind, only in his mind. And because I was president, and they say most likely, like about a 96.2% chance. Well, we can't, look, we can't remember, if you remember 2016, I was given a 3% chance of winning. And then I won Florida, and it went to, think of it. So she was at 97, and I was at 3. Then she was at, I won Florida, she went down to 92. Then I won Georgia, then I won North Carolina, then I won South Carolina, then I ran the whole East Coast. And then people started going crazy. Remember the woman with the glasses and that big head of hair? She was screaming. I said to my beautiful wife, why is she screaming? We're going to make America great. Why is she screaming? But she was not too happy. I wonder whatever happened to that woman. She became famous. They were going crazy. Then she had a 55% chance. Then it was a 49%. They went crazy. But that was something. So based on what I'm hearing, he's at right now 4%. She's at 4%. And so we never want to take anything for granted. But we're really doing well. If you vote, here's the story. We have the ball. It's ours to win. The only thing I ask is that you go out and vote. Because if you vote, we're going to win. And believe the fake news when they say, this is going to be tight, this is right. It's really not tight. But they want to do that because they want to get ratings. They want everybody to watch. But you got to do this. You got to just forget those people because they don't tell the truth, okay? Just
No. Well, actually, I didn't even correct him because it's actually better if let everyone think it's going to be tight as hell. But whether it is or not doesn't matter. You have to go out and we have to swamp them. Everybody's got to vote. So over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon its people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border. This is a sovereign border. Unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, the toughest people there are. And I was here with a great group just the other night. I was in Penn State territory, and we had a packed room. We had a packed, not room, it was a stadium, the place. You know, I always like to say when I come to the arenas, how many times could we have sold it out? If you look at where we were in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, we had a brand new, gorgeous, big arena. We could have sold it out 10 times. I'm telling you, we could have sold out Madison Square Garden 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6. And I always view it that way, but we had situations where, and we put up videos of the vicious crimes. I don't put them up anymore. You know why? Because the fake news refuses to put them on. And I have friends call me, they love to watch the rallies. They can't get enough of them, and they're going, President, it's so terrible. You're speaking, and then you put up a video on a screen right behind you, and the fake news refuses to, all they have to do, they don't put it on television. They have the thing on every one of the stations, and you know, there's one that doesn't really treat us good, but people think they do. Nobody can figure that one out, I'm sure. They don't treat me good, but that's okay. But listen, they can't move the television. They can't move. All they have to do is take that camera and go like this, 1 inch over, 1 inch up, and you'd be able to see the screens, but you can't see them. So I don't really bother with it anymore. It's a terrible thing, We have to get them to straighten out, because I think without a free and fair press, it's very hard to do what we want to do. It's a very hard thing. Very hard thing to do. But they're allowing people to come in from insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. They're stealing our jobs, and they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of people, much more than you're reading about. The day I take office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. Oh, those Penn State guys, I wanted them to wrestle the migrants. I told, you know, the UFC, Dana White, they killed me in this. I told Dana, you know, to set up your League of Champions, unbelievable, best fighters in the world, and a migrant league. At the end, I want the migrant to go against the champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these guys are. But I don't know. I doubt that. I tell you, I felt very comfortable with those big Penn State wrestlers. Think of that. They won. I mean, how good is this coach? They won, in the last 13 years, they won 11 national titles. They won the title this year. And I had them up. I brought them up in the stage at Penn State. I was at Penn State. The place was packed. And I said to them, fellas, you may be like the only guys in the country that can beat the hell out of the migrants. It's true. They're the only ones that could beat the migrants in a fight. These are tough people. These are people who've been in jails. They're killers. They're murderers. The level of viciousness is unexcelled. And it's from all over the world, not just from South America. So we love being there. I was just 2 days ago. We love being there. We love seeing these young guys. These guys were great. But they won 11 out of 13 titles, and it's called Pennsylvania. Here we are, right? It's one of those things. They're pretty good. But we have to stop, because the United States is now an occupied country. We're an occupied. Can you imagine somebody getting up and making a statement? We are an occupied country. When you look at what's happening in Aurora, when you look at what's happening in all places, Springfield, how about Springfield, Ohio? We're an occupied country. And, you know, those are just the places you hear about. But they're taking over large sections of the country. Yeah, Colorado. Remember Colorado? They're the ones that started the movement, the governor, the weak, pathetic governor of Colorado. He's a radical leftist, and he's afraid of the people, the gangs from Venezuela. He's afraid of them. He's afraid to do anything. He's lost control of his state. But he was the one that wanted to have Trump taken off the ballot, even though I was leading all of the Democrats, all of the Republicans at the time. I was number one. And they went to the United States Supreme Court and got a 9-0 approval, but that Trump has the right to run for president. He wanted me off the ballot. And the people in Colorado, and you know who is more angry than the Republicans? The Democrats, the regular, not the politician Democrats. And they showed me with polls where I was leading in a state that normally, well, of course, you know, they have all mail-in voting, so, you know, you can't count too much on that. But if you didn't have, if God would come down from heaven, if God would come down and be the vote counter just for one night, he'd only take 1 second, because, you know, God works faster. God works faster, Megan, than anybody else I can imagine. Right? So we only need God for 1 second. He'll do the job. He'll do the job and he'll be gone. You'd see we'd win a lot of these places. California sends out 38 million ballots. They send them out all over the place. They come back. Nobody knows what the hell is happening. Some people get 8 ballots, some people get 5, and some only get 2 or 3. And I went to California. We had a rally. We had 107,000 people show up. I said, there's no way I would lose. And I do well with Hispanics. A poll just came out. I'm at 56% with Hispanics compared to this woman who was at 36%. How about that? I think the Green Party got more than she did. I love the Green Party. Jill Stein, this may be I never met her, but she may be one of my favorite politicians. But it will soon be, think of it, we're an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. It's not going to be an occupied country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in the history of our country. And I don't want to do that. I'm not looking to do that. I think it's terrible to do, but we have no choice. These are murderers. 13,099 put out by the Border Patrol, who, by the way, 2 weeks ago gave me the best endorsement you've ever seen. They said, I'm the greatest president in American history. And I said, does that include George Washington and Abraham Lincoln? Yes, sir, it does. When they say that, they're all in, right? Better than Lincoln or Washington, who would have thought? I wonder what my parents say up there. Hi, Mom. I know my mother's up there. My father's a little bit, it's in dispute. He would be up there. He was a strong guy, but he was a good guy. But I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? We're talking about, these are military invasions without the uniforms. That's all it is. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can. And to expedite removals of the Tren Aragua gang and the MS-13 gangs, equally as vicious. You know, MS-13 took 2 beautiful teenage girls walking to school in Long Island. For some reason, we took them out by the thousands. ICE. She wants to defund ICE. ICE. They're tough as hell, and they're also people that love our country. They took 2 young girls, and they sliced them into pieces as they were walking They sliced them into, they didn't shoot them because that's too quick. They sliced them up and left them dead. Two young, beautiful girls walking to school. And ICE did their business. ICE went in and took care of them. But can you imagine? And now she wants to defund ICE. Let's defund ICE. No, these are rough people. These are bad people. I will invoke, and this is how far we had to go back, because in those days they didn't play games. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Right? And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. And I am going to immediately do something that nobody's ever heard before. And I've wanted to do it for a long time, but I don't want these guys to do it because they won't do it properly. We will immediately stop the drugs pouring across our border. We lose 300,000 people. You don't lose 90. They've been saying 90, 90, 90. We lose 300,000. Everybody in this room knows people that were devastated. Their children mostly, but the parents too, they die. Fentanyl, they put a piece, take a pin, put a little tiny piece of fentanyl on the top of that pin, and that can kill 5 people. Put a little bit more, it can kill the entire town. This is what we're dealing with. Everybody I know is losing sons, children to fentanyl. We lose not 100,000, we lose probably much more than 300,000. So essentially that's a war, right? That's a war. We don't lose that many soldiers if you're in wars. So we lose 300,000 people a year to drugs entering from Mexico. And if they don't stop this poison from flooding into our country, and they can stop it by not accepting it from China, and I'm doing the same thing with China, we're going to tariff the hell out of them. And Mexico, you know, people are surprised to hear this. Mexico is our largest trading partner. And if we put even a small tariff on, like 10, 15%, you're talking about tens of billions of dollars, and they're not going to want to have that long. And they're strong. They can stop it if they want. They can do it if they want. They'll probably have to make a deal with the cartels, because the cartels totally run Mexico, totally. It's terrible things are happening in Mexico. But we're going to put a tariff on Mexico if they don't immediately stop sending that horrible stuff into this country. And likewise, we're doing it with China. If China doesn't stop, you know, I had a deal with President Xi. He was going to give the death penalty, because in China they give the death penalty. When I first met, and I had a great relationship until COVID, until I call it the China virus. I'd like to be more accurate. I had a great deal and a great relationship with President Xi. Really great. He came to Mar-a-Lago. We spent a lot of time. We had a very good relationship. He's a strong man. He's a fierce person. You know, people said, "What's he like?" He's fierce. There's nobody in Hollywood that could play his role, believe me. And I say that with respect. But I said to him, "You're killing a lot of people by sending fentanyl into our country." I said, "How many people do you lose a year with drugs?" "No, nobody." I said, "What do you mean nobody?" No, we have no problem with drugs. Why? We have a quick trial. What is a quick trial? I mean, I know what a quick trial is. What is a quick trial? If we catch a drug dealer, we bring him to a quick trial. He said, "We bring him to a quick trial." And they're almost always found guilty. And then we send the bullet home to the family, and the family must pay us for the bullet. Can you believe this? This is a little different than our country. In our country, they'd lawyer up, they'd be going to trial for 30 years. But they have no drug, they have zero drug problem. And I said, I want you to do me a favor. And we made a deal. You're killing our people. And that's going to end up in bad things for you, really bad for you. Not for you. Can't get any worse for us. I said, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to give the same death penalty to those people that are sending fentanyl into the United States. And if you don't do that, I'm going to tariff the hell out of your shit coming into the United States. And guess what? He agreed to do it. We had an agreement, and then we had a very bad election, horrible election. Think of the difference, how different our country would be. You wouldn't have had the fentanyl problem. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't have had inflation because they did that by screwing around with my energy. We had energy at $1.84. It was $1.87. It was corrected by the federal government. I was at $1.84. We had all of these things. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel. All those people would be alive today. The hostages, most of whom are no longer living. Think of it. Russia would not have attacked. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. But Israel wouldn't have happened because Iran was broke. I said, you can't buy any oil from Iran. Anybody that buys oil from Iran can't deal in the United States. We don't do business with you. China stopped it. I told that to President Xi. If you buy oil, they were the primary customer. If you buy 1 barrel of oil, 1 barrel from Iran, you're not doing any business with the United States. We'll go cold turkey, which some people like anyway. And you know what? They said, all right, they didn't. Nobody did. I said that to 45 different countries. They weren't selling anything. They were essentially broke. They wanted to make a deal so badly. And then we had that bad election, that horrible, disgusting, worst thing that ever happened to the country was that election. And I left, and they didn't follow up the deal that I made. And the fentanyl is now pouring into Mexico at numbers, and more people are dying, and it comes across this open border, and we're taking in more drugs, human smuggling, all women, setting records. Bring up my all-time favorite chart, if it's possible to find. Where is that all-time favorite? So the red arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest. It's done by the Border Patrol, not by me. It looks like something done by me, doesn't it? But that was my last day in office. Look at the red arrow. That was the lowest that we've ever had. Drugs, it includes drugs, but drugs and human trafficking, but mostly illegals coming into the United States of America. Look at that number. And it would have gone down. All they had to do is leave it alone, leave the people we had, Brandon Judd, all these great people. Tom Homan was consulting me. And all these great people, that's all they've done in their life, and we had it down to a science. The drugs were coming in at the slowest rate. But we had illegals almost stopped. By now they would have been literally stopped. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show they can love our country. They have to show that they didn't murder 7 people along the way. But that's the lowest point, and I love that chart. Even if it was bad numbers, which is not, but even if it was horrible numbers, I would love that chart so much. That chart was right over there. It never was over there, and it was never over there because I always do this toward the end of a speech, not the beginning. I looked over there at that chart, and I said, what the hell was that? Me, yeah. So that was pretty amazing, but you know, I do want to tell you one quick story. So I'm in Detroit, and Mexico is getting rather rough with us in terms of trade. We're not going to take it. We don't have to take it. We have a good trade deal, but you know, nobody knows how to use it because they're stupid people. And Mexico is doing things that aren't good. And you know, China's using Mexico as a subchapter S corporation practically. China's putting a lot of money into, you know, they're running things pretty good, and they're going to build the largest auto plant. I was making a speech at the Detroit Economic Club, but a year and a half ago, it looked like I was going to run, and I wanted to go see an auto plant because we're getting screwed on autos. I mean, everyone's moving their plants over. Actually, Elon built a big plant in Texas. Okay, we like it. All right? Elon built a very big plant in Texas. We got to give credit. We love Elon. He gave me another of the greatest. You know where he is right now? He's in another part of your state. He is now in Pennsylvania campaigning for Donald Trump because he thinks it's the single most important thing. And you know, he said something to me that was interesting, because nobody knows computers. That rocket I was telling you about, the way it laid down, he said that's all computers operating the engines. The engines are the easy part. He said the computers, it's tremendous computerization, the way it just shifted it over, so beautiful. But I said to him, what do you think about, because he really is watching this whole voting process. And he said, you know, computers are the greatest. He looked at some that were just shipped in, some of these vote counting computers. He knew it before it even came in the door. He looked like at the back of it. Oh, I know that one. I mean, he knows he knows this stuff better than anyone. And he actually said, and this is for the good of everybody. It's the good of mankind, essentially. If you look at France, if you look at all these, they had their mail-in voting. They all gave it up. Nobody does like we do. And Gavin Newsom, look at Gavin Newsom. So now not only is voter ID no good, if you're an official and you ask somebody for voter ID, I'd like to see your voter ID, you have committed a criminal act. Do you believe it? The mere asking, he just signed the bill. That's right, Megan, isn't it? The mere asking, this guy just signed the bill, and an official says, I'd like to see your voter ID. He's guilty of a crime. This is crazy. And there's only one reason they want to do that, because they want to cheat. But Elon Musk said to me, I hope I'm allowed to say this. I think I am, because one thing, he's out there. He's a guy, he just wants the truth. He's an incredible guy. And he said, computers aren't meant for this kind of stuff. He said, there's only one thing you can do. He's the most sophisticated guy in the world when it comes to computerization. He said, the only thing you can do is paper ballots, same-day voting. You know, paper is very sophisticated. Watermark. It's very sophisticated. Paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting, not 10 days where you say, oh, let's move these boxes from that room to this room because we're going to fix the air conditioning. And then the boxes never get put back, and you say, what happened to those boxes? Oh, no, one-day voting. He said. And he said also proof of citizenship. You know, it'd be nice. Very simple. And you'll have your answer as to who won and who lost by 10 o'clock in the evening. Nobody's going to dispute. France had it, 37 million votes. And we knew who won and who lost at 9:30 in the evening. That's the time that they said. Do you know that I'm hearing that stories that they may take 12 days extra to count the ballots? And bad things happen when you do that, although today we won a very good case in Georgia, where the judge ruled that no, they're not allowed to have unlimited extensions for the votes to come in. That's what I was. We have unlimited extensions. We just found 100,000 votes just poured in from the. Now we got to straighten out. You know, it won't affect me after this. We have to do it. We have to win the old-fashioned way and then fix it. But we have to fix it. We can't allow this to happen. And remember, the states are essentially an agent, if I can use that term, but they're an agent of the federal government. The states are doing the collecting, so to speak. And they have to take their orders from the federal government. And how can you do this where they say it's going to take days long? You have all this equipment. The other thing is, if you go to a paper system, it'll cost you 8% of what all of this fancy machinery costs. But Elon said that there is no computer in the world that can't be broken into very easily by somebody that's computer smart. I have a son at home, Barron. I said, people love Barron. They love Barron. They love Barron. I say, Barron, you're always on your computer. I think you have to learn it at a young age, actually.
Baron, you're always on your computer. You gotta stop. You gotta do other things. Yes, Dad. Yes, Dad. Sure. Sure, Dad. Don't be wise. Look, I'm gonna turn this thing off. Okay, Dad. Try it. So I turn it off, Dad. I turn it off. It's locked. It's done. I have a number on it. He calls me 45. Come here, Dad. Take a look. No, these kids are genius, I'm telling you. He's a wise guy, smart one. And do I have good kids? I have to just... Are my kids here? Where are my kids? They're around here. They're around here. Get them out here. I think I want to bring them up. 4 years. Because they've been with us, and Baron's home, and he's watching this. He's watching. He's a little young. He's watching. They love Baron, huh? We love Baron. And Ivanka's great. She watches. She loves this whole thing. She loves it. She loves you. She loves it. She loves the whole thing. But I just thought, you know, it's sad because we've been doing this for 9 years. We've had hundreds of rallies, hundreds. Actually, numbers that are not even conceivable. I've heard 800, 900, I don't know, but we don't even count them. And they're all like this. They're all these magnificent, magnificent rallies. And this is the last one I'm going to have here. And I have one left, the whole thing. And remember, the rallies are the most exciting thing. There'll never be rallies like this. You know, you're going to have some leading candidate come in 4 years, and honestly, if they're successful, they'll have 300 or 400 people in a ballroom someplace. This is never going to happen again. It happens every single time. And it's never happened in the world. There's never been. This is a movement that's never happened, and it's going to be a movement that's going to save our country. It's going to be a movement that's going to save. But it's sad in terms of we'll never have this, but we'll have other get-togethers. And in a way, all what we're doing, all these years of work, and, you know, we started off with that very bad situation 4 years ago, and it was so sickening to wait 4 years. And if I didn't do so well, I did so much better the second time than the first. I wouldn't have done this if I took in less votes. We took in close to 12 million more votes. I mean, Barack Hussein Obama, he didn't do that. He got far less votes the second time, and he won. And he's a major divider. I watched him the other night. I mean, he's a very divisive guy. I've always said that. He is a very divisive guy. And his wife, I've always been so nice. Ooh, she was hitting me. She was hitting me, Michelle. She was hitting me. That wasn't nice. I've always been nice, but they're dividers, I'll tell you right now. We're not going to stand. Dividers are no good. He's a highly overrated man, I'm telling you that. But he's a divider. I watched him with this crap where he's trying to get her in. He's the one that pushed her in the first place, and look what happens. I mean, I hope it happens, because if it doesn't happen, this country's in big trouble. But we've been doing this now for 9 years, and we had a great first term. We rebuilt our military. We cut taxes. More than any president in history, including Ronald Reagan, who did a big tax cut. We cut more regulations. We developed an open space force through the Congress, and I think that's going to go down. First time in 82 years that last one was the Air Force. We did that. I mean, think of all the different things that we did. We were respected all over the world. China respected us. Everybody respected us. There was no laughing at your leader. They came up with all these hoaxes, Adam Schiff and all this scum that we have in this country. They're scum. And they knew it was a hoax. And they tried to put this guy who didn't know anything about Russia, they tried to put him in jail, Adam Schiff, conceived of the story. Think of it. Adam Shifty Schiff, one of the truly unattractive people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the largest head and the smallest neck. He's got a neck that's about 4 inches around. He's got a watermelon on top of it. But he's not a stupid person, but he's an evil kind of person. And he's likely going to be a senator, unfortunately. But I mean, this scum is going to be a senator. So their movement carries on, but our movement carries on too. As long as ours carries on. No, he's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. Do you think he can play football for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I don't think so. One shot, and there goes the whole thing would fall apart. One little shot. One tiny tap like that, boom, falls off. No, but bad. But think of how bad this is. I don't want to put him on the spot, but this kid went through hell on a story that they knew was made up. Russia, Russia, Russia hoax. And I saw Schiff come out of an intelligence meeting or something. He's not supposed to even do this, but he goes out in his press and he says, Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail for what he's done with Russia. Right? And I said, whoa. I said, what's this all about? So I call him up. I said, Don, what's going on? I said, Dad, I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't do anything. He went before grand juries. He went before what they did to this guy was, and you know what? I think he became tougher because of it. Maybe too tough. I think he's too tough, Sarah. I don't like it. He's too tough. They've made my son too tough, Mike. But he's a great guy, and he's a good person, and they put him through hell. But think of it. What person, and Hillary was in there, they spied on my campaign. It's now proven. Spied on my campaign. The Russia, Russia, Russia thing with Mueller, you saw Mueller's performance in Congress, right? He didn't know anything. We were totally exonerated. But for 2 years, this guy went through hell. He went through hell. He had nothing to do with Russia. He didn't know anything about it. They went through millions of phone calls. They didn't find one phone call to Russia. It was a hoax. But think about how bad you have to be. We're going to put the son of the President of the United States in prison for what he's done with Russia. And he knows it was a hoax because he conceived of the hoax along with Crooked Hillary and the rest of them. And Obama, in my opinion. No, but think of it. He conceived of a hoax, and he wants my son to go to prison. That is human scum, I'm sorry. And he'll probably go on to be a senator, and that's okay, because we have blocked them. Everything we've done, we've won against, but they are bad people. You know, if they put that genius toward making our country great, boy, would we have fun. We would have fun together. But I don't know if they're capable of doing that. It'd be great if we could bring everybody together. The time we came together is just previous to COVID. We had the most successful country ever in history. We were doubling up in China. They were paying us billions of dollars. No other president took in anything. And you know what was happening? Everybody had jobs. African American, Asian American, everybody. Asian, the Hispanics. Look at me with Hispanics. They remember that period 4 years, 5 years ago. But everybody was successful. Men, women, people that went to MIT, Harvard, and Wharton, and people that didn't have a degree. Everybody was doing better than they've ever done before. People that never graduated from high school. And I'll tell you what was happening is I was getting calls from people that I would say are the radical left, but people that were definitely very far left, and people wanted to start meeting. There was a whole thing. This country was coming together, and then we got hit with something that nobody knew what the hell it was, although I did say it was from the Wuhan lab. I was right about that. And bad things happened, and we actually did a great job. Never got the credit for that. We got the credit for what we did with the economy. for what we did. We rebuilt the entire U.S. military, and we knocked the hell out of ISIS. It took them, they were fighting ISIS for 18 years. It took me 4 weeks to get rid of them, right? 4 weeks. So, 4 weeks to get rid of them. But I will tell you, and I just say this because so many people say, is there any way to unify the country? And I used to sort of say, no, look, we want to have walls, we want to have borders, and they don't. I think it has to just be explained. I think that's an easy one. They want the men and women sport things. You know, I've been a politician for now, I can't believe I say that, but 9 years. I've had a lot of people come up and say, well, what about taxes? What about this? Nobody's ever said, sir, it's really important to allow men to play in women's sports. I've never had anybody say it. Nobody's come up to me and said, you know, on the transgender thing, sir, it's very important to my family that you get that. I mean, these things are crazy. And yet on television, that's all they talk about. That's all they talk about. But we're going to turn this country. The bottom line is, it was really starting to come together. Then we got hit. We got to fix that. Think of it. And when I turned it back over, the stock market was higher than it was just previous to COVID coming. And think of it. Amazing. We handed them something beautiful, and they blew it. They blew it right out the window. It's terrible. They blew it, and now we're going to end up in a depression, frankly, if you look at the numbers that we are going to present in a second. But I just want to thank my kids because they are great kids, and they have been with me from the beginning. They've been with me right from the beginning. And I thought I should do that because we go to Michigan tonight, and we do one final. We'll do 4 tonight, but we go to Michigan, and I really thought I should recognize my children. So this is the second to last one. That's sad, because we've been together. I mean, look at these people, the front row Joes, the North Carolina women, the whole thing. We have people that have come to hundreds of the rallies, and we all love it. And you know, they all love the country. Everyone they don't come to our rallies if they don't love the country, just because they wouldn't do it. But but here's the only thing in closing. We have done these rallies, and they were only done for one purpose, to put us in a position that we can be put in tomorrow to fix our country, because the rallies, otherwise it's just nice entertainment. So all of these rallies that we've had for years now, they're done to put us, and you know, after that last horrible situation, and so many bad things happened, China was immediately allowed to go buy oil, and Iran has hundreds of billions of dollars now. They had nothing. They were broke, and so many other things happened, and it's really sad. But we were put in a position with these rallies where, I can't tell you yet, but I mean, we're certainly on the 2 or 3 yard line, and the only way we can blow it is if you blow it. I've given you the ball. I mean, you got to go and vote. You got to vote. And if they vote, Susie, right? If they vote, it's over. And they know it. They know it. They know it. They've already pulled out of a couple of states, you know, states like, the word is they pulled out of North Carolina. They cut all their ads. They're using the money someplace else. I even heard they ran out of money. They don't have any money with all the money they raise. And they get a lot of it from unions and this and that. Even though some of the guys were telling me, the steelworkers, they say the steelworkers are with you, just the top guys aren't. Because you know what? I don't even blame them. It's a habit. So many years, 50, 60, 70 years, they support the Democrats, like a habit. But they're going to do a lot better with me. I want to tell you one quick story because it has to do with these people, because I want to save their jobs, whether it's auto workers or steel workers. So China, I have a friend who's the best and the biggest auto factory builder in the world, I guess. Very big, very good, very capable guy, John. And I see him and we're talking. about a year ago, and he said, yeah, we're building some big, oh, good, I want to see, we're building some big auto factories. Great, I want to see one. When can we go? I want to take a look, because, you know, I'm thinking about running pretty hard, and that's a big thing. We got to save Michigan, we got to save Detroit. Detroit's got big problems, but just generally the car industry, right? It's a big industry, we want to be at the top. So I want to see one of the factories. Okay, good. We're going to go down to Mexico. I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. I want to look at it. No, we don't build the big ones over here. What do you do? He said, it's just, we don't. It just doesn't work that way. So he said, as an example, we're building a really big one in Mexico right near the border. I said, who's the owner or the principal? He said, China. So China's building a massive auto, massive. He said, it'll produce probably more cars than the state of Michigan produces, when you think, you know, because they have smaller plants, they're all over the place. Some of them are very old. I said, that's bad. That's going to kill Michigan. It's going to kill Detroit. It's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and various other places that are involved. That's really bad. This is a big, yeah, they're going to build more. And I thought about it, and about 2 months ago, I let it be known that I'm going to put tariffs on all the cars that they're going to be selling us into the United States. And I let it be known that the tariffs will be about 100%, and 100% tariff on any car that's made in these factories in Mexico, probably any car coming in from Mexico. Remember, I'm going to put tariffs. This is a big thing. I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. If they don't straighten out this drug, it's their problem. They're coming through Mexico, and Mexico's accepting this fentanyl, and I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. Every damn thing that they sell into the United States is going to have like a 25% tariff until they stop drugs from coming in. And let me tell you something. Those drugs will stop so damn fast that your head will spin. And I'm not playing games. I'm going to do, and I'm doing the same thing to China. If they want to sell Mexico fentanyl at levels that nobody, it's going crazy right now what they're doing. You know, at least we fought it like hell, and we did relatively successful. You can never, I mean, they put it in hubcaps of cars. It's tough. It's all over the place. It's genius, some of these devices they come up with. But I've told China, you want to sell, we're going to have a good relationship with China, hopefully. I want to have a good relationship. But you sell fentanyl into the United States through Mexico, we're putting a 25% or so tariff on until such time as you stop doing it. And they're not going to do it for long, because that is a massive penalty. And we don't have to fight. We don't have to fight with guns. You know, I had no wars. I stopped wars. I stopped two countries from fighting each other that have nothing to do with us. You can ask Rick Grinnell, who did a great job for us, and you can ask, you can ask Mike Pompeo, he's here. I stopped countries from fighting wars that had nothing to do with us. Just say, listen, fellas, you've been killing each other for 1,000 years. If you keep, and they both did business with the United States and made money. I said, if you keep fighting like this, you're killing people. Lots of people are dying. That's all I cared about. I didn't care where they're from, but people are dying. Good people are dying because these leaders are stupid. And so I said, if you keep doing it, I'm putting a 50% tariff on everything that you do business with the United States on. I'm talking to two countries. They call me up the next day together. We have resolved our differences. It didn't help me, but you know what? I saved a lot of lives. So getting back to the auto plant, because, you know, I may be the greatest weaver of all time. But what happens, only brilliant people can do that. Stupid people can't do it because they get lost. Where am I? So the stories are very boring. They have to go right down like this, right down to the bottom. They can't weave it all, but I can weave and tell you all these stories. And they're all related, and in some cases not too much, 10%, but 10% is enough. So getting back to where we started. So I see John, I'm at the Detroit Economic Club last week, had a great people. And I see John sitting in the audience right where that big strong guy is with the label in his jacket, right there, you with a hat on, big powerful guy. He's much more powerful physically than John, I can guarantee you that. But I see John sitting right there, and I'm making a speech. I want to see John. I want to get this speech over with. I want to find out what the hell's happening with that plant. But I had told everybody that if they build that plant, I'm putting a 100% tariff on every car that stupid plant makes, because they're looking to hurt our country. And I did that and then sort of forgot about it. But now I see John. I say, do me a favor, that guy sitting over there, please bring him backstage after I'm finished speaking. They bring him backstage. I say, hi, John, how's that plant going where China's going to spend all that money to build a big plant that's going to hurt the United States and kill its auto industry? He said, sir, I was notified last week that they've given up the plant. They're not going to build it. They think you're going to win. And if you win, they think it's going to be a very bad experience for them. They're going to lose their show. And that's what happened. And I stopped it. And those guys back there, I took some pictures with a few of them, and they were hugging and kissing me. I said, get off me. Look at the size of those arms over there. They never kissed a man in their life. But you know why? Because I put tariffs on China dumping steel in the United States, and every one of those guys is working now. Right? And they're all working now, and their steel plants are open. And I was just starting. So they like Trump. The rank and file loves Trump. The other guys are sort of like, there's something strange going on. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't want the other guys. I just want these guys. I'll tell you, the Teamsters supported Trump, 62%. And they have a great leader. They have a great leader in the Teamsters, right, Steve? Sean O'Brien is a great leader, but he just took a neutral, and I think that's good. But he took a neutral position. But they took a vote with the Teamsters, and the Teamsters voted for us, and the firemen voted for us. I mean, everybody's voting for us. And I like union, I like non-union, I like everything. Depends where you are, but the unions have been amazing. But the steel unions, they were all going to go out of business. If I didn't put those tariffs on, there wouldn't be one steel plant in this country open, and that's a business, right? And that's a business we need. Look, I'm going to keep us out of World War III. We're not going to have World War III. But if we ever had, steel is a business you have to have. If we ever had a war, you need steel. War with China. Oh, do you think they'll keep selling us steel? I don't think so. We need more steel from China as we attack China. These people are crazy. So that's one of the reasons I like those guys. And it was a 50% tariff, and I would have lifted it higher, but they practically stopped. And all these steel mills are open today because of what I did. There wouldn't be a steel mill in the country. And these guys didn't have the guts. They would have never had the guts to do it. So 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for the American workers and the auto workers, all workers. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. We've got to get the prices down, and we will. When we bring the energy way down, the prices are going to come down. It's very simple. It's not that complicated. When they took over energy and they made it like they're going to close up everything, the prices of energy went up, and that drives it. It's so big, energy, it's so powerful. And we have more than any other country, but we don't use it. Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history with only 12,000 jobs that were created. We used to hearing 250,000 jobs. It wasn't as good as we anticipated. 12,000 jobs. That's like Walmart. Think of it. Oh, Walmart deals in those numbers. This is a country. But listen to these numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month. And most of the hiring is done by government jobs, so it's easy. You just tell the government to hire some more people to keep your numbers up. But they're not the jobs you want. You want the jobs like the people standing behind me. And listen, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs were wiped out. And these are government numbers. These are not Trump numbers. This is not Trump. This is government. We get it right off the tabs. They were wiped out. 100 jobs, manufacturing jobs, were lost since the start of this year. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force over a very short period of time. Just think, a few months ago, they had fraudulently claimed, these people are crooks, they had fraudulently claimed that they had 818,000 jobs created. And it was a fraud. And what happened is they wanted it because that was such a big number that it made the jobs picture not look great, frankly, because they're so far down. But it looked okay. It wasn't like a story. You know, they had a normal thing. So they created a fake 818,000 jobs, and they thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election. They wanted to get away with it right through the election, and then announce a week after the election that they're going to revise the numbers. How would you like to be me? And that happened. When I heard this, I looked up, I said, thank you, God. Thank you very much. Because, now, how would you like to be me and have a phony, well, I sort of had that the last time, in all fairness, with all the phony crap, but how would you like to be me and let's say I didn't win because the economy looked like it was doing okay, and then you see that they fraudulently put down almost 1 million jobs on the rolls, and then they announced that we're going to revise the numbers downward. But they also did something else, because they just revised past jobs report down by an estimated 112,000 fake jobs. So that's almost 1 million fake jobs, and the press doesn't want to write about it. But Megyn Kelly will write about it and talk about it, and others will, but they have to know about it. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the United States of America has gone only to migrants. Migrants have occupied 100%. And these are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading. If she's elected, that's where we're heading. If she's elected, this is a depression. This is a 1929, and there was nothing worse than that. This is in 1990s where it was not good, but fine. This is a 1929 where people were jumping off buildings. This is a 1929. It took 25 years to recover from that mess. And I always said, I said it before, the one president I don't want to be under any circumstances is Herbert Hoover. And that was done by bad tax policy simultaneously with lifting all sorts of other things that made it impossible for people. A lot of mistakes were made. But it took 20 to 25 years to recover, and I don't want that happening. And that's going to happen with her. She doesn't have a clue. She doesn't have a clue. And, you know, I just mentioned a name, but a woman who I saw the other night on television just ripped some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing... Come up! Come up here, Megan. She ripped a guy apart.
Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy? At his age, I'm ready to go to sleep over there. He's got another rally to go to till tonight. Let me tell you, first of all, one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, one of the many reasons I wanted to come here. When I launched my show 4 years ago, we had Mark Cuban on the program. You know, yeah. May seem he was in the news this week. And he started going on about how bad America's race history was and how ashamed he was of America, and that's why he was at all these protests, and he felt it was really important to stand up and speak out about human rights violations. And then it got awkward when I asked him about all the money he was taking from China. And then he dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and I thought, I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again. I won't take up much of your time, but I do want to tell you the main reasons I am voting for Donald Trump. Number one, immigration. He mentioned it. And people like Laken Riley. I'll be thinking about her tomorrow all day. 22 years old, killed in Georgia, a young nursing student by an illegal. I'll be thinking about Jocelyn Nungare, 12 years old, in Texas, murdered by 2 Venezuelan illegals. President Trump closed the border. Kamala Harris opened it by choice. It wasn't accidental. She said it would be humane. That's what she and her boss believed. Tell it to Lake and Riley's family. There was nothing humane about it. He closed it. They opened it. It was an intentional choice, and there's no reason not to believe they won't do it again. The boys should not be in the girls' sports. The boys should not be in the girls' bathrooms. The boys should not be in the girls' locker rooms. Peyton McNabb, North Carolina sophomore in high school, slammed so hard in the face by a volleyball hit at her by a boy pretending to be a girl, she suffered traumatic brain injury and permanent paralysis. Kamala Harris looks at her and says, "Be kind. Suck it up." And that's what's right. Why do our girls have to face brain damage in order to be kind to boys who want to invade their sports? And by the way, they are going into the women's prisons. She changed the law in California to make sure the taxpayers would pay for their sex change operations. She was not just following the law, she changed the law. President Trump will stop it. He got mocked by the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports and where they don't belong. And you know what else? One more thing. He will look out for our boys, too. Our forgotten boys and our forgotten men. Guys like you. Guys like these guys who've got the calluses on their hands, who work for a living with the beards and the tats, who maybe have a beer after work and don't want to be judged by people like Oprah and Beyonce, who will never have to face the consequences of her disastrous economic policies. These guys will. He gets it. President Trump gets it. He will not look at our boys like they're second-class citizens. And ladies out there who want a bit of girl power in this election, let me tell you something. How can you win when the sons and the husbands and the brothers and the dads you love are losing? It's not a win. We care, young women and older, about the lives of our children, the safety of our children. And we need not get so obsessed with what happens when they're in the womb that we forget about taking care of them once we're here and they're loved. Last point, what I don't want, what I don't think you want, is the left's version of masculinity. You see that ad they did about Trump voters trying to encourage women to lie to their husbands so that they could vote for her instead of Trump? That's their version of what marriage looks like. An overbearing husband who bullies his wife into saying she voted one way as opposed to an honest, open relationship. Oh wait, I'm talking about Kamala and Doug. Okay, sorry. Where was that story in the news? Where was that story? I don't remember a single media person, not one, who sat with him, asked him about the abuse allegations against him by a successful professional attorney who has great details, who has receipts, who has witnesses. No one even asked about it. I'm not into their version of toxic masculinity or new masculinity. I prefer the old version. Them, all of you, and I prefer a president who understands how to be strong and how to fight. I hope all of you do what I did last week. Vote Trump and get 10 friends to vote Trump too.
Unbelievable. Thank you. Wow. Whoa. Oh, wow. I have some more big news, Megan. I'm just getting this right now. So somebody that's very, very respected asked me to do his show 2 weeks ago, and I said, why not? And to me, it's very big because he's the biggest there is, I guess, in that world by far. Somebody said the biggest beyond anybody in a long time. And his name is Joe Rogan, and he's never done this before. And it just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that right? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that, so. And he tends to be a little bit more liberal than some of the people in this room. No, I had a lot of fun, and he was amazing, and it was a 3-hour interview. In fact, I was 2 hours late for a rally that we had. I had explained that a little bit, and it was cold out that night. We flew, but we had to make it. We were more than 2 hours late, and they understood. I said, I just was interviewed by a very interesting guy, and he just kept going on. They called it a long form, and it could have gone a lot longer, but he was great. And he's not a person that does endorsements, but he did an endorsement. So I just want to thank Joe Rogan. That's fantastic. And Megan, thank you very much. That was something. That's really something. Also with us tonight is the man that I hope is going to be your next senator. He's a winner. He's tough. He's smart. He loves your state. He loves your Commonwealth, and he will take this Commonwealth to new heights. He's just a spectacular guy, Dave McCormick. And Dave, I think, stand up, Dave. I think I looked at a poll before, and I think you're doing very well. He's against a survivor. The guy is a survivor. He's a lousy senator, doesn't do a thing. Do you think he's talking about fracking? That guy talks about fracking. He's not letting fracking get it disturbed in any way, shape. We'll double up the fracking and the jobs and everything else. She's totally against, but everything in his life he's done has been successful. He was tremendously successful in college. He was a really good athlete. He was a wrestler, but I think the Penn State guys probably could have taken him. What do you think, huh? What do you think? I think maybe, but you never know, right? You never really know. There could be an upset in the making. But he's been successful at everything. He went to Wall Street, became one of the most important people on Wall Street. And I just want to say that I hope you vote for him. He's going to be a great, great senator. The Commonwealth will be happy. You'll view it as a terrific vote. And think of it, it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow. We have another man who's a great senator from Tennessee. I love Tennessee. You know why I love him? For a lot of reasons, but we won by 31% last time. We didn't have to do this late night stuff with Pennsylvania, but I think Pennsylvania, I think we're going to have a big number in Pennsylvania too, but I want to thank you, Senator. Bill Haggerty, please. Thank you, Senator. Good-looking senator, too. There's something about that. And you have we have so many celebrities here, it's incredible. But, Bill, thank you very much. Good. Mike Pompeo, please stand up. Mike. He lost all that weight. He's so thin now. Looks good. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it very much. And we have members of Congress that are warriors. These guys have been fighting with me, meaning fighting with me in the proper way, not the bad way. And they're incredible people. John Joyce, Mike Kelly, G.T. Thompson, Guy Reschenthaler. These are terrific people. And somebody told me that, Guy, you were a terrific wrestler. Is that true? I didn't hear that. So I'm never going to fight him. That's all. When you hear that stuff, don't ever go against the odds, right? That's fantastic. I heard really good. Thank you very much, Guy. I appreciate it. Former Congresswoman and Democratic, and she was a good candidate, too, for President of the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, a woman of great common sense. A woman of great common sense. And she just switched over to the Republican Party, so that's good. She was a Democrat. Then she became an independent, and then she became, thank you very much. It's a great honor. She's a fantastic person. I always said, I've watched her for a long time, and I said, that's a woman of great common sense, because it's all about common sense. We could say conservative, it's common sense, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. A woman that we're very proud of. She started with us in the Oval Office in the White House. She became press secretary, and she then became the governor of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Sarah, thank you. Beautiful, thank you. She's doing a good job, too. Oh, we have so many great people. So somebody that ran for president, and let me tell you, he was good, he was smart, he was so impressive to me, and he was, I watched the whole thing go on. They said, should you run? I said, listen, I got a 72-point lead over everybody. People want to hire a smart person, not a smart, to be president. When you're leading by 70 or 72 points, why should you go on a debate and have 12 people knock the hell out of you? Because eventually it's got to have a little impact. So I said, I'll sit out the debates, but I watched the debates, and I watched this man, and he was unbelievable. The governor of North Dakota, he's become one of the great oil experts. That state is doing unbelievable since he's been governor. And he was like me. He was a successful businessman. He made a lot of money, and he wanted to run, and he knew the state. He was in the state, and he ran for governor. He won. He's been one of the best governors in the country, very smart, and we got to bring him in because he's not going to be running again. I guess he's term limited or something, but he's not. And we're going to find a good place for this guy. We're not going to let him go. Governor Doug Burgum. Thank you. Thank you very much. And his wife, Catherine. Catherine is phenomenal. The son of one of the greatest baseball players of all time. You think I don't know about Roberto Clemente? Oh. So Roberto Clemente Jr., and I hear he's quite a player also, but I'll tell you, I remember his father in deep right field. I remember the throw. I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of throws. And baseball doesn't seem to be quite what it was. We got to do something about that, Too many stations, too many games, too late at night. They should hire me as commissioner, although I like their commission, I do. Some commissioners I don't like. But, make baseball good. But I saw, come up here for a second, wherever you may be. Where is this guy? Because this guy was like, come up here, come on up here. Anybody with that gene, anybody with the blood in him of Roberto Clemente. Puerto Rico, I love Puerto Rico. Come on, come here. Tell them how great was your father.
Hello, Pittsburgh. Well, one thing that I can say is that I'm very proud to be here. For the first time, I had to take a step forward. It is very important for me to support this man because I believe tomorrow is a change of time. And to answer your question, to be able to talk about my father, the name Clemente, what it means is goodwill and unity. I believe that your team is going to bring it all home. I believe in everything that you stand for right now, being able to make the change for our families, my 3 kids that are very young and we live here in Pennsylvania. And I told this man that I commit myself to helping RFK Jr. with our kids and making America healthy again.
Wow. Well, Bobby's going to like that. Bobby's great, by the way. He's going to work, and he's going to work with it, but now he's going to work with Roberto Jr., Bobby Kennedy. You know, he's a credible guy. It's not an easy step. You know, they've been Democrats a long time, the Kennedy family. I'm sure they were thrilled, but Bobby had to do the right thing, and he did, and he's going to be very much involved. You know, he's got a tremendous view on health and pesticides and all the stuff, and we're not really a healthy country. Look at some countries are much healthier than we are, and they don't use all of this stuff. And so Bobby's going to pretty much do what he wants. I want him to do something really important for our country, makes people healthier. We have obesity, we have every problem you can have, and Bobby feels very strongly about it. And he's going to be very much right. The only thing I told him, though, Bobby, you got to do one thing, do whatever you want. You just go ahead, work on the pesticides, work on making women's health. He's so into women's health. And, you know, he's really unbelievable. It's such a passion. But I said, Bobby, I want you to do it, but leave the liquid gold to me. Don't trample that. Don't trample on our liquid gold, because we have more than any other country in the world by far. Don't trample on that, Bobby. Let me just close your eyes. Let me just make our country rich as hell. So I got to keep him away from that. That could be a problem, but I got to keep him away from that. So that's so exciting with Megyn and Joe. That's so exciting. I mean, we have so many great endorsements. It's just really amazing. By the way, Roberto Clemente, you know, we all see a lot of plays, and you forget about them. Even for those of us that have very good memories, you forget them. But I remember playing the Mets, the poor Mets. They were playing the Mets, and a ball was hit into the corner of right field. He played right field. And he went over, a rocket was hit there, and he went over and he was deep in the corner of right field, and the player started marching to the plate, pretty fast runner, and I've never seen, and I remember sort of everything. And Roberto Clemente, because he was a great hitter and all, you think of him as a hitter, but he was an incredible fielder, but he had the best arm, I think, in baseball. He threw from the deep corner of right field. It was not possible to do this. A ball that never was more than 10 feet off the ground, a strike, and the runner was out, and I said, well, there go my aspirations about being a professional baseball player. It was the greatest throw I've ever seen to this day, and so I wanted to, it's funny, he was one of the greatest hitters, but I remember him more for the throw than the hitting even. So it's an honor, and Bobby is going to be thrilled, and I've heard so many great things about you, Roberta. We're going to get you lined up, okay? I love that. Thank you very much. That's a great honor. Also, Mayor J.D. Longo is here, and Sean Parnell. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mayor. Good job you're doing. Good job you're doing. And a couple of friends of mine are here, Steve Witkoff, who's given so much money to North Carolina and any place that has trouble. This guy, I always bring him with me. You know why? Because if there's a trouble, he opens his he made a lot of money, and he loves giving it away to people in places that have trouble. He's an amazing guy, actually, and he opened his wallet to North Carolina, to Georgia, to a woman last night, Carmen, who lost her daughter to a migrant 5 days ago, and he felt very badly. He just helps people. He likes to help people. He's a great businessman, but he loves giving the money away. Thank you very much. Steve, stand up. Thanks. Steve Witkoff. And another man who's with us tonight, Howard Lutnick. He's working on transition with Linda McMahon, a phenomenal woman. And he rebuilt Cantor Fitzgerald. His whole firm was taken down in the World Trade Center catastrophe. The plane flew right into him practically. He had the top 3 floors. Cantor Fitzgerald, one of the most successful firms on Wall Street. And he was riding down the road at West Side Highway, and he actually saw this happen. He said, oh my God. He saw it happen. He saw the plane go in. And you know why he wasn't there? He was always there at 6 o'clock in this morning, but for 5 years, his wife was saying, will you please take our child to school? And he said, no, I can't do it. I got to be in the office at 6 o'clock in the morning. The one day he agreed to take his beautiful child to school, he was delayed for 2 hours getting down there because he's taken this kid who turned out to be great because a long time ago. I said, when you look at that beautiful person that you produced, you thank that person. Do you thank that person every single day? But he wasn't in, probably the only day, might have been the only day in your life that you weren't in that building at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? But his brother was in the building and hundreds of other people that worked for him. And his firm, outside of a few people in Europe, his firm was wiped out in 1 instant, 1 second it was wiped out. They were actually making phone calls to their families saying, we're stuck, we can't get out. All the fire exits were wiped out and the stairs were wiped out. You couldn't get out. They called their wives. They called. His brother was calling him and the wife. I mean, the whole story is crazy. And they all died, every one of them, and he had to rebuild. He wanted to rebuild, and he rebuilt the firm bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was. And he gave a big chunk of the firm for an extended period of time to the relatives, wives, and family of the people that were killed. Howard Lutnick. It's a great story, actually. That's a great story. He's a great guy. And just one other group is here because this is, we are all inclusive. And if you see what's going on up in a really incredible place, a part of the country that's very incredible, but it's under siege. It's under siege. It's happening in Detroit. It's happening in a lot of other places, but Michigan is really under siege because of what they're doing to the auto business. We're bringing it all back. You see that we're going to through a series of intelligent tariffs, no taxes, but intelligent tariffs. All those companies are going to be brought back, but we've gotten to know and really understand Muslims for Trump. How about that? Muslims for Trump. And it's become a big movement in Michigan, a beautiful movement. And you know what they want? They want peace. They really do. They don't want to be in wars. They're very smart. And it started off as a little thing and it's grown and grown and grown. And now we have a much bigger vote than they do. Can you believe that? Because they said these people are stupid. All they want to do is, they didn't know what to do. Actually, they were in between. And she has no idea. She doesn't know where the hell she is. She can't. And they liked me, and I like them. And let me just tell you, they want peace. They don't want to fight. And they're not involved in the terror and all the things that are going on. They're great people, and it's an honor for them. I don't know where they are, but Muslims for Trump, if you want to stand up, because this was a really great, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And I think there's tremendous cohesion, and I think they may very well be responsible for the kind of numbers we're showing up in Michigan. Michigan is really looking good, just like Pennsylvania's looking good, just like Georgia's looking good, just like Wisconsin is looking good. North Carolina is looking really good. Arizona's looking great. Nevada's looking great. Where else is there? But even Virginia, we had a great meeting. Glenn Youngkin, we had a tremendous crowd. It's not a swing state, but we had a tremendous crowd in Virginia. I'm hearing New Hampshire, where these are states that aren't really in play in theory, but they're in play now. No, I think we're going to have a big day. But you have to go. Forget about the others. It doesn't matter. You have to go and vote. We win this state, it's over. We win the Commonwealth. We're going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's going to be over. So get out and vote. That's all I ask. In conclusion, with your vote tomorrow, we are going to fire Kamala. We're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America and back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. Would have never happened if I was president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from... You're very close to World War III. You're very close, and we have people that are not the right people to handle it. They are grossly incompetent. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. They know what's going on. They know everything. They know the names of the people that are coming into our country. They know everything about them. All we have to do is let them do their job. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt it, but now a lot was given away to Afghanistan. Can you believe? They had a parade last week where they paraded our beautiful equipment down the middle of their boulevard. I don't like watching that. And we should have never let them have Bagram, the big air base that's just literally an hour away from China. We will build a missile defense shield over our country, all made in the USA, and a lot of it made in Pennsylvania. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. I will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. Your Second Amendment, your Second Amendment, your beautiful Second Amendment, which happens to be under siege, and for 4 years it was fine. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens and our land. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and it will be soon. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda, which is a landslide that is too big to rig. We're going to have too big to rig. So you need to get out immediately. You have to get out tomorrow. You have to get out tomorrow and vote. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. They're the most sinister. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that the nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it's hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise that we will bring back, we will take it back, we'll do whatever we have to do, the nation that we love. We love this nation. I mean, I'm doing this. I could be in the most beautiful beaches in the world getting whacked by saltwater waves with sharks in it, by the way. I don't like that. I'd rather be here. I want to be right here in Pittsburgh. With those big, strong men back there. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. And we will never, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th, tomorrow, will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pittsburgh. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Politics, because think about this. I don't just have to tell you about Donald Trump's plans, even though we've got a lot of great plans. I just have to talk about the record of Donald J. Trump in office. When Donald Trump was in office, inflation was at 1.5%. The dollar went as far as it's ever gone in the United States of America. When Donald J. Trump was president, wages were rising faster than they had in 40 years in the United States of America. And when Donald J. Trump was president, the border was secure and the Mexican drug cartels were on the run. That's a hell of a record to run on. So I've got the easiest job. I've just got to try to convince our fellow citizens all over the state of Michigan, all over the United States of America, that if we get back to the common sense policies of Donald J. Trump, we can get back to the peace and prosperity of that leadership. And I do believe, my friends, that we are on the cusp of a golden age of American prosperity. We're on the cusp of an America where we're not just energy independent, but we're energy dominant. We're on the cusp. We're ready to make the American dream of homeownership affordable for millions of young Americans all over the state of Michigan and all over America. But the thing that we've got to do, the only thing that we can do to unleash that golden age of American prosperity, is to get Donald J. Trump back in the White House. So let's go and do it, and let's do it together. You know, if you just run through the statistics of what's going on, we talked about the jobs numbers, but you know that the credit card delinquency rate in this country is now north of 9%. That means that over 1 in 11 of our fellow citizens cannot afford to pay their bills. 1 in 8 auto loans are in delinquency right now. That means a lot of our fellow citizens can't afford to make their car payment because of Kamala Harris's economic policies. This election is not just about giving the American people a better president, though that's obviously a big part of it. This election is fundamentally about whether the American dream is going to be affordable for our fellow citizens. And I think that we have got to do better. There are so many people out there that are struggling. I know in the city of Flint and all over this great state, there are a lot of people who are working hard, they're playing by the rules, and they're falling further behind instead of getting further ahead. Wouldn't it be nice to have a president of the United States who made it easier for American citizens who work hard and play by the rules to afford the American dream again? Wouldn't it be nice, instead of having Kamala Harris, who'd like to buy oil and gas from tin pot dictators all over the world, to have a president who wants to buy American energy from American workers and from American territory? We got plenty of it. And you know, when they ask Kamala Harris, I feel bad sometimes when I watch these Kamala Harris interviews, because they'll say, well, Kamala Harris, what is your exact plan to make groceries and prescription drugs and gasoline affordable again? What is your specific plan to fix what you've been breaking over the last 4 years? And she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or, you know, they'll say, Kamala Harris, the world is on the cusp of a major conflict. You've got a war in Asia, you've got a war in Europe, you've got war all over the place. What is your plan to restore peace and stability to a broken world? And she'll say, well, you know, when I worked at McDonald's, I was very good at making the hash browns. And, you know, those of us who, first of all, I think maybe Donald J. Trump has spent more time working at McDonald's than Kamala Harris has at this point, but who knows? Maybe she's telling us the truth. Maybe she's not. But here's the thing. If you cannot answer specific questions about what you want to do for the American people, then you have no business being near the Oval Office of the United States of America. We know what Kamala Harris is going to do because we know what Kamala Harris has already done. She cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars of new spending. She bragged about being the last person in the room when important decisions were made over the last 4 years. We know what Kamala Harris is going to do because we know what Kamala Harris has already done. And I'd like to borrow a line from my running mate when we're going to say tomorrow to Kamala Harris, you are fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. We don't need you in the White House. Now, I will say, I've asked you to say a prayer for Tim Walz, and I'm going to say something nice about Kamala Harris. Look at me, being all nice to the Democratic opposition here. But here's the thing I'll say about Kamala Harris. While, yes, she's done a lot of bad things, and she's screwed up in a whole lot of ways as Vice President of the United States, the one thing I'll say about Kamala Harris is that every time she gives an interview, I think we gain about 100,000 votes. And so, you know, what... I said this to the president a few weeks ago. You know, one of our closing campaign strategies, we should just get Kamala Harris out there doing as many interviews as possible, because that's how I think we're gonna persuade the people of Michigan. Because look, when she's got a teleprompter in front of her, she'll talk a big game about how she's going to be different. She'll say a lot about how she's nothing like Joe Biden. She'll even say things like, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families. And I think all of us with a lick of common sense are saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? Stop talking about doing your job and go and do it. But here's the thing. Every now and then, she'll give an interview. And I don't know if you saw this, but a couple of weeks ago, she did an interview with The View. Have you guys seen this interview that she did with The View? A few of you have said no. A few of you said yes. Here's the thing. If you haven't seen that interview, I don't want you to see the interview until tomorrow, because we need you as sharp as possible in this last stretch. And you lose about 20 IQ points if you watch Kamala Harris on The View. But here's the thing. They ask her, you know, you're going around the country pretending you don't even know who Joe Biden is. What would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And Kamala Harris says, nothing comes to mind. That's a direct quote. Not a thing comes to mind that she would have done differently. Now, that could be, if we're being fair, that could be the slogan of the Harris-Walz campaign. Harris-Walz, nothing comes to mind. What would you... What are you going to do about that wide open southern border? Nothing comes to mind. What are you going to do to undo the broken economic policies that make groceries unaffordable? Nothing comes to mind. That could be, again, the slogan of their campaign, but what it revealed is the lie at the heart of the Kamala Harris campaign, because while she says that she's somehow going to be different, even though she can't give you the details on how, we know that Kamala Harris is more of the same. More of the same unaffordable groceries, more of the same unaffordable health care, more of the same wide open southern border, more of the same failed leadership in Washington, D.C. And I think that Michigan, tomorrow, we're going to vote for a change. We're going to vote to take this country in a new direction. We're going to vote for prosperity. We're going to vote for Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. It's, you know, here's the biggest problem with Kamala Harris. It's not just that we disagree with her on policy, it's that Kamala Harris has decided, instead of saying what she's going to do to make your lives better, she's more focused on dishonest smears against Donald J. Trump, or more importantly, dishonest smears against the American people. For my entire time that I've paid attention to politics, I'm all of 40 years old, and you know, I used to talk about, I turned 40 in August of this year, right after Donald J. Trump made me his running mate, and I used to go out and complain about having just turned 40, and then, you know, people who had just turned 60 or just turned 70 said, why don't you shut the hell up about having just turned 40? So I stopped doing that. But in my entire life, I've never seen a political candidate not just criticize the other party or criticize the other candidate, but go out and attack millions upon millions of Americans for disagreeing with Kamala Harris. We saw this when Joe Biden, Kamala Harris's boss, called half of America garbage for wanting to think that Donald J. Trump should be president of the United States. You know, we had this great rally in Madison Square Gardens, really a celebration of America between the people inside and outside. We had close to 100,000 patriots celebrating the United States of America, and Tim Walz compared it to a Nazi rally in 1930. Even though, you know, I actually have met the guy. We had a Holocaust survivor who was at that rally there celebrating America and rallying in support of Donald J. Trump. They call the guy a Nazi who literally survived the Holocaust. Think about this. We don't need to attack our fellow citizens just because they have the wrong politics. And I'm sure every single person in this auditorium knows somebody who's going to vote the wrong way tomorrow. And I want to ask two things. First of all, try as hard as you can over the next 24 hours to make sure they vote the right way, because we got to get Donald J. Trump back in the White House. But here's what else. Even if people vote the wrong way, you know what? They're still our fellow citizens, and we're still going to fight for them anyway, because we love this country, and that means loving everybody who calls this place home. So reject the example of Kamala Harris. Reject somebody who wants to call us racist for believing that we should have a border. Reject calling our fellow citizens garbage because we think that Kamala Harris is doing a bad job. Because here's our simple message to Kamala Harris. No, our fellow citizens are not garbage for thinking that you're doing a terrible job, but tomorrow the state of Michigan is going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C. Let me just talk about two other issues because I know they're so important, and the first in particular is the great tradition of Michigan auto manufacturing. I love this state. I say this as a Buckeye, don't hold it against me, but I love the tradition of American craftsmanship represented by Flint, by Detroit, by the entire ecosystem of making great things here in the state of Michigan. You know, when Kamala Harris talks about the electric vehicle mandate, you know that would destroy 117,000 Michigan auto worker jobs. Because of course, it's not just the people, as you all know better than I do, it's not just the people who are assembling the automobiles, it's the people who are manufacturing the components, it's the supply chain, it's the carburetors, it's everything that goes in to that incredible Michigan-built car that makes us so proud, but also employs a lot of good middle-class jobs and a lot of good middle-class Americans. You know, we believe where Kamala Harris wants to destroy the Michigan auto industry with this electric vehicle mandate, you know what Donald J. Trump believes? He believes you ought to be able to drive whatever the hell car you want to because this is America and we believe in freedom. And we believe that when Americans are free to choose to drive whatever car they want to, they're going to choose great Michigan-made automobiles because they're the best vehicles in the world. And you know, Kamala Harris attacks Donald J. Trump all the time, and this is the biggest tell. She's betting on all of us not being smart enough to realize the game that she's playing, but when she attacks Donald J. Trump for wanting to impose tariffs to protect the Michigan auto industry, she's telling you exactly who she's going to fight for. She's going to fight for electric vehicles made in communist China. We're going to fight for Michigan auto workers and all of the middle-class families who depend on those jobs. Because here's the thing. If you are unwilling to apply pressure to communist China for not allowing Michigan automobiles to be sold all over the world. Think about this. If you're a company and you want to employ a literal slave laborer in China to manufacture automobiles, and you're having a government that's going to reward people for buying those automobiles made in China, then reward people who are buying cars made in America, that's going to destroy the manufacturing economy in the state of Michigan and in the United States of America. Here's what a tariff, all it does is say that if you're a foreign company or you're a foreign corporation and you want to manufacture something with slaves in communist China, you're going to pay a big fat penalty if you try to bring that crap back in the United States of America. It's common sense. And the other thing that allows you to do is to negotiate with other companies so that we make sure that those great Michigan-made automobiles are being sold not just in North America, but all over the world. If you go to Europe, Mike Rogers knows this, you go to Europe, how many GMs, how many Fords do you see in Europe? None. Because for 40 years, and I hate to say it, in some ways it's been bipartisan, American leaders have refused to say to Europe, you have got to let great Michigan products into your markets. In 2 days, my friends, that changes, because no more free ride for Europe and no more free ride for anybody else. We're going to sell everything all over the world because we make the best stuff. So while we're going to protect Michigan auto workers and we're going to protect their jobs, we're also going to fight for public safety in Michigan communities. And of all the things that Kamala Harris has done wrong, of course, I think the most broken policy the last 4 years has been that wide open southern border. And just remember, 4 years ago, Kamala Harris came into office. She bragged about undoing Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. Kamala Harris bragged about stopping construction of that border wall. She bragged about re-implementing catch and release, which opened the American southern border more than any single thing that she's done. And now that she's done it, of course, what are the consequences? We're living with it every single day. I just came from Wisconsin earlier today. They arrested a Mexican drug cartel member who had committed sexual assault against a mother and her 12-year-old girl in Wisconsin. Think about how far we are in Wisconsin from the southern border. Here in Michigan, how many drug cartel members, how many sheriffs have I talked to who have told me that drug cartel members are getting rich off the fentanyl trade right here in the great state of Michigan? We're about as far away from the southern border as you could be, but Michigan is a border state thanks to Kamala Harris's broken policies. And here's a simple principle that will motivate Donald J. Trump's administration is when he is back in the White House, we're going to wage war against the Mexican drug cartels and stop this poison from coming in to Michigan communities. You know, a lot of you know my story. A lot of you know that I was raised by my grandmother because my own mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. Now, I'm proud of my mom, and she's been clean and sober for almost 10 years, and that's an incredible grace and an incredible blessing for my family. Thank you. But I often ask myself, what if the poison that Kamala Harris lets come across the border today had been coming across 15 years ago? Because I really think that we would have been deprived of that second chance that we got with my mother. All of those memories that we've been able to build with my 7-year-old, my 4-year-old, and my 2-year-old, to them, she's the best grandma that they could have ever asked for. And that is a testament, of course, to the hope that does exist in recovery, but it's also a testament to what can happen when we fight for American citizens having second chances. For all of you who know somebody who's dealing with addiction, for all of you who know somebody who's had their life claimed by this terrible drug epidemic, I want you to know that when Donald J. Trump is back in the White House, you're going to have a fighter for you, for your families, for your second chances, because that's what we need in an American president. If you think of all the consequences of the border crisis, you think of the fentanyl, the poison that's coming into our communities at industrial scale, thanks to those drug cartels and thanks to Kamala Harris letting them do business in the state of Michigan. If you think about the public schools that have been overwhelmed because you've got thousands and thousands of kids who don't even speak English who have been dropped in to our Michigan schools, which has of course made it harder for American citizens of every color to get the kind of education that they deserve. If you've gone to an emergency room, go to a hospital and ask yourself, what are the wait times compared to what they were 6 years ago? They've gone up everywhere because Kamala Harris has let in millions upon millions of people who don't have the legal right to be in this country. Now, I believe that the United States is the most generous country in the world. I believe that we are the most compassionate people anywhere in the world. But the compassion of the American president belongs to American citizens, to people who have the legal right to be here, not to people who shouldn't be here in the first place. And this is what's got to change about that broken border. This is what has to change about Kamala Harris's immigration policies, is if we continue to let millions upon millions of people into this country illegally every single year, it's going to bankrupt our municipalities. It's going to deprive American children of the chance at a good education. It's going to mean that we've got millions of American families who are losing their loved ones because of the poison that's coming into our communities. It's going to mean longer wait times at our hospitals. It's going to mean that Social Security and Medicare go bankrupt because Kamala Harris is promising to give Social Security and Medicare benefits to illegal aliens. I happen to think those benefits ought to go to the American citizens who have been paying into them for their entire lives. So while Kamala Harris is rolling out the red carpet and offering free medical care, free health care, free housing, and free schooling to people who don't have the legal right to be in this country, Donald J. Trump's message is a little bit different. If you're in this country illegally, pack your bags, because in 3 months you're going back home. Now I want to close with just a couple of final requests here, and I know we're actually headed to Georgia, and then we're going to finish the day in Pennsylvania. And I know the president's got 4 separate events today, and it's so funny to compare and contrast the record and the campaign stretch of Kamala Harris versus Donald J. Trump. I think that she's in 1 state today. She's in 1 state. President Trump is in 3 states, maybe 4 states today, and I'm in 4. And it's interesting, for all the media lies about Donald J. Trump and for all of the Kamala Harris dishonesty about my running mate, I think that we've got 1 person in this race who's got the energy to be president of the United States, and it's the guy who's barnstorming the country. That's Donald J. Trump. But I think especially at this cycle, this point of the race, it's very easy to get tunnel vision. It's very easy to focus on just the politics and not on what's at stake. Because look, this is not just about red team versus blue team, Republicans versus Democrats. We've got a lot of independents, Democrats, and Republicans as part of this team, and we're thrilled to have them. If you believe in common sense, if you want government that actually belongs to the American people, then you got to vote for the common sense ticket of Donald J. Trump. It's that simple. But look, this is not just about beating Kamala Harris and the Democrats. And trust me, more than any person in this auditorium, I am looking forward to beating Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Trust me, I'm going to enjoy it more than anybody else in this room. But here's why we got to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats tomorrow. It's because the American people deserve to have better leadership. It's really that simple. And I wish that I could take all of you and give you the perspective over the United States of America that I've gotten over the last 3 months. I can't overstate how overwhelmed with gratitude I am at the generosity and the greatness of the American people. And I love you too. And I got to tell you, let me just offer a few observations, tell you a few stories of people that I've met along the way. I met a woman a few weeks ago, actually in the state of Michigan, but a much more rural part of the state of Michigan, who told me in a photo line before I did a rally up there, she said, I can't afford groceries. She was talking to me about her financial struggles, and then she walked me through the names of my children. First, middle, and last. She knew every single one of their 3 names because she says a prayer for all of us every single night. A woman who can't afford groceries prays for me and my children and my wife every single night. I met a woman who told me that for 40 years, she and her husband had this ritual they loved. They did steak night every Friday night. But last year, because thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, the cost of groceries just got too expensive, that she canceled steak night. She said, you know what? We're just going to eat ground beef instead. And I thought what a tragedy it was that our fellow citizens are canceling these little family rituals, the things that make life worth living, because Kamala Harris has failed to do her job. I've met so many parents of teenagers who have lost their children because a teenager went to a party And he did something, or she did something that a lot of teenagers do. They took something under peer pressure. And unfortunately, because the Mexican drug cartels have brought so much poison into our country, that thing that they took under peer pressure was laced with fentanyl. And so instead of paying for that teenage mistake with a headache or a lecture the next morning, they paid for that teenage mistake with their lives. When you look at how much this country is struggling, and you think about the golden age of prosperity that we could unleash, we've got to go and do it, my friends. And over the next day, as we're working hard for the people of Michigan, working hard for everybody, getting people to the polls, telling our neighbors, our friends and family, offering to drive them to their polling location if that's what it takes. I want you to remember that what we're fighting for is we're fighting for a retiree being able to afford steak night with their husband. We're fighting for the parents of children to be able to raise their children in communities that are safe and secure. We're fighting for people to be able to afford groceries. We're fighting for our fellow citizens because they deserve to have an American president that is fit to lead this great nation. And my friends, tomorrow, that's exactly what we're going to give them. God bless you all, Michigan. Thank you. I'll be back soon, but we got to go win this thing. We love you.
My name is Carmen Ramirez. I'm the mother of Minelli Zoe Rodriguez Ramirez. She was murdered the last Tuesday. I lose my daughter, but I don't lose my faith. And I know Donald Trump is the best choice for the USA. And not the best choice. He is the only one we need to save our country. I just want to let you know that everybody have to go and vote. Because just for talking and don't vote, we don't do nothing. Take your friends, take your children, 18 years old. Everybody have to vote. Because that's the only way we're going to save us country. Okay? And I want to let you know that Donald Trump is not a choice. It's just the number one. And Jesus let me come over here today to let you know that I have a 25 years daughter with a lot of life, and somebody stopped her life. And we have to stop with this and keep going with Donald Trump. I meet Donald Trump in person. He's the most wonderful person that I see, that I know right now. He helps us. He be with us all the time once this happen. And he always be there for my family. That's why we always got to be for him all the time. Thank you for everything. Thank you, and don't forget to go and vote. God bless America. Please, make America great again.
Wow, what a job. What beautiful words. Can you imagine? I don't think it's her first language, and she spoke better than any person whose language is that particular language. That was incredible. Wow. And I can tell you, Carmen, that Mimi is looking down on you right now, and she is so proud. She's up there in the beautiful sky, well beyond the clouds, and she is so proud of you. What a job you did. Well, it's not easy either. Can you imagine? Through the grief to do something like that. And we are so sorry for your loss. It's unbelievable. We're going to get that stopped. We're going to stop it. This is happening every day. Soon it'll be every hour. It's just, we're going to stop it. We hold Mimi in our hearts forever. And we'll be your friend, Carmen. We'll be your friend and your family's friend. Thank you. Thank you very much. These terrible atrocities against our citizens are happening every single day in cities and towns all across America. I want you to hear directly from another mom, great mom also, wonderful woman who I met just a week ago. Border Patrol gave me this incredible endorsement. They said he's the greatest president in the history of our country. I said, does that include Lincoln, Washington? And yes, sir. But then I told the story, but then one of the guys got up and he's 37 years old. He said, he's the greatest president in my lifetime. I didn't like that. He's 37 years. I like the other one much better. The greatest ever. No, the Border Patrol is great. They're incredible people, and they gave us a full-throated endorsement. And they have every year, frankly. They've always endorsed me, and they're incredible patriots, them and ICE and law enforcement and our sheriffs. Our sheriffs are great. Police all over the country. They are really respected by everybody, but they don't understand because they don't get treated properly, and we're going to treat them properly, and they're going to solve our crime problem very easily. It's what they want to do. They're dying, you know what? They're dying to do it. They watch these stores being robbed, guys walking out with refrigerators, 500 thugs going into a department store, cleaning it out, some of them with refrigerators on their back. And they want to do something, but they're told to stand down, don't even think about it. You'll lose your pension, you'll lose your house, you'll lose all your money, you'll lose your family. And we're going to free them up to stop the crime in our cities and stop the crime in our countries. And they know, I have to say, somebody said, well, how would you do this? Because obviously we have to deport these murderers and drug dealers and terrorists. We have terrorists coming into our country at levels we've never seen before. If you look at the numbers issued by the Border Patrol, in 2019, a Trump year, and I don't even agree with these numbers, they said I had 0 terrorists. Oh, by the way, bring down that board, please. My favorite board in the whole world. My favorite board in the whole world. I assume it's up there. Is it up there, Mike? Yeah. So, I love that chart. I love that graph. I sleep with it every night. I hold it tight. But it saved me, because if I didn't make that sharp turn to the right to look at it, I would not be with you tonight. So, if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that was my last day in office. And after I left, all they had to do is leave it the way it was, remain in Mexico. You think it was easy to get Mexico to say, oh, sure. They said no. They laughed at me when I first proposed it. And within about 10 minutes, they were saying, we would love to do it, sir. I said, I'm going to put tariffs on every car and everything you send into the United States if you don't do it. And they not only that, they gave us thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers free of charge, everything free. I wanted it free. And tremendous crime is coming through. But that was in 2019. They said we allowed 0 terrorists. It had terrorists 0. And it was good, but I think it has to be a little bit. But the following year, it was 16 or 19 terrorists. Now it's thousands of terrorists. They're coming from the Middle East and all over the world. Some of the worst in the world. We know the names. We have no idea where they are. But our local law enforcement does, People say, well, how are you going to ever find? Our local sheriffs and law enforcement people are incredible, and they're dying to do the job. And they know their middle names. They know their addresses, where they come from. They know everything, and they're going to help us. And we're going to have the largest deportation of criminals in history. But I want you to hear directly from another incredible mother whose world has been shattered just recently also because Kamala let savage, illegal alien murders into our country through the open border. She has an open border, unvetted, unchecked, an open border. Please.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because she said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her. We're best friends. I woke up trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. Her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound, and I know in my heart she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
Jocelyn's death. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungare are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
My daughter's life was in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
But thousands of times a year, different forms, different ages, different types of crime, but ultimately ending in all cases in death, needless death. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. And when you vote on Tuesday, remember this: Kamala is importing illegal alien rapists and murderers, draconian monsters who are killing our children, our brothers, our sisters, our parents, our friends. They're willing to kill anyone, these people. They are true evil. When I win, I will not let these animals into our country any longer. I will not let them spill one more drop of precious American blood. And I just want to thank you, Carmen. And Jocelyn was so incredible. The mother is devastated. It's like devastated. She was devastated. You can never really be the same, can you? Just the people say, oh, time. Sometimes with time, a lot of times with time, it only gets more difficult. The United States is now an occupied country. Think of that. We're an occupied country. This is thousands of people all over our towns and cities, countryside, having military-grade weapons, sometimes higher than military grade. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Where the hell do those weapons come from, right? But it will soon be an occupied country no longer. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? I'm saying our towns have been invaded and conquered, and that's what they are. Take a look at Aurora in Colorado. It's been invaded and conquered. And we have a radical left governor of Colorado who doesn't know what to do. I know what to do. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. But first, we're going to see if it works out. We're going to kick them the hell out of our country because we don't want to take care of them. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, equally violent. They like using knives to cut people up because knives are much more painful than a bullet. They did it in Long Island. You remember 2 young girls walking to school in the morning, beautiful 16-year-old girls, and they were grabbed by MS-13 and they were sliced into pieces and killed. And all I can say, it's really good that we have great law enforcement out there and that we were able to call ICE, because ICE took care of business. They took care of business. And Kamala wants to defund ICE. Think of that. She wants to. She said, she said, they're not nice people. They better not be nice people. If they're nice people, they're going to have a lot of problems with living, but they are tough as hell, but they love our country equally as much. They love our country so much they just want to be able to do their job. So ICE and Border Patrol and all of you, sheriffs and law enforcement officers, and yes, firemen and sanitation men and you are on the A-list, all of you. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Can you imagine? That's when they ran it a little tougher. They weren't so politically correct in 1798. To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America immediately. And as we secure our borders, we will also rescue our horrendous, you saw the numbers on Thursday, horrendous economy. Yes, it's that bad. I always said that if it's going to happen, let it happen on their terms. The numbers were the worst that I've ever seen. 4 years of Kamala and Sleepy Joe have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 a year in higher prices. That's inflation. That's what it's done. You know, inflation in a lot of quarters is called a country buster. It's a country buster. It busted Germany many, many years ago. Germany was busted with rampant inflation. It's a country breaker, country buster like almost nothing else. And yet, it's #1 rated on the polls, inflation and the economy. And what you just saw with beautiful, beautiful Jocelyn, Mimi, and Carmen, what you just saw is #2. No, I don't think so. I think #1 is stopping these people from destroying our country and stopping them right now. We'll handle inflation. We'll handle inflation. You know how we're going to handle it. We're going to drill. We're going to get energy costs so low. We're going to get you. We have more than any other country. More oil and gas. I call it liquid gold. That's what it is. That's why I say, Bobby, please enjoy yourself. Just leave the liquid gold to me, please. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. They got the biggest tax cut ever, biggest regulation cuts ever. We had a great administration. And I will say that I got you into no wars with countries that you've never heard of. And yet I defeated ISIS. I rebuilt our military, and I defeated ISIS in about 4 years less than these stupid generals like Milley and Kelly and Mattis. Sir, it'll take approximately 5 years to defeat ISIS. How about we did it in about 4 weeks? With the real generals. Just this week, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. So the reason I put it second on the list is I wanted you to meet these incredible mothers and these unbelievable families that are just decimated, because it's number one. It will always be number one to me, because I'm good at this stuff. I'll handle inflation. You'll be making so much money. All of a sudden, it'll just be beautiful. Because if we get your energy costs and your interest rates and a couple of things down, it'll be even better than it was. You know, we had the greatest, strongest economy in the history of our country. We're going to do it again, but even better. And now I know Washington. Now I know, because I went to Washington very few times in my life. I didn't know anybody. Think of that. I became president of the United States and I didn't know anybody in Washington. That's a problem. So I had to rely on rhinos and some others, and some very good people too. And we had a lot of great people. Look, our trade deals have been unbelievable. Nobody can believe it even. And so many other things. Our right to try, one of the greatest things, right to try. We got so much done. All the regulation cuts. We approved more regulation cuts than any president in history times 5. That's why you had the great job. That's why you had the great job numbers. And it's really why we were the envy of the world. We were going at levels that nobody's ever seen. We got hit by the China virus, and we took care of it. We did a great job. You know, we turned it over with the stock market higher than it was previous to the virus coming in. I mean, it was sort of an amazing thing. Nobody had ever heard about this. Nobody knew anything about it. All we knew that all over the world, lots of people were dying, and we did a great job. Never got credit for that. Got credit for the great economy. Got credit for knocking out ISIS and having no wars. I'm the only president in 82 years I had no wars. Remember crooked Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him, he'll create wars. Look at him, look at his attitude. Look at him, he's going to create wars. I said, no, my attitude is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened, because they respected us. They respected us. But just this week, we had the worst jobs report in modern history, with only 12,000 anemic jobs created, and much of that was government jobs. We had nothing. You know, usually we hear 200,000 jobs were created, 250, 300, 350, 190, 100, 12,000. And they thought they could hold this report till after the election. And somebody released it, a whistleblower or somebody released it. But they released something far more sinister, because if you go back a few weeks, you remember they created 818,000 fake jobs. They didn't exist, and they put them down as though they did. So that instead of having today's problem, which is 12,000, which is like terrible, it looked okay. Not great, but it looked okay. So they created 818,000 fake jobs, and it was revealed 2 weeks ago, and the fake news media hardly picked it up. What a shame. That's a lot of fake news. Look at that. That's a lot. Wow. That's a lot of fake news, Mr. Chairman. That's a lot, huh? I can't believe it. You know, they hate me, but ratings predominate. For the networks, ratings predominate over hate. But think of what they did. 818,000 fake. And then last week they had to revise the figures from the previous month, 112,000. So that's almost 1 million fake jobs. I call them fraudulent. Fake isn't strong enough. And they did that hoping that all of you people wouldn't have a chance to see before you pull the lever on Tuesday. But a whistleblower released the information on the 800,000 jobs plus. The whistleblower said, you know, there were not 800,000 and 18,000. You add them up, and then you add 100, and think of it, 112,000 jobs. So you're close to 1 million jobs. And the whistleblower, some whistleblower, I never loved the idea of whistleblowing, but in this case I liked it very much. But they thought it would be very unfair to go through an election. Somebody was being fair. They thought it would be very unfair. Could you imagine if those numbers, we have the election, and let's say there's a bad result, and then 3 days later they say that almost 1 million jobs were not created. We would say they were fraudulent. They were fraudulent, by the way. If that were a Republican doing that, they'd probably be in jail by now. But you also had 30,000 private sector jobs that were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs. This just came out on Thursday, that were wiped out since the start of the year. And those manufacturing jobs, they're important to us as a country. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October, close to a record. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Can you believe this? And these are the numbers. And I did say that if they've got to be released, let them release it before the election. These numbers are all public. They've been released. Meanwhile, a statistic that a lot of people are going to hate hearing, but that's the way it is. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. The migrants have gotten every single job plus that was created. Illegal here. Many of them are illegal. And many of them are murderers. And many of them are terrorists. They're taking the job. And you know who they're taking the jobs from? The black population mostly. It'll start hitting the Hispanic population. But right now, and the other thing that you should demand, everybody in this room should demand it in front of the fake news right now. They should demand it because they put no pressure on these crooked politicians. You should demand that they give you the numbers of how many black people are going to lose their job. The African American population, they're getting fired at numbers that we have never seen before. And migrants that are here illegally are coming in and taking their job. And they have homes and mortgages and they have things to pay. And they've worked there for 10 and 15 and 20 years and they're losing their jobs. And frankly, the Hispanic are next. I hear that that's what's happening. But the Hispanics are next. And unions are going to be seriously affected too, very seriously. The unions know that this is a big problem. So think of what they've done. They've allowed people to come in by the millions, 21 million people. I think it's much more than that. And then you have the gotaways. You know what the gotaways are? That's the people that don't want to be looked at all. So they're worse than the people we're seeing. That's why they don't want to be looked at. These are depression-type numbers, 1929 depression-type numbers. And I never wanted to be, I always told people, I would have hated to be the President of the United States in 1929 when you had the Great Depression. Herbert Hoover, I would not want to be Herbert Hoover. What a time that was. People jumping off buildings. And that's where we're headed because we have leadership that's incompetent. We have low IQ people, and we need very, very, very high IQ people. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. Wait till you see how fast we're going to get it going. We'll get the prices down. Don't forget, you could stop inflation, but the bacon is still at the all-time high, and the lettuce and the apples. There's a story that should never happen in this country. An old woman goes into the grocery store, and she takes 3 apples. That's what she lives on. And she brings it up to the counter, and then they tell her the price of the apples, and she says, I'm sorry. Then she takes 1 apple and brings it back to the refrigeration area, puts it back in, and comes and pays for 2 apples. This should never be happening in our country. This should never be happening. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. Big problem. So we're 2 days away from the best jobs and the biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen. Kamala talks about fixing the economy, but why doesn't she do it? She said the other night, yes, I'm going to fix the economy. Why the hell don't you do it? She's always saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. The best was today, though. She was going to fix something else. When I get into office in January, do it now. What are you waiting for? It's all a big con. She's not going to do anything. She's incapable of doing it. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise taxes on the typical American family of 4 or 5 by more than $3,000 a year. Congratulations. You know, all my life, I've always found politics fascinating. I never knew I'd be a politician. I still like to try and get away with saying I'm not. But I guess after 9 years, I guess I am. It's all right. But you know, all my life I've watched politicians run for office. And all my life, they've been talking about cutting taxes. We will cut taxes, we will cut taxes. And oftentimes it turned out, frankly, they weren't able to do it, or it wasn't true, but they turned out. But I've never seen a politician run and say, we're going to raise your taxes and have people vote for them. We are going to raise your taxes. You're paying far too much already. And we are going to cut your taxes substantially, and it's going to be helped by lowering interest and by oil and gas. And by the most beautiful word in history, tariff. We're going to tariff the hell out of countries that have been taking advantage of us and stealing our jobs, stealing our companies. My plan will be massively to cut taxes for workers. We're going to cut their taxes and small businesses, and we will have, quite simply, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And to rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby drill, frack, frack, frack. We're going to go to town. And I know those guys are, they don't call them wildcatters for nothing. They'll be drilling it so fast. Just the concept of what's going to happen on Tuesday, we're way ahead. I'm not supposed to say that. My people say, please don't say that, sir. They'd like me to say that, yeah, we're a little bit behind, but if you get out, look, here's the story. You have to get it out. You have to vote Tuesday. It's all Tuesday. You got to show up in numbers that you've never seen before. And we don't need those kind, but you know what? We want to have so many votes that we can really do what we have to do to make our country great, to fix our country. We don't want to have and you know, it would be nice, it's obviously not necessary, but it would really be nice to have more votes than they do, because typically it's not great mathematics, because you take a place like Gavin Newsom in California. Did you see that his poll numbers have absolutely collapsed? Did you see that, Marjorie Taylor Greene? Did you see that? Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in history. But Gavin, his poll numbers are, what the hell's happening? What happened to his poll? But all of these people, they're just taxing you out. But the worst is, I was talking to Elon Musk. How great is Elon Musk? When I saw that rocket ship come in a week ago, I'm looking and I told the story twice. I'm looking at that rocket ship, and I'm on the phone with a very important person, very, very important. Even all these senators, even Herschel Walker would be impressed with him. Not that, Herschel wouldn't be that impressed. Herschel is, by the way, you're the greatest, Herschel. What a good man. They didn't treat him fairly. They didn't treat him fairly. You know, Herschel was very fast, very big, very fast, but he would always run around But if perchance you couldn't run around, he would run through people I've never seen. He would carry 4 coal miners' sons on his back for like 12 yards. They didn't know what. They're banging him and they couldn't touch him. Really, maybe one of the top 2 or 3 in the history of football. We were really great. Remember, they played here in your state, the ballad to Herschel Walker. They're playing the ballad to that guy. And all he wanted to do is play football. He's a good person with a great wife and family and everything. And we love that you're here, Herschel. And as good as that Georgia team is, if Herschel was playing on it, they'd be very happy. Then we could guarantee it, but he's a special guy. He's a good guy. Really a great guy, smart guy too. So they would take all of the things that we're doing and they put them into a hopper, and what they do is destroy our country, and we're not going to let it. We're going to bring it back. We're going to create millions and millions of jobs. We're going to get those countries and to leave our companies alone. We're not going to do it. And if you're going to play games and if you're going to steal from us, our companies, and give us unemployment and busted companies, we're not going to let it happen. And if it does happen, we're going to tariff you the hell out of business. We're not going to let it happen. It's not going to happen. And just one quick story. In Mexico, they're building the largest auto plant in the world. A friend of mine told me that he's a builder of auto plants. That's all he does. That's all he's good at. Frankly, he tells me if you said to build an apartment, he would be no good, but he can build a massive plant. He's the best. And he was telling me about a year ago that China is going to build a massive auto plant in Mexico, and they're going to sell the cars into the United States. And I think he said that the capacity would be literally, this would be bigger than what they have in Michigan, the state. This is a monster, but it'll put all our auto workers out of business, everyone out of business. And I didn't like that when I heard that. And I was up in Detroit at the Detroit Economic Club. By the way, isn't it nice that you have a president that doesn't have to use a teleprompter? I haven't looked at that damn teleprompter. Isn't it nice? Isn't that nice? But I said to him, John, let me ask you, I want to see a plant. I just want to see, why do you want it? I just want it because, I think I'm going to do well if I run again. So I want to see it. This was a year ago. He said, well, thank you, darling. He said, well, you'll have to come to Mexico because we're not doing the big ones here. We're doing plants, but not the big ones. I said, no, they should be doing the big ones here. He said, well, it's not happening anyway. So I said, I'm not going to Mexico. I don't want to go to Mexico, even though they did what I asked them to do. They always did. They did. They were fine. But Mexico's a real threat because of what's going on. A real threat, economic threat. And China's going into Mexico because this way they don't have to float it across the seas. It's not going to happen. So I said to him, what's happening with that plant? I was making a speech a week ago, and I see the guy sitting right there with the guy with the blue shirt. See that nice-looking guy right there? Right about there. Yeah, you can stand up if you want. You look like a nice... Go ahead, stand up. Right there. Yeah, stand up. Right there. So I'm looking at the audience, and again, I'm in Detroit, and this has to do with cars. Very pertinent because cars are big manufacturing stuff, and you see all the jobs that they're losing now. I want to bring all of the car business back here. So he's sitting, I say, oh, that's John. That's the guy that told me about the plant. So I finish my speech, and I send out for John. He comes backstage. I say, John, how's that plant coming on, that big monster plant that China's building? Sir, they've decided they're not going to build it because they think you're going to be elected president, and if you're elected president, you're going to put tariffs on all these cars of 100%, and they're not going to be able to sell one car into the United States. And I said to the state of Michigan, you're so lucky, no wonder I'm leading Michigan by a lot. No, but there's a big thing. I mean, I said you're going to be paying tariffs like you wouldn't believe, and it's not going to be economic, and and they think I'm going to win. And they say if he wins, it's going to be impossible. Because I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No other president took in 10 cents. Barack Hussein Obama took in nothing. He just talks. He talks all the time. Talk. And a terrible thing happened 2 days ago. I've always treated his beautiful wife, Michelle, I've always treated her with great respect. But she hit me hard over the last. What was that, front row Joes? Look at the front row Joes. They've been to like 300 rallies. And this, by the way, look at this thing. 25,000 people standing outside. Look at it, to the back window. You know it's full when you have the back window and people are hanging out the window. Be careful, too. But this isn't a rally. You know what this is? This is a request to tell everybody just to go, please, just go and vote on Tuesday. This is not a rally. It should be a rally, but we want you to go vote. So I believe in America first. It's going to be America first. And you know, you don't hear that often. But our country is going to be so successful. It's going to be so rich. Your taxes are coming down. Your jobs are going up. And we are going to indeed have an economic miracle. And it's not going to be that hard. And it's really something that others do to us, the smart ones. There are no dumb ones. You know, we're the dumb one. I have never seen a good trade deal made. I changed a deal with Japan. I changed a deal with South Korea. I changed a lot of deals. But we're at a disadvantage because we had long-term deals. But I didn't care about that. I said, we're changing them. I don't care. I didn't care because I don't know how the hell they got those deals. Those deals, there's two ways those deals, it's like the voting stuff. There's two ways those deals were made. Either the person that made them was corrupt or stupid, because you had the worst trade deals ever made by any country ever. Anyway, we started changing that all around, and we were doing unbelievable. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were leapfrogging and lapping China. China was going crazy with me. Please don't put any more tariffs on. I saved the steel industry. If I didn't they were dumping steel. You remember that. If I didn't do that, you would have no steel. And by the way, I don't want U.S. Steel, the greatest company in the world 70 years ago, to be sold to Japan. I just don't want that to happen. Everything Kamala says is a lie. She has no vision, no ideas, and she has absolutely no solutions. But take a look at this for a second, because this is just terrible. Take a look.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will speak about Donald Trump. 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 Trump.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it, Marco. So, no, this was the other night. She made a speech. Every sentence was about me. Our great First Lady said, "Darling, are you okay?" They asked her about the economy. Donald Trump. No, they've been there for 4 years, the whole thing. What they did to this country is record-setting, and especially at the border, because that inflation's going to come roaring down. You know, as soon as we open up the gas spigot, the oil and gas, you know, we had $1.84. You know, I used to say $1.87. I was corrected by the government manuals. So I said, I'll take it 3 cents. But we had $1.84 gasoline. Do you like that? How does that sound? Today you're at $3.75, but if anything happened with the election, you'd be at $7, $8, $9 a gallon. Kamala's campaign is running on nothing but hate and demonization, calling half of America garbage. You saw Joe. Do you think they were happy with Joe the other night? His people are garbage. They're garbage. Oh, I said, is he screwed now with them? He says. That's lasted, Sarah, for about 5 days now. This is not good. And perhaps that's why we're leading by so much, but that's not really the reason. The reason is that first little question I put. We built a great, great economy, and their economy is terrible because of inflation, in all fairness, largely because of inflation, but if inflation's a real bad word. Meanwhile, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden, which in itself is disqualifying. I wouldn't do one thing. How about the 325,000 children that are dead, missing, or slaves? She wouldn't do that different. Our country is almost at a 90% wrong track, the highest in the history of our country, and she says, oh, I would do nothing different. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Can you believe it? Nothing. You know, a smart person would say, yeah, let's see, I'd strengthen up the border. I'd do something on inflation. I'd do that. You could say 20 different that you couldn't think of anything. This is not what you want for your president. So if you want to end this disaster, you have to go out, get out and vote. And just in conclusion, we want to just introduce a few people that are incredible. They're really incredible. Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, thank you for being here, Burt. Great guy. The great senator from Florida, and he's a tough guy. I had to compete against this guy. This guy was not easy. He's tough. He's tough and he's smart, and he's my friend Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. And former Senators David Perdue, he's working so hard, and Kelly Loeffler. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, David. Somebody I'm very proud of, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Representatives, warriors, by the way, Andrew Clyde, Austin Scott, Mike Collins, Marjorie Taylor Greene. And a guy who was great in the Mueller hearings. Remember, he was hitting up Mueller with so many questions. Mueller said, I don't know, I can't. Where the hell am I? Just after 2 years, he had no idea what was happening. And we were totally exonerated, by the way. Totally, 100% exonerated. But this man was great. You got to see his voice chiming through those beautiful, hallowed halls, screaming at Mueller. It was unfair competition. Former Congressman Doug Collins. Thank you, Doug. And candidates for Congress, Brian Jack. So Brian Jack. I hated when they took Brian Jack. They came to me and they said, we'd love to have Brian run his home district where he was born and raised. I said, look, between you and I, just tell him it's not available. I didn't want to lose him, but he figured it out. And I endorsed him so heartily. And he's a great gentleman, right, Chairman? He's a great gentleman. Brian Jack. It's an interesting name because, you know, with people, there aren't too many, but when people have that kind of a name, Brian Jack, and a lot of people call him Jack Bryan. I asked him that question, and I said it doesn't really matter, you know, you get the idea. But Brian Jack is a great guy, and he's going to be a great congressman or whatever he wants to do for a long time to come. Thank you, Brian. And he worked for me, and he was always there. And also Wayne Johnson, going to be great. Wayne Johnson. And he's central. Look at that look he's got. Although looks don't mean anything, please remember that. Looks. You're not allowed to talk about looks anymore in this politically correct. He looks, especially if he were a woman, that would be bad. And you know, nowadays with this administration, you can become a woman if you'd like. I don't think you should. I have a feeling that he's going to take a pass. Do you believe what's happening with that whole situation? But I hear you're doing great, and you're going to be very successful, and you do indeed have the look, whether I'm supposed to say it or not, who cares? Thank you very much. Agriculture Commissioner, and he's a good one, Tyler Harper. Thank you, Tyler. He's a good one. And your incredible GOP chair, Josh McCoon, who is great. I don't want to talk about him too much, though, because, you know, if some crazy thing happens on Tuesday, I can't say, because then I'd say he didn't do a good job. But now he's done a great job, and I hear we're really in great shape, right? We have record-setting early voting, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Can you believe that? I mean, basically, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Republican Party never wins early. We'll be 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 votes behind, and that they consider that good. But it's just the opposite. We're hundreds of thousands of votes ahead. Nope, this has never happened before. But it all means nothing if you don't go out on Tuesday and vote. Right, Josh? We have to get them to vote. And, of course, I just introduced him, the legendary Herschel Walker. We love Herschel. Thank you, Herschel. You look good, Herschel. I also want to send our prayers to everyone here in Georgia who is still recovering from Hurricane Helene. And I want to also thank you, Governor. He's been very gracious. He's working very hard on making sure that we win this vote on Tuesday. So I want to thank very much Brian. That's very good. That's really nice. Thank you very much. Everybody's working as a unit because winning this vote, and by the way, winning this state, we win this state and it's over. It's over. So get out there and do it. Kamala's hurricane response was a disgrace and actually a betrayal. It was just reported that almost 50% of phone calls to FEMA for disaster aid went totally unanswered. You know why? Because they spent their money on illegal aliens, people coming into our country illegally, many of them very bad people. So you cannot trust this person. Anybody doing that, you can't trust that person to be president. You had the worst hurricane like maybe ever, and boy did North Carolina get hit, but you got hit really hard. And you know, I want to thank Elon Musk, okay? Because Elon, the head of North Carolina Rescue, and your governor, and also some of your people that did a really great job but had very little federal help, they asked, would it be possible for you to call Elon Musk? And he gave me the greatest endorsement ever. I mean, how good is it to get his? Because we like intelligent people. We got to protect our brilliant people. We don't have too many of them. And when I saw that rocket come down, the way it came down was so beautiful. Boom, right on the pad. He was unbelievable. I said, was that yours? Yes. Oh. Can Russia do it? No. Nobody can do it. China? No, nothing. Nobody can do it. And I said, he does something called Starlink. And the man from, a very good official, by the way, state official, he's from North Carolina. He said, sir, could you call up Elon Musk? I know you have a good relationship. We want Starlink. I said, what the hell is Starlink? Tell me about it. It's a communication system. All of the wires in parts of Georgia, too. All of the wires are down, and it's very successful. It's very hard to get. We can't get them, and we need it. I mean, people are dying. They have no communication, and people are dying. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, you got to do me a favor. Do yourself a favor. Do humanity. They got to get this thing you have called Starlink, and you got to get it fast, Elon. And I talked to him for a couple of seconds, literally, and I got a call from the guy from North Carolina thanking me for getting Starlink. I said, how the hell did you do that, Elon? He said, well, I can do two things at one time, can I? And the following day, it got delivered to North Carolina, Georgia, and other places that needed it, and it's very hard to get. And I actually asked him, in all fairness, I got to give Elon a little boost. I actually asked him, well, how does that compare to the wires that have to go all the way down and ground and on poles and everything else? He said, actually, it's much better. So I said, got to rethink that whole situation. But Elon has been great in that way. You know where he is right now? He's campaigning for me in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Can you believe it? That rocket went up, and I mean, the thing was down for probably 30 minutes, and he announced he's going to, because he thinks this election is the most important thing maybe to ever. He doesn't think we're going to have a country left if a guy named Trump doesn't win this election. And he's a very smart guy. But how good is that? Think of it. He is campaigning for all of us. He's not campaigning for me. Thank you very much, sir. That's fine. It's all right. That's very good. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. How can I get angry at this guy, right? Normally I'd say, who the hell is in front of me with a sign? But that sign is okay, sir. That because he's up there and he's going to help us out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all right. Thank you very much. That's good. That's good. Isn't that nice, actually? See, now a stupid person would say, get the hell out of here. That would be the end of the night. That would be, Josh, that would be the end of the night, right? No, that's very nice, actually. So just in closing it out, here are some of the facts. Kamala is a radical left Marxist rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas herself. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police. Think of that. And anyone who wants to defund our great police for even a day or a week is not worthy of being president of the United States, because that's their thinking, that's their ideology. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. Can you believe it? Let's go, ICE, get out of here. We'll take care of these tough killers. She wouldn't do it. Tell you who wouldn't have the guts to do it. Liz Cheney wouldn't have the guts to do it. Liz Cheney, ooh. We're going to put thousands of soldiers and they'll die, they'll all die, and I'll be sitting home with my dad who ruined, think of all the people that are dead right now. And then they wonder why Kamala's doing so badly with the Arab Muslim population in Michigan. You see that? They're doing bad. Who the hell, if you're a Muslim Arab, you're from that part of the world, who the hell's going to vote for her? Her father unleashed a spree of death on all of their countries, and then she doesn't understand. See, I would say that Kamala's pick of Liz Cheney, Marjorie, is not the best. And they're wondering why they have virtually no votes from that particular community. I thought about it. It took me about a second. I said, wow, that's not a very good person to be campaigning with, I don't think. They went from 100% approval to about 4% now. And you know who's got the approval? Me, because I want to see peace all over the place. We had no wars. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorse a total ban on handgun ownership. She ruined San Francisco, probably the greatest city in our country 20 years ago. She destroyed it. And she's not going to be allowed to destroy our country. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayers' expense. And perhaps, worst of all, she never worked at McDonald's. She never did. She lied about that. So with your vote on Tuesday, we're going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to the good old state of Georgia.
We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American, and the jobs are going to be pouring in. And I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I were president. And I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. October 7th would have never happened if I were president. And I will prevent World War III from happening. Because this would be a war like no other. This would be a war, the level of destructive power. This would be a war like no other, but it'll never happen. But it could happen with them. It will happen. I'm most worried about the next 3 months. That's what I'm worried. I'm actually worried about the next 3 months. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our entire military, but they gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. Can you imagine that? They gave billions and billions of dollars away, but it's still only a fraction of what we have. We rebuilt the military. We've got to touch it up anyway. We're going to touch it up. And I rebuilt the nuclear arsenal, and I hated doing it because it's obliteration. We don't want that to happen. And, you know, Russia and myself and China were talking about de-escalation, actually, of nuclear. We had that going, and then this stupid thing happened with the election. And you think Biden thought about that? He can't figure out how the hell he goes up to bed. And besides that, I was just thinking the other day, you know, you have countries, and when somebody calls, like Putin calls, or President Xi, who's a fierce individual, somebody said, what's he like? He's a very smart guy, but what's he like? Well, he's a fierce individual. He really is. He's fierce. When you get into an argument with him, you know you've got an argument going, right? He's a fierce, and he loves China, and we love the USA, right? So, but I was thinking today, let's say you're China, and you want to call the United States because there's a conflict or there's a problem. Who the hell do you call? There's nobody. Do you call her? Do you call... He's not going to be answering your phone. He only works about 2 hours a day. And I understand. I mean, it's okay. But she can't really do it. She hasn't got the aptitude or the IQ or anything else. She can't do it. So who the hell do you call? Oh. Well, I don't know if they have a choice. There's nobody you can call. You ever have that? You're calling a company, like a nice company, and there's all flux and trouble. You don't know who to touch. Here's on a much larger scale, to put it mildly, the largest scale in the world. You call the United States because we have a problem with something. You have no idea who the hell you're talking to. We will build a missile defense shield, all made in the USA, wrapped around our country to defend ourselves and our country. It's all going to be made in the United States, and a lot of it in your great state. We'll put Herschel Walker in charge of that little sucker, okay? And we're going to do that. It's so important. You know, it's our technology. I know a lot of people say it's our technology, and we're going to use that technology at an even higher level. You know, when you see Israel with 187 rockets blasted, and almost all of them are knocked down. Well, we got to have that kind of capability too. And we're the one can do it better than anybody. You know, Ronald Reagan wanted to do it, but we really didn't have the technology. He was great, but we didn't have the technology then. It would have been a terrible thing, because we would have had it, it would have never worked. But now we have technology where it can knock a pin out of the sky. It can knock a little pin this big out of the sky. It's incredible. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which is a mess, with graffiti on our marble, beautiful Carrara marble columns all over the city, graffiti and filth and crime. We're going to make it beautiful again, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors and governors. We'll probably have to, and we're going to make our cities beautiful and safe again. We'll work with them if we have to. And we will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. That's like a no-brainer. Brett Favre endorsed me yesterday. That was beautiful. While we were in Wisconsin, Green Bay, Wisconsin, he said, I've never endorsed anybody in my life. It was never appropriate for me to do so. You're the one person I'm going to endorse. And I said, that's an honor. And he shook my hand. It's the largest hand I have ever seen. This hand is the biggest thing I've ever seen. Then you wonder why he threw the ball so hard and so long. He was a great player, but he endorsed me, and that was a great honor. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are going to just do this. We're going to do this so at a level that we have never done it before, because we're putting America first, and we're going to help others. We're not going to be, gee, we're never leaving our shores. We'll help others, but first we have to build our country back up. We have a sick, sick country. I say, we're a nation in decline. We're not going to be a nation in decline for very long, I can tell you that. But we're going to defend our borders and protect our citizens. We're going to do that. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We're going to stop those criminals from coming in. We're being invaded, and we're going to stop it. And we will not be invaded, and we will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. They are conquered. Can you imagine 5 years ago, me, standing up and saying, we will not be invaded, we will not be conquered, because we are being invaded. And can you imagine that we even think of that? To be using those expressions? Can you imagine that I'd be up here saying, and I will stop men from playing in women's sports? What the hell? It's interesting. I read so much, and it's such a big deal. So, as I said, I've been doing this for 9 years. I've never had one person, they come up, sir, I think you should cut taxes. I think you should do this. I think you should have Elon build a rocket to Mars. Everything. They never said to me, sir, it's very important that men be able to play in women's sports. I've never had anybody come up with, and yet it's like a big deal. That's all they talk about. I never had anybody come up and say, sir, it's so important, let men play in women's sports. I don't get it. Same with transgender. They want to do things that they shouldn't be doing. It's terrible. And oftentimes when it's done, that person that it was done to, 10 years later said, who did this to me? Who did this to me? How sad is that? Little children, they take them without parental consent. Can you believe it? It's not even possible to believe. And we're going to change it all around, and the people because you know what? We're the party of common sense. We're the party of common sense. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and always filled with that beautiful American dream. Your children, you want your children, yourself, but you want your children to have the American dream, and they're going to have it. They're going to have it. They're going to have it very, very soon. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. So on Tuesday, see, it's very simple. For 2 weeks I've been saying, call this number, that number, early voting, late voting. We should have one-day voting with paper ballots, voter ID, and proof of citizenship. Yes, I'm a United States citizen. And you know what? The voting would be concluded at 9 o'clock. The winner would be announced, and the loser would be announced at 9:30. You would save hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you know that paper ballots, actually the paper is highly sophisticated. It's called watermark. It's like got fingerprints on it. Very sophisticated. But you know that it costs 8% of the machines. And I'm upset because the machines, they say, when are we going to have they don't know. They don't know, is it going to be Tuesday? It should be Tuesday night.
We should demand it has to be accurate. Number one has to be Tuesday night, but eventually, and we're going to work on that. That's a part of our platform. We're going to go to France. Did it? They had 39 million people vote. They voted. They had a winner. They had a loser. You know, they went to mail-in ballots, and it didn't work. It was tremendous, rampant cheating. As you know, there would be. Jimmy Carter said there would be when he was asked to chair a commission. But we're going to bring so many things back to our country, and they're common sense things like that. You need to get out and vote. We're going to do things that are going to make you so proud. And we just don't want to take a chance. You know, we're leading by a lot. We're leading by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Some people said, you know, I really don't believe these polls. This is going to be a landslide because, you know, we did a great job for 4 years. Right to try, another thing we did. Right to try. If somebody's terminally ill, they get a chance to try instead of going to Europe or Asia. They're terminally ill and they have to leave our country. We have the greatest doctors in the world, greatest scientists, greatest labs. And I got it done. It was 42 years in the making. They couldn't get it done. I said to the person wanting it, you have to sign a no liability. You're not going to sue the country. You're not going to sue the doctor, the lab. You're not going to sue anybody. And we've saved thousands and thousands of lives with Right to Try. It's been amazing. And the people that fought it hardest, which were the doctors and the various insurance companies, they love it because when you save people that are terminally ill, that have no chance of living, and now they're saved, and not only are they saved, they're disease-free. I mean, what a great thing that is. And thousands of people have been saved. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister, corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. Belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 2 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. 2 days, 2 days. What a beautiful sound. What a beautiful sound, 2 days. Oh, please, please, please help this country, please. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. You watch. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so much fun. It'll be nasty a little bit at times, and maybe at the beginning in particular, but it's going to be something that we're going to go to heights that this country never has reached, and nobody ever even thought it could. You're going to see things that you're not going to believe. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We love this nation. That's why I'm doing this. I didn't have to be here tonight. I could have been on a beautiful beach somewhere. The sun pouring down on me, the waves, saltwater waves hitting me in the face. I love those properties, but you know what? I love this much more. It's not even a contest. Many people have said, if you had it, because they've treated me terribly, you know. Look, they treated Andrew Jackson, President Andrew, a great general and a good president. They treated him the worst up until me. They treated Abraham Lincoln is considered the second worst. They treated him but he was in a civil war, in all fairness. I guess that makes sense, right? He had a civil war. But now I think there's no question about the fact that I got treated the worst. Think of it. And it did. I mentioned before. I got treated worse than Alphonse Capone, one of the greatest killers in the world. Scarface. And my father's looking down. Probably he's looking down, but my mother is definitely looking down. My father, you know, a little questionable. But no, he was a tough guy, but he was a great guy and a good guy. But we're one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. We're not surrendering. We're there. We're there. You got to get out and vote. We're there. We're actually on the 1 yard line. Let's go get out and vote. Everybody vote, 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 vote.
Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. We're going to win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
American politics.
God bless you all.
All I've got to do is go around the United States, go around beautiful places like the state of Wisconsin, and get to tell people the truth. The truth is that when Donald J. Trump was president, inflation was at 1.5%. When Donald J. Trump was president, wages were fast rising at the fastest rate in 40 years in the United States of America. When Donald Trump was president, the border was secure and the world was at peace. That's a hell of a record to run on. And look, it's so simple. You know, for the first election in the lifetime of every single person in this country, we have an opportunity not just to compare the plans and the promises. You know, you go to Kamala Harris's website and half of it's copied from Donald J. Trump. You know, I told the president a few weeks ago, you know, because we came out with this policy, President Trump did. He said no taxes on tips. Let's give our hardworking servers more of their money. And then 2 days later, Kamala Harris came out and said she agrees with that policy. Or, you know, of course, one of the hallmarks of this campaign is that President Trump and I are talking about the importance of securing the southern border. But then Kamala Harris, all of a sudden, she's got religion. My friends on border security, the border czar for 3.5 years of open borders, now says she agrees with Donald J. Trump on borders. I said to the president, look, she's going to show up on the Monday before the election with a red MAGA hat and a Navy suit because she's recognized that people are so frustrated with Kamala Harris's actual policies. They're so frustrated with what Kamala Harris has done to this great country that they're ready to take America in a new direction. And I think the thing that Kamala Harris has been doing over the last few months is trying to pretend that she is going to fix what Kamala Harris broke. And I think the people of Wisconsin are smart enough to recognize when they've got a politician like Kamala Harris who's trying to sell them snake oil. We know that Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote on trillions of dollars of new spending. We know that Kamala Harris bragged about opening the border and then did exactly that. We know that Kamala Harris implemented the terrible tax policies that have led to sky-high inflation. We know that Kamala Harris went to war on American energy. My friends, it's very simple. We are going to say to Kamala Harris tomorrow, you are fired. We want to go back to common sense leadership. We want to go back to Donald Trump. Now, you just look at the statistic. You just look at the statistics of what's going on in this country, and my heart breaks for our fellow citizens, people all across the state of Wisconsin who are working hard, they're playing by the rules, but thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, they're falling farther and farther behind. You know that credit card delinquencies in this country are now over 9%. That means 1 in 10 of our fellow citizens can't even pay their bills right now. About 1 in 12 of our fellow citizens are delinquent on their auto loan repayments. That means a lot of our fellow citizens can't even afford to pay their car payment because of what Kamala Harris has done to this country. We know that grocery prices in this state are higher by 20%. Gas prices are higher by 45%. You go through the list of everything, and you realize that the American people are struggling, and they're struggling because Kamala Harris hasn't done her job. Now, the most damaging statistic, I think, is the one that came out a couple of days ago, because Kamala Harris is going around the country bragging about the fact that her economy is doing well. Do we think the economy is doing well in this room? Do we think our citizens are doing well? Of course we don't, because we talk to people. We live in this country. We recognize that our people are struggling. But, you know, the jobs report that came out a couple days ago, said that 28,000 private sector jobs have been lost. 46,000 manufacturing jobs had been lost. And then you look at the top line number and it says 12,000 jobs have been created. And you realize that it's all of Kamala Harris's friends in the government bureaucracy. We created government jobs. We created jobs for bureaucrats while all of our neighbors and friends are struggling in this economy. And I got to tell you, when Donald Trump is president, we're going to get back to a golden age of American prosperity. The private sector is going to hire workers instead of firing workers. But there is one person in the United States of America who deserves to lose her job. And tomorrow, let's make it happen for Kamala Harris. Let's get her out of Washington. You know, I know we've got a lot of people who are going to watch the clips, watch the news reports tonight, and I think our message to the swing voters of the state of Wisconsin is very simple. It doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to agree with everything that I say, every policy proposal that we have. You don't have to agree with everything that Donald J. Trump says. But what we know is that when Donald Trump was president, you could afford to pay your bills. What we know is that when Donald Trump was president, we had a president who fought for border security for American citizens. What we know is that when Donald Trump was president, wages were rising as fast as they had in a generation in the United States of America. So the question for the people of Wisconsin is very simple. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And I think that most of us would say absolutely not. And the answer, if you're not better off than you were 4 years ago, if you're struggling with groceries in a way that you weren't 4 years ago, if you're pissed off because they're arresting Mexican drug cartel members as far north as the state of Wisconsin, then it's very simple. Remember, Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald J. Trump will fix it. We just got to get him there. Now, I will say, you know, look, let me be bipartisan here for a second. I asked you to say a prayer for Tim Walz, and I want to say something nice about Kamala Harris, because the one thing, you guys are all pissed off. It's okay. It's okay. The one thing I'll say nice about Kamala Harris is while she's been a terrible vice president, and while we know our fellow citizens are struggling because of her policies, she is really good at getting us votes when she does interviews. So that's one thing. I think when Kamala does an interview, I think when Kamala does an interview, we pick up about 50,000, 100,000 votes. That's one thing she's awfully good at. Because here's the thing. Think about this. Every time Kamala's in front of a teleprompter, every time Kamala Harris has a script in front of her, you watch these TV ads where she runs as far away from her record as possible. What she says is totally different from what she's actually done. In so many ways, Kamala Harris is part of the same failed generation of career politicians who say one thing during campaign season and say something else when they're actually in government. That's really all Kamala Harris is. And that's what was so different about Donald J. Trump. Think about this. He went in there and said, we're going to unleash American energy, and that's exactly what we did. He went in there and said, we want to make groceries and all of the necessities of life more affordable for our citizens, and that's exactly what he did. He said, we're going to get in there. We're going to knock out ISIS and make America respected in the world again, and then he did it. This is what's different about Donald Trump and a generation of career politicians. Donald Trump fixes things. The career politicians break them. But I will say, look, you're never going to hear me complain about this job, because I will say, other than being married to that beautiful woman over there, the honor of my lifetime is to get to run and ask all of you to make me your next vice president. I'm having so much fun out here. We're having a good time. A lot of you know I grew up in a poor family. My grandmother didn't even graduate from high school, the grandmother who raised me. And now here I am getting to hang out with you fine people on a Monday morning, ask you to make me the next vice president of the United States. That's a great testament to our country. It really is. So I love doing this. You'll never hear me complain, save this one time. I'm going to say there's one complaint that I'm going to offer, and it's that, I watch Kamala Harris do her interviews so that you don't have to. That is the act of service. That's the act of service that I engage in. Is a couple of weeks, I watch Kamala Harris on The View, and I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you about it. And for the next 24 hours, we need you as sharp as possible. Do not go and watch this interview because you lose about 20 IQ points if you do it. And we need you as sharp as possible. Getting people out there to vote, getting your friends, your family, your neighbors to the polls. But here's what she said. And remember, her whole campaign is that somehow she's going to fix what we know Kamala Harris broke. And they ask her, what is one thing that you would have done differently over the last 4 years? Think about the inflationary policies. Our fellow citizens can't afford groceries. Credit card delinquencies are sky high. The border is wide open. You'd think she'd be able to name one thing that she would have done differently over the last 4 years. And you know what she says? Nothing comes to mind. That's what she actually said. Hand on my heart. That is what Kamala Harris said. And in that moment, she revealed that she is the candidate of more of the same. If you can't afford your groceries, Kamala Harris is the candidate of more of the same. If you're a young person, and I want our young people to be able to afford the American dream of homeownership, right? It's crazy that our young people can't afford to buy a home. And if you're pissed off about that as a young person, as you should be, Kamala Harris is more of the same. If you're a young person thinking about joining the military, or you've got family who have served this great country, by the way, thank you. Thank you for your service. We love you and we appreciate you. But if you think we ought to use the American military not to be the policemen of the world, but to fight for America's national security, then you cannot vote for Kamala Harris. It's that simple. Because whenever she doesn't have a teleprompter telling her what to say, Kamala Harris will admit the truth. Kamala Harris will admit that she is the candidate of higher grocery prices. Kamala Harris will admit that she's the candidate of 28,000 less private sector jobs in just a month. And I know Wisconsin is one of the proudest states in the union when it comes to American craftsmanship and American manufacturing. How can we vote for 4 more years of losing manufacturing jobs? How about we vote for 4 more years of peace and prosperity under Donald J. Trump's leadership? Let's take this country in a different direction. And here, my friends, here's the craziest thing. The issue that we haven't really talked that much about? We haven't talked that much about immigration. And that is where Donald Trump's policies worked the best, and frankly, where Kamala Harris's policies have worked the worst. If you could not, if you had tried, pursued a series of policies like Kamala Harris that would more quickly break the American southern border. Remember, she came into office and she was bragging about changing Donald Trump's successful border policy. She said she wanted to open the border, and then she did exactly that. And we know, where was it? Prairie du Chien, where we had a Mexican drug cartel member who was arrested after sexually assaulting a woman and a 12-year-old girl. And Kamala Harris, after opening the southern border and letting tens of thousands, actually the number is 425,000 violent criminals who are in our country because Kamala Harris doesn't enforce our border laws. 425,000 violent illegal immigrant criminals. That's more than double the size of the United States Marine Corps. And you think of this innocent woman and her child who were sexually assaulted by a drug cartel member, and Kamala Harris has the audacity to say that she stands for women and young girls. The most important thing, Kamala, if you want to stand for women and young girls, is you want to make our communities safe enough for women and young girls to be able to walk down the street without being sexually assaulted by a criminal that you let into this country.
again, she bragged about doing this, and then she went and did it. And the consequences for the state of Wisconsin, the consequences for our whole country have been extraordinarily bad. And let's just walk through this. Think about all of the fentanyl brought into this country by the Mexican drug cartels. You know the leading cause of death for Wisconsin young people is now fentanyl overdoses? That poison, we do not have to let it into our country. Kamala Harris wants to hire thousands upon thousands of IRS bureaucrats to go after our fellow citizens. Donald J. Trump and I want to wage war on the Mexican drug cartels and stop this poison from coming in the state of Wisconsin. You know, we ought to talk about the fact that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, you've got thousands upon thousands of children in Wisconsin schools who don't even speak English because they're the children of illegal immigrants. And what does that do to the quality of the education for Wisconsin children when you drop thousands upon thousands of people into our Wisconsin school districts who don't even speak the language of the guidance counselors, of the teachers, and of their fellow students? Look at hospital and emergency room wait times in the state of Wisconsin over the last few years. They have skyrocketed because we've got millions upon millions of people in this country who don't have the legal right to be here. And of course, we got to talk about maybe the most dire consequence. The worst is certainly the fentanyl epidemic, but I'd say the second worst problem of all of the illegal immigration coming into this country is that it's made housing unaffordable for our fellow citizens. Because think about this. If you've got 25 million people who don't have the legal right to be here, you got to put them somewhere. And by the way, a lot of them we're putting up at five-star hotels on taxpayer expense paid for by the people in this room. But think about this. Donald Trump and I, we believe that you got to pursue the regulatory policies to build more housing. That's one of the most important things you got to do to make home ownership more affordable. But thank you. But my friends, it doesn't matter how many homes we build. If we allow those homes to go to illegal immigrants, we're never going to make the American dream of homeownership affordable in the United States of America. So yes, Donald J. Trump and I want to build more homes. Yes, Donald J. Trump and I are going to fight to lower mortgage interest rates so that our young people can afford to get out a loan on a house. But the most important thing we're going to do to make American home ownership affordable again is that we're going to ensure that American homes go to American citizens, not to people who don't have the legal right to be here. And you know, Kamala Harris has the audacity to go around and say that the Republicans, she says, don't care about Social Security and Medicare. I was raised by my grandmother who could only put food on the table because of Social Security. We are going to fight for Social Security, but you know, number one way to bankrupt Social Security and Medicare is to do what Kamala Harris is already doing, which is giving it to illegal immigrants. You know how many tens of billions of dollars we spend on Social Security and Medicare benefits for illegal immigrants? And the media and the Democrats will say, well, they're not supposed to. Well, yeah, they're not supposed to, but if you just look at the fraudulent applications, the number of illegal immigrants who are getting Social Security and Medicare, it is going to bankrupt that program. So here's the biggest difference of all, maybe, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. She's rolling out the red carpet for illegal immigration. She's inviting people to come into this country. She's giving them health care, Social Security, and housing benefits paid for by all of you. Donald J. Trump, when he's back in the White House, the message to illegal immigrants is going to be very simple. Pack your bags, because in 3 months you're going back home. Now, let me just leave you with a couple of final thoughts here. My friends, we got to get out there and vote tomorrow. If you look at the early vote numbers, the absentee vote numbers, Republicans, we're doing as well as we ever have in the history of American elections. That's the good news. But the bad news is this is not even close to over yet, and this election, I'm telling you, in the state of Wisconsin, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it is going to be won on Election Day, or it's going to be lost on Election Day. So here's what I'd like all of you to think about is what would you do differently over the next 24 hours if you woke up on Wednesday morning and found out that Kamala Harris had won the state of Wisconsin by 90 votes? You think that sounds crazy? That was the margin in Florida in 2000 was that tiny. So ask yourself, what would you do differently over the next 24 hours if you knew that we were going to lose by 90 votes? Because that is what you should be doing. Because if every single person in this room tried to bank as many votes on Election Day tomorrow, it's very simple. Donald J. Trump is going to be the next president of the United States, and we're going to take this country back. That is what's on the table.
They think they bring these people. You know, they don't bring, nobody brings anything. We bring them. We together bring them. But you know what they're going to say? And the same people they'll be represented, very smart people, they're very good people. You have to, you know, can't give them too much leash. We can't give them too much. But they're going to have 250 people come. And that's standard. See the ladies of North Carolina? They've come. They've come. Those beautiful, beautiful ladies. They're looking better and better all the time. These beautiful ladies. And I think they're very well to do. I mean, they're always so beautiful, beautifully coiffed. Look at that. They're just, but here's what I love. They're great Americans. They love our country. They love North Carolina. They come from isn't it nice where you can sort of be closer? They'll travel to California. If I went to Hawaii, they'd be in Hawaii. I think they're loaded. You want to know the truth. I think their husbands. The reason I never see their husbands is because they're working like hell. Because these wives are traveling all over the place. 257, they've been at 257 rallies. And their husbands are going to be so happy when this ends. But I don't want, and you know exactly what I'm saying, I didn't want to say this about what I'm going to do at the border. I stopped the biggest auto plant in the world from being built on the border. China, and I have a lot of respect for China. Look, they're smart as hell. They get angry when I say it, the fake news. So, they're smart as hell. They're like playing chess and grandmasters against playing an average checker player. And maybe a less than average checker player. The deals, when I came into office, I've never seen such bad deals with Japan, with China, the worst trade deals. I actually said, there's only two reasons we could have deals so bad. The people making the deals were corrupt, which I actually believe, or they were very stupid. And I think you had a combination of both. And we fixed a lot of those deals. We would have had them all fixed up, but then we had to fix COVID. But we had the greatest. Think of it. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. The greatest. We had the greatest border. That's done by Border Patrol. That's not a Trump special. That's done by Border Patrol. That lovely, gorgeous. I look at it, I get tears in my eyes. And you know, the day of that horrible situation in Butler, it was just about there. It's weird that you have it almost. Because it's usually all over the place. You have no idea where it's coming up. When I say lift up the sign, I usually have to look all over there. I have one over there. But that graph is so meaningful because but even if the numbers were bad, I would still kiss it just equally. But those are the best numbers in the history of the border. And then look, it was like an Elon Musk rocket ship went up. They announced they were going to open the borders. I thought they were kidding. I built 200 miles of rail, and this is what Border Patrol wanted. I wanted to have concrete plank like in a parking lot, straight up and down the air, but you wouldn't get vision, and concrete is not as strong in terms of steel. They have very strong specifications. They wanted to have steel, hardened steel, very hard to cut. Then they wanted to have very powerful, high-number concrete, so very hard concrete. And then they wanted to have rebar at the highest level of steel strength in the middle, because it's very hard to cut. It's like, it can be done if you're really good, but it's very hard. And then they wanted to have a anti-climb panel on top. I hate it. I hate the anti-climb. I said, I don't like it. It's so beautiful without that damn panel. I said, don't make me do that, sir. It's an anti-climb panel, and it's called that for a reason. And we actually had testers. We had two guys that climbed Mount Everest. I said they should qualify. But you know who the best were? We had drug runners. These guys are unbelievable. They went up that thing like it was nothing. Like I never, with 75 pounds of drugs on their back. Drug runners. They were beating the Mount Everest. Well, it's a different profession after all. But they were right. That anti-climb panel stops them cold. They couldn't get over the anti-climb, so I said, let's do it. Let's do it. But we built 200 miles of additional, and all they had to do was put it up. The hard work was done. They were built, it was delivered, and the hard work was done. Highest specification. Cost more money than what I would have done, but what I would have done, they have acids that actually melt concrete. They have certain acids that you put down. Those planks would have come down very easy. These guys are ingenious. You know, if they would spend their brains on good, everything in the world would be nice. No, they're genius. The way they smuggle drugs into our country. You got to see the cars. They build cavities in engines. So you're inspecting a car. They have them in hubcaps that even if you take the hubcap, you can't find them. It's like a double hubcap. It's the craziest thing. If they would spend that genius on doing good for their country or for us, I mean, we would have no problem. I mean, it's really incredible. And, you know, the people that do the trafficking, what they do with the women is they put them in trunks of cars. It's mostly women, by the way. Mostly women. A lot of people say traveling and trafficking. But the trafficking is women. And the reason is it's become as big as the drugs. And the reason is because of the internet. The internet made it a modern business and a big business. And I'll tell you, some of these guys are among the richest people in the world. And they run a real operation. And they essentially take care of Kamala because they even have an app where they can call. So they learn where they can drop people that they're putting into the country, where they can come through with drugs. They have an app. Can you believe you call an app? You're now a drug trafficker or a human trafficker, and you say, ding, 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 hello? Where do I drop these people? Go about 7 miles up, and then go a mile left and just drop them at the opening in the gate. Okay, can you believe this? This is Kamala. Right, so all that stuff ends very quickly. We'll get that thing built. But they could have put up 200 miles. Oh, you know what they did with that expensive stuff? And it's expensive. They had it laying in the sand, laying in the mud. It was all there to be put up. All they had to do is flip it up. It goes like, they put it up real fast. 3 weeks. The whole thing, we would have had 750 miles of wall. Think of it. And boy, walls work. Walls work and wheels work. You know, they never get obsolete, right? The computers, in about 2 minutes, they're obsolete. And, but we have the best computer guy there is, right? We have Elon. And he loves it. And you know where Elon is right now? Elon is right now. He's in Pennsylvania campaigning because he thinks it's the single most important thing he's ever worked on. Elon Musk, and we want to thank him. He's an amazing guy. When I saw that rocket came down, when I saw that sucker come down, 22 stories, by the way. You know, people think it's like 5 feet high. It's 22 stories. That sucker's coming down, and it's those engines were blowing. He says it's all computers. You know, it's true. I said, oh man, it's going to crash. No, dude, it's going right into the gantry. Right? It's going to crash. And then the engines, the fire starts blowing. The bottom left, the whole bottom left is blowing, and it just pushed it up. And then it came down, and those two big arms, you saw the arms? They grabbed that thing like you grab your beautiful baby. See, I've gotten much better. Years ago, I would have said something else, but I've learned. You have to learn. I would have been a little bit more risque. Like you grab your child, You grab your child and put it in place. And I called Elon. I said, "Was that you?" "Yes." He said, "That's genius." He said, "Yeah, it was a lot of brain power went into that." I said, "Why do you do that?" He said, "Well, we don't want to drop a ship in the ocean every time it goes, and you have to start all over. Those things cost billions of dollars." He said, "This way we save them." I said, "Can Russia do that?" "No." "Will they be able to?" "No, not for a long time." "What about China?" "No." You know, we opened up Space Command. We did the whole thing. If we didn't do that, we'd be way, way behind. Space Force. You know, Space Force. We got one of the many. We did so many things with the tax cuts, the regulation cuts, the right to try for those people that are terminally ill. You get the right to try our medicines here instead of going to Asia and Europe. Or if you have no money, going home, which is about 99% have no money and they go home. But the few people that have the kind of money you need for that, they'd go to Europe, they'd go to Asia. And we have the best labs in the world, and nobody ever talks about it. They tried to get it for 50 years. I got it done, passed through Congress. You think anything's easy to get passed through those guys? It's not easy. But we did so many things, and we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. It's worked out unbelievably. And, you know, nobody wanted it. The scientists didn't want it because they're terminally ill. They don't want to start from a terminally ill person. Looks bad on the records. They didn't want record sheets. The insurance companies hated it. It was very, very, I got everybody into a room. Our country hated it because our country will get sued. When somebody's terminally ill, they die and they sue the country. I said, you can't do that. I got everybody in the room and I signed an agreement. Everybody agreed that we're going to work beautifully with people that are terminally ill, but they're not going to be allowed to sue anybody. If they die, they die. And if they live, it's going to be the greatest story. We have saved thousands of people. And nobody ever talks about it. You know, nobody ever talks about thousands and thousands. I mean, we have a person in this room who was saved by right to try. We're a space-age drug. They're doing things, but it takes a long time to get them approved, or they cut it in half. I cut that time in half. But the FDA takes 12 years sometimes to get something. And by the time it's approved, a lot of people are gone. So when they're terminally ill, we get them that drug right away. And they sign an agreement that I or my family will not ever, for any reason and under any circumstance, sue the United States government, such and such a drug maker, such and such a lab, Dr. Schwartz, Dr. Jones. We will not sue anybody. We just want to get better. That's all it says. Pretty good, right? That's pretty good for only a semi-non-lawyer. But that's essentially what it says. And you know, the funny thing is the ones that were most against it were the drug companies and the labs. We have the greatest labs in the world. What we're doing, space-age things, and we got it started. It was dying on the limb before I came along. Well, NASA was dead. When I came along, all you're seeing with the space, and NASA was dead. NASA had grass growing out of its runways. They had, every time there was a crack, you had grass. This place was dead. Now it's the most vibrant center anywhere in the world. All of their centers, it's vibrant. And Elon brought it back, and the people at NASA are doing a great job. They're all working together. But we brought it back. And ultimately, we want to go to Mars and all, but what I want it for is defense. And Russia and China were killing us in space. And space is so important. It's going to end up being maybe, I don't want to say more important than the Marines, because they'll never speak to me again. But I'll tell you what, it is going to be right up there in terms of importance. It's important. If we didn't have it, we were being lapped by China. They have stuff up there. And Russia, even though they're a little bit busy killing a lot of people, a war that would have never taken place. Zero chance. I'd speak to Vladimir Putin a lot. It was the apple of his eye. Don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, I closed up his pipeline. It was dead. Nord Stream 2. Biden came in and he allowed it to go. But he closed up the Keystone XL pipeline. Think of that. I said, no, Joe, you got it wrong. You let Keystone go forward and you close up the Russian pipeline. But he did the opposite. And then they said, oh, Trump loves Russia. Trump loves Russia.
It's the biggest project they've ever had. I closed it up. Then he came in. The first day he was there, he let him build it. So what is that? Oh, that sounds so cute. I love dogs. I love dogs. We love dogs. You know, Lara Trump, by the way, you happen to know she's married to my son, and she's the vice chairman along with Michael. They're doing an incredible job. But she would come into the office, and she loves dogs and pets, and she would get me to do things for doggies that you wouldn't believe. Dad, we have to make the cages larger. We have to provide air conditioning. Can you believe it? I didn't know too much about it, but you understand what I'm saying? In these kennels where they're obviously not treated too good. I said, so do we have to give them a steam bath? Or do I? No, she was very, very strong, and I listened to her when she talks, I listen. But Laura was so incredible. As you know, she was born in North Carolina, lived here his whole life. And even Ted Budd, who's doing an incredible job. And I said, Ted, run for the Senate. And he said, I'll do it, but I'm only going to do it if Laura's not going to run. Is that right? He said, I'm only doing it if Laura. And she said, you know, I've devoted so much time, and I'm raising these beautiful children. And I have a great husband, and, you know, and Ted is great. She said that. She said, you have a great guy in Ted, very nice. But he did say that, and I you know, a lot of people would say they'll bull through. Nobody would have had a chance. They love her. They love her in the party. They love her even the Democrats love her. Can you believe it? Stand up, Ted. Stand up. And he's doing a great job, but I thought that was really nice. And she knew he would do a great job. Tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough, you can't take anymore. You just can't. What? They're all screaming, fire her, please. I mean, what a terrible job, what they have done to our country. And you're going to say that to her. You're going to say, you've done a terrible job, you're grossly incompetent, we're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out. Get the hell out of here. You're out of here. Get out of here. Thank you very much. So with your vote, we're going to win North Carolina, we're going to defeat Kamala, and we're going to make America great again. I hope you don't mind that entire opening, you know, I was going to get out of here fast. I'm doing 4 of these things today. They're big. And the voice is holding up just about barely. But I had to express it. You have been a very special group to me because I've won I've never lost a primary. I've never lost. In North Carolina, I've won everything. I won those elections. I've made all these friends. So I just give you a little bit of a thing. And by the way, the press will say, oh, he rambled. No, that's not rambling. You know what that is? That was genius. That's the weave. No, see, I wove, frankly, the rest of it I don't really even have to talk about. But that was the ultimate weave. And think of it. Isn't it nice that you can have a president that doesn't need to use a teleprompter? Isn't it nice? And I got to go a little quicker now because you know what? I took Marco's place and I took Sarah Huckabee Sanders' place. I said, do you mind if I go now? Because you know what? We got to keep a schedule. And I'm going to ask them to come up right now. Just come up. Because I took their place. And it's so rude. Marco is a big winner, beautiful winner from Florida. As you know, he's a great guy. He's my friend. And Sarah is now the governor of Arkansas. And we love those people in Arkansas. So while I'm talking, I'm going to ask them to come. See, we're trying to conserve a little time. But they are incredible people. Oh, come on up if you can, if you're around, wherever. Come on. See? That's called efficiency. I figure Sarah would be finished now and Marco would just about be getting started. Two great friends, two very talented. No, but I figured Sarah would just about now be finishing and Marco would be starting. And you know, he's a great speaker. They're both great speakers. They speak for a long time. And I'd be sitting in the back. I'd say, get them off the stage now. So they were so nice. And I'm going to just ask them to each say a little bit. And we're then going to make our next stop. Come on. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. It is an honor to share the stage with America's best and favorite president. And soon to be our next president again. We know we've never had a president who fights more, who fights harder, and loves this country the way that Donald J. Trump does, and that's why we need him back in the White House. Every day when the left was relentlessly attacking me, it was Donald Trump who stood up for me, who empowered me, and gave me confidence to do my job, and that's what he does for every single American, every single day. He will not let us down. Make sure you get out and vote, North Carolina. We need you because America needs Donald Trump, and we're going to make it happen. Thank you so much for all you're doing.
We took, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Unfortunately, our country took a wrong turn 4 years ago, and now we're stuck in a malaise. Everything is bad news. Our border is broken. We're not respected in the world. Hardworking men and women have been forgotten and left behind. Our allies don't trust us, and our enemies don't fear us. We are tired of living in a country that is no longer dreaming big, but that is going to change tomorrow, and you're going to help change it. Tomorrow, North Carolina and the country are going to make our 45th president our 47th president. And with Donald Trump back in the White House, together we will dream big again for this country. We will be a country that once again is proud of its history, excited about its future, because together with Donald Trump, we are going to make America not just great, but greater than it has ever been before. Thanks.
Okay, so they both did better. If they stood up here and spoke each for half an hour, what they just did was better and appreciated and brings us a little bit into schedule. You know, one thing Marco was talking and I said, you got hit so hard by that hurricane and we didn't care about what we're doing today. We only cared about saving lives. And we did a good job. FEMA did a horrible job. The administration, they're still not there. You know why? Because they've spent all their money on bringing in murderers and a lot of people. They spent all their money on bringing in illegal migrants. They've also taken a lot of your jobs, especially jobs from the black population. But think of this. When I started having to think about North Carolina a little bit in terms of a thing called the election, I said to our people back there who've been fantastic, Chris, Susie, everybody, I said, you know, we got a problem because North Carolina is reliable for me. I mean, I've never lost there. Never lost. And I don't think we're going to start now. I don't think. I've never lost there. We have a beautiful lead right now in early voting. You know, last time I wasn't leading, and I won it twice, but I was way behind. In fact, I went to my people. I said, hey, man, I'm like way behind here. What's going on, Michael? Right? What was it, like 200,000 votes? I said, how the hell do I win? But the later voting came in, Republican, boom, and we blew him away, right? He was right. He said, just relax. Just relax. I'm screaming, what the hell happened in North Carolina? But that's the way it works. I mean, the Republicans are used to voting late. They do it. They feel better about it. They want to be there on Tuesday. And that's all we want them to do, is do the same thing that they've done. But I have to say, an amazing thing happened, because I went down. I had to be the first, but I went close, but I didn't want to bother people. I mean, it was devastating. And then shortly thereafter, I went to the sites, and it was horrible. The houses were ripped. People are still missing. Many people died. A lot of people don't know. You've had terrible FEMA response, like non-existent. Franklin Graham was great, and so many other people were great. And I made a big contribution toward the effort, but I said, rather than me do it, I was ready to do it, but I said, I'll give it to Franklin and others that are doing so well there. It's amazing, some of the people that work there. So we gave them a lot of money, and they're doing a job. But no response. But you know what? I said to Michael, and I said to other people, these people have been wiped out. Their houses are gone. You got to see. I mean, trees are ripped, giant trees, 10 foot in diameter. They're ripped out like they were toothpicks. I've never seen anything like it. And just clean. Not only were the houses gone, but the concrete foundations were taken out. You'd see them laying 20 miles down the road. It was the most devastating that you can imagine. I said, we'll be lucky. And this was a very Trump area. We know what that means. So it's Trumpy. They call it a Trumpy area. And with a lot of love and great people, no crime, no nothing. Just great people, but it was devastated, essentially destroyed. You'll probably have it built back in about 15 minutes, right? Because that's the way you are, workers. But I said, if we get 50% of the vote, I don't know they're not going to show up. So I figured anywhere, not having done this business that long, actually, I figured very accurately, anywhere from 25 to 50% of the people may come and vote. And here's what happened. The lines were through the roof. I don't know where the hell you all came from. We had a man and woman standing in line, good-looking couple, but the man's shirt had mud on it, and the woman, it was cloaked. I mean, it was, I said, man, look at this. And they're standing in line, getting ready to vote, and it was a long line, too. And you broke the all-time record for North Carolina early voting, right? I've never seen anything. I've never seen it. So we love you. Look, this is why our country's great, and it's people like you. It's really, really amazing. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon its people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails and insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa, stealing countless American lives. They're killing people. They're killing people at will. Only days ago, an illegal alien from North, and this was a rough one. Just happened, you know that. An illegal alien from North Africa, who Kamala let into our country with her horrendous open border, just a dangerous, horrendous situation, traveled to a Jewish neighborhood in Chicago and tried to execute a Jewish man on the street, shooting him in the back as he walked to synagogue. He then opened fire on police and paramedics, shooting an ambulance before police returned fire and ended his rampage fairly quickly. Our police, and by the way, our police have got to be respected. We have to give their dignity back. We can't take their pensions, their house, their family. They want to stop crime. We have to let them stop crime. We have to give them their dignity and their honor back. In July, an illegal alien who Kamala released into our country again with her open border, just walk right through, sir. Did he do anything wrong? And they could look, the guys from ICE, they're great, and they could look at somebody and say, they can say where he's from, what he did, how many people did he kill, and they don't like what they're doing. They have a much easier job doing what they're doing right now, but they want to stop people, and they want to get them out, or they want to put them in jail. Some are so bad you can't actually let out. If you did, it would actually be dangerous just to bring them back to their countries. Their countries weren't accepting them back until I came. With Barack Hussein Obama, I call him the Great Divider. He's the Great Divider. And he hit, and Michelle hit me. I was so nice to her. Out of respect, I was so nice. She hit me the other day. I was going to say to my people, am I allowed to hit her now? They said, take it easy, sir. Sir, take it easy. My geniuses, I'm telling you, they said, just take it easy. Oh, what do you mean? She said bad about me. I can't hit back. Sir, you're winning. Just relax. Is that good advice? Is that good or bad advice? I think it's neutral. You know what the response is there? It's like, nah. What do the ladies from North Carolina think about hit back or just relax? Huh? Oh, they say hit back. You say hit back. I'd actually love to hit back, but we'll hold it a little while. We'll hold it. I'd love to hit back, but oh, no, she took some shots at me the other day. I said, whoa, what have we here? I'd never heard that before. I've always treated her very nicely. But he's the Great Divider, Barack Hussein Obama. He's a great divider. But he never did. He came out same way for Hillary. How did that work out? Oh. And here's news. It's breaking today. Sleepy Joe Biden has announced officially that he likes Trump more than he likes Kamala. And he actually hates my guts, but he likes Trump more than he likes Kamala. Oh, he hates her. They walked into the office. He just got 14 million votes. He voted for me. That's one of the ladies from North Carolina. He voted for me. She said he voted for me. He probably did, Be an interest. They got to follow him in with a camera. Why not? They spied on my campaign, right? So why the hell couldn't you do that? But Sleepy Joe said, I don't want to leave. You're leaving, Joe. This was crazy, Nancy. She's such a bad one. She's already plotting a move to try and impeach him. She's a bad, sick woman. She's crazy as a bedbug. Remember she ripped up the paper behind me? She could have gone to jail for that. You're not allowed to do that. I think Nancy Pelosi is a disgrace. They impeached me on no evidence. I did nothing wrong. Fortunately, the Republicans stood up for me 100%. But Nancy Pelosi is a disgrace. The hatred she brings, she's got real hatred. And yet she can sell a stock like Visa last week, right? And the following day, they announced a major investigation into Visa, but she got out. And the fake news back there does nothing about it. They should be ashamed of it. Okay. And by the way, just to get it straight, because there'll be reports, it's already probably out over the wires, I should have done it. I'm only kidding about Joe. He didn't officially say that, but I believe, okay? It's probably already out on the wires that we have an official report from, because this is pretty big stuff up here. So when I say it's official, no, I'm only kidding. In July, an illegal alien who Kamala released into our country was arrested in Charlotte, North Carolina for stalking a woman into a public bathroom and attempting to forcibly rape her. In Wilmington, North Carolina, 3 months ago, an illegal from Venezuela brutally stabbed a man to death just 4 days after he was arrested for domestic violence. But instead of being deported, this criminal alien was released so he can kill, and that's what he did. These terrible atrocities are happening every day in our cities and towns. They're going after young girls, they're going after old men, they're going after anybody that moves. They don't care. And you know, different from us, the moment they kill, they don't even think about it. We don't kill. But can you imagine if something happened and it would be devastating. They don't even think. They wake up the next morning and they don't even think about the damage and the havoc and the ruin they've caused families and the pain. And these are coming back. These people are coming into our country at levels that have never been seen in any country. No third world country would allow it. They'd stand at that border with sticks and stones and they'd say, "You're not coming in here." I want you to hear directly from a mother whose world has been shattered because Kamala let savage illegal alien murderers into our country. Please.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. To the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. My daughter's.
We begin with two men we're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing.
Less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death, the men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungare are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter, she failed Jocelyn. You know, she was only 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
Very sad. That was, and it was the day when the Border Patrol endorsed me so strongly, and I was so honored by it. And we talked about Jocelyn. She was there and talked about Jocelyn. I mean, just so unnecessary. Would have never happened. They wouldn't have been able to get into the country. Would have never happened. So many things wouldn't have happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. Russia, Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Israel wouldn't have happened. The October 7th Israel attack would have never happened. Those people would all be alive. Most of them are gone, I believe. I think that's part of the reason they're not wanting to negotiate so much. They said, "Oh, I can't believe it." They're probably, most of those hostages, sadly, I think they're possibly gone. Most of them are gone. And it would have never happened. That attack would have never happened. All those people would be alive. And the Afghanistan, the greatest embarrassment in the history of our country, I believe. They took the soldiers out first. You have to take the soldiers out last. It's very simple. Milley should have been fired. All those generals. Kelly should have been. Kelly was such a disaster. They, you know, some people are good, some people are not good. Some people are stupid. But who would think that you take the soldiers out first? Mattis made big mistakes. But remember this about our military. We defeated ISIS. And I got you into no wars because we had great people. I had mostly great people. We had mostly great people. And when I went to Washington, I didn't know anybody. I was a New York guy. I was only there 17 times, according to the media. And I went to Washington, and you know, I said, "Listen, I just became president, but I don't know anybody." And you rely on very good people. Some are rhinos, and you know, they're decent rhinos too, but they give you rhinos back. And we don't like the rhinos. We don't think they do the job properly. But we did a phenomenal job. I just want to say that the day that I take office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. And on day one, I will launch the largest deportation of criminal program in American history. And a president named Dwight Eisenhower, great general, a better president than people were saying, actually. But he believed in strong borders. He hated to see people come through our border, and he has the record right now, but I suspect that record, unfortunately, it's not something I want to do. But we have no choice. We can't allow murderers and drug dealers and all these people. They're all pouring into our country, and we can't allow it. We won't have a country left. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. They've been conquered. Our towns have been, you take a look at Aurora, take a look at Springfield. We have a town of 50,000 people, and they drop 30,000 illegal migrants. They used a little technicality so we don't go on, but that, to me, that's illegal. In any event, there's no way a town can subsist. You have hospitals where people who go for a checkup can't get checkups anymore. The whole place is being flooded. And they come from largely a troubled country, a very troubled country, very dangerous country, but a very troubled country. And they have another little problem. They don't speak a word of English, so the mayor, who's a nice guy, is looking for interpreters. This isn't what we're all about. 30,000 people going to a 50,000 people town. Springfield, Ohio. No problems. We had a beautiful, beautiful little town, and now it's horrible. And this is happening all over. Those are examples. Aurora, in Colorado, you have a radical left lunatic governor that has no idea what the hell he's doing. And Colorado should vote for me because of what they put me through. They tried to take me off the ballot when I was leading both the Republican and Democrat parties. And it went to the Supreme Court of the United States, and in a unanimous decision, they say, I'm sorry, you're going to have to beat him at the polls, you know? You're going to have to beat him at the polls. And hopefully they're not going to be able to do that. And the people of Colorado, you know who is more angry about that than the Republicans? The Democrats, the regular Democrats. And I think we have a chance of, I hope that Colorado's watching now, and I think we have a chance of winning Colorado because of what they did. That was, you talk about democracy. That was a threat to democracy. See, that was a real threat to democracy. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in a jail. We'll kick them out of the country. We'll take care of it. But to expedite removals of Tren Day, Aragua, and other savage gangs like MS-13, we have a lot of gangs. They're bad ones. They're tough people. Thank goodness we have ICE and Border Patrol, and we have great law enforcement. We have great law enforcement. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities. They're sanctuary for criminals in the United States of America. And to secure our border and working along with all of the things we're going to be doing, we are going to rescue our economy. 4 years of Kamala has delivered nothing but economic hell for our American workers. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. And just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. You know that. I looked up, I said, thank you. Thank you. Because they tried to hold it. They tried not to put the report out. Kamala said, don't put that report, it'll cost me the election. But the problem is the fake news doesn't want to report on it. So usually you're hearing 200,000 jobs, 300,000, sometimes like 4. We had the best numbers people have ever seen. But usually you're looking at a lot of, hundreds of thousands of jobs. Routinely, it's expanding, and 12,000 jobs were created. That's a depression. 12,000 jobs were created. But that's the good news. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month. Nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since the start of this year. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. This is in 1 month. I always said I would never want to have a thing like this happen. And I've been saying it's going to happen because of what they're doing, because they know nothing about economics or business, or honestly, they're stupid people. We have stupid people leading our nation. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. They dropped out because they couldn't get a job. And can you imagine that? Can you imagine? These are the numbers, and they don't want to talk about it, but that's okay. These numbers are disqualifying. These numbers make them, because the famous quote, it's all about the economy is stupid. We have the worst economy that we've ever had since the 1929 Depression. These are depression numbers, and it's going to get worse. But see, they'll blame it on me. She just said, they'll blame it on me. But you see, that's what I didn't want. I didn't want to be sworn in and then have these numbers come then. I said, I hope it comes before I go into office. Otherwise, I'll get blamed. I didn't want to be a certain president. Thank you. I didn't want to be a certain president that had to preside over. He got into office, and it all crashed down. People jumping off buildings. It all came. This is the beginning. Just remember this. This was an important date. Last week, the end of last week. Remember, that was a very important time. Just think, a few months ago, they fraudulently claimed 818,000 jobs were created. 818,000, and it was a fraud. When in fact, there were no jobs that were created. It was all a lie, and they thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election, but there was a whistleblower, and the whistleblower couldn't stand what they were doing and blew the whistle on them, and they got caught. And now again, they've just revised past job reports because they had another whistleblower, so they had to do it. They wanted to wait till after the election again. And they found another 112,000 fake jobs. In other words, jobs that they're reporting exist and they don't exist. It's a fraud. That's 1 million fake jobs. Now, when you look at the numbers and you see those jobs, it didn't make it look great, not like our years. But you know what it made it look like? Pretty normal, pretty good. There was no story. Meanwhile, think of this. Meanwhile, 100% of net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. Can you imagine? Not to our population, migrants. But these are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. Under my leadership, we're quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. You'll see. And we're going to make America wealthy again. And we will make America, very importantly, affordable again, because people cannot afford the prices. The prices are too high. We're just one day away from the best jobs and biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. But you must go and vote, and Kamala talks about fixing the economy, but why doesn't she do it? She always goes, oh, yes, we're going to do this. We're going to give you tax hikes. You know what? She wants to raise people's taxes. That's how the Depression started, by the way. Herbert Hoover
He raised the interest rates and the taxes at the same time, and it just went boom. That's what she wants to do. She wants to increase your taxes. Interest rates are too high. They are too high. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise taxes on the typical American family by $3,000. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses. And we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill. Right? And I will cut your energy prices. You have very high energy prices, I have to say. You have high energy prices, and you don't have FEMA. Those people, they better get that FEMA here fast. But we're going to, on January 20th, you'll see a whole different, just tell everybody to sit back, relax. January 20th, you'll see people come in and help you out like we did in the past. We had great FEMA. We operated, we had a lot of hurricanes. We helped Puerto Rico more than anybody. I mean, Puerto Rico was, we helped them so much. They loved me and I loved them. Puerto Rico, see, she loves me. She loves me and I love her too, actually. No, we had great FEMA. We helped Puerto Rico and other places, but at levels nobody ever saw before. We got in there. We sent hospital ships. We sent everything. They got hit hard. Puerto Rico got really hit hard, a lot. They still do. And I'll cut your energy prices in one half. We have more liquid gold than any country. Russia, Saudi Arabia, right there. It's under your feet. We're going to cut your energy prices by 50%. And when that happens, everything else is going to come down. That's what brought it up. Now, before leaving, I just want to introduce some people that have just been great. Senator Ted Budd, you know, he's great. Congressman Dan Bishop, who's running for Attorney General. And he was a great congressman, and he'll be a great Attorney General. Candidates for Congress, Brad Nod and Alan Swain, they're terrific, please. Good luck. I heard you're doing great. Our great RNC chairman. Now, if we don't win, I'm not going to be saying that. I'm going to take it back, okay? But I think we've got it under control, wouldn't you say? The great Michael Watley of North Carolina. Now we're going to win. And Michael had one message for you. Oh, we don't need your money. We don't need anything. Got plenty of money. We got plenty of everything. All we need is a very simple vote. Just go out and vote. And get your friends to vote, too. Bring them along, you know. And a man who I'm so proud of because he stepped into very big shoes, Michael's shoes, GOP Chair Jason Simmons. We're looking good? Thank you. These guys don't let us down. I mean, I took the man from North Carolina, I moved him to the top. That's a nice statement. When all those other things were falling off a cliff, right? Ballots have been found, but this guy had 603 lawyers, and we had him stymied. You don't think they would have done that here, too? But we have a good legal team now. We're watching them, and they're watching. They don't know what. I think they're very upset at what we've done. But Michael has really established some power to have all we want. And we don't want any. We just want a fair election. That's all we want, you know. A friend of mine and former acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker. Thank you very much. Alice Johnson's here. Where's Alice Johnson? Oh, look at my beautiful. Somebody came in to see me. They said, there's a woman that's been in jail for 22 years, just approximately, but like around that number. A beautiful woman, a great woman. Everyone in prison loves her. She's like the person that everybody, she's a high quality. And how much longer does she have to stay? Another 28 years. She's been there for 22 years. the model prisoner, and people called me about it. I've been hearing about her. And what happened was amazing. I checked it out. I said, wow, that's a hell of a big sentence for doing what people do now and they don't even get fined, right? So she's in there for 22 years. So I got her out of prison. I said, I'm doing it. You look beautiful. Wow. Can you imagine? She was actually on a phone call. They had a couple of guys selling drugs and stuff, and she was on the call. They gave her 22 years plus, I guess, 50, 60 years or something. I mean, it's unbelievable. Today, they wouldn't even give you a fine. And it's, and that's no good either, by the way, because what's going on. But it was one of the best feelings. I mean, I've had a lot of good feelings. We had a lot of victories, I'll tell you what. But that was one of the really good feelings getting. And then I said to Alice, she came into the White House, I said, how many people are like you in prison? In your prison, big prison? She said, many, sir. I said, really? Are they all that way? Are they? No, sir. And that was a good answer because I knew they weren't, If she would have said yes, then I would have said, well, you gave me the right answer. You don't know it. But she said, many, many great people. I said, give me a list of your top 25 or 30 or 50 or 10, whatever it is. Give me a list of really good people who shouldn't be there. And she gave me a list, and we got every one of them out immediately, right? Right? She's just a great woman. Thank you very much, John. I didn't know you were going to be here. That's very nice. She still likes me. Well, she's got to like me. What the hell? I mean, could you imagine if she were like some of these guys? Sometimes I'll endorse somebody and they won't be that. Can you imagine when, this would be a story. I got her out of 28 years and then she comes out against me. I say, but stuff like that happens in politics, I got to tell you. But not with that one, it doesn't. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I didn't even put it here, but we have so much stuff, and I don't want to bore you. But I was asked by a group of people, mostly African-American people, came to my office. They said, we've been trying for 30 years to get criminal justice reform. Obama couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Nobody could do it. And they came to my office and they said, we have a problem. We're 5 votes short, and we need 5 conservative senators that are hard line. And actually, we had conservative senators that loved it, Ted, right? We had some conservative senators that were actually supporting it. But I called up some of the senators, and one of them in particular was great. He said, you got it. He was leading it. He said, sir, you got it. I said, I got what? I haven't even asked you a question yet. You're calling about criminal justice reform. And I'm the one that's leading against it, right? But you got it. Because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be a senator. And if you feel that way, I'm giving it to you. That's the way it was. I got 5 guys in 10 minutes. And we got it done, and it was very, because I see this guy, I don't know who he is, but I see him on television. Sort of a lightweight, I think, not a very smart guy. But you know what? He came in, he was one of the people that came into the office. A black gentleman named Van Jones, right? Right? So he came in, and I was impressed with him. Good-looking guy. He was crying uncontrollably that it was going to fail again. And there were like 10 African-American people and a couple of others, but mostly African-American. And he was sitting right in front of me and weeping and saying and I really thought it was great because you know what, that's okay. I mean, he's trying to get people like Alice out, that's good. And there were no provisions for anything. It was really draconian. And what I did is I said, that's really nice. Look, I'm going to see if I can get this for you. I got it done in about 2 hours. and we had criminal justice reform, and they announced a news conference that night. Van Jones, who I don't know. The only time I think I ever met him was in the Oval Office. They came in with a group about criminal justice reform. And remember, Obama couldn't get, nobody could get it. Nobody. Bush couldn't get it. They all tried. Why wouldn't they try? So what happens is, he was crying profusely. I told him, congratulations, we're going to get it for you. And I got it. And then they announced a news conference that night in some place in Washington, D.C. And he was heading up the news conference. I said, First Lady, come on over here. I'm going to show you something really nice. This is really a beautiful thing. I'm very happy I was able to do this. I got them the vote that they could have never gotten, 5 conservative senators. You wouldn't have gotten these guys. So you got to know what we're dealing with here. They were seriously hard right, and that's good. That's fine. You got hard left, you got hard right. And I said, First Lady, who people love, she's got the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I wouldn't have even said that except I read it, and it's really good. If, you know, can you imagine if I didn't read it and I didn't like it? No, she's great. She loves you. She says hello. But she got the #1, that's a big achievement in life. On the New York Times list, do you know how that book has to sell 20 times more than it should in order for her to be the #1 bestseller? So we're proud of her. She's great. And she was a great First Lady. People love her. People love her. And I said, First Lady, see, this is a little bit of a weave. You see those stories? First Lady, book, boom. But you got to always bring it back. When it comes to a time when it doesn't meet at the bottom, then it's time to say, let's not do this shit anymore. We won't do this anymore. But, so what happened is Van Jones was crying, and now I tell him, it's okay, he was the happiest guy. It was beautiful. Got a nice way about him, nice look, you know, real nice look, smart. And I heard they were going to have a big news conference to announce it later on that evening. And they had it. And I said, First Lady, come on, this is what I want you to watch. Because I wouldn't say she's in love with politics, you know. I wouldn't say it's her first thing on the book. She's not in love with politics. She said, it's a very unfair situation. But I said, welcome to politics, right? But she's been so popular. She's raised so much money for people with BBest. So I said, listen, you got to watch this. So we sat down and we were watching the news conference open, and Van Jones was introducing everybody that I never heard of any of them. I want to thank this one. I want to thank that one. I want to thank Al Sharpton. The guy had nothing to do with it. Nothing. He had nothing. It was just a con job. I've known Al for a long time. It's just a con job. So I want to thank Al Sharpton. He wants to thank all these people. I never met any of them. Some were names. He was thanking Democrat senators that opposed it. He was thanking everybody. And before it started, I said, honey, look, we're human. I said, baby, wait till you hear the nice things he says about me. It's unbelievable. It's going to be unbelievable. So come here, because this is really bringing the country together. So she said, oh, that's nice. So we sat and watched. And after announcing the first 10 or 12 names, she looks at me. Do you think he's going to say anything about you? Yeah, I think so. Maybe he's saving it for the end. You saved the best for last. He went through so many names, and he never mentioned my names. He never mentioned my name, and every time I see that guy, not that I needed it, I get enough publicity, but can you imagine that? And then they wonder about why you don't bring people together. Van Jones went through so many names that night. They were up on the stage with him, and it was only done because of a guy named Donald J. Trump. And I just thought, you know, I haven't related that story, but little things like, now I'm relieved I don't have to carry around that story. But all I know is that our beautiful Alice Johnson is out of prison, and she should have never been there for that kind of a thing, or certainly not for very long. We love you, Alice. It's great that you're there. We'll always be your friend. And just quickly, I want to also thank Steve Witkoff. He's here. He's a friend of mine. He's been traveling with me. He's one of the most successful developers. And he gave a lot of money to Franklin Graham also. I want to tell you that. So Steve Witkoff, wherever Steve is. Thank you, Steve. And Howard Lutnick is, along with an unbelievable woman, Linda McMahon, heading up transition. And they're going to do a great job. He's got a great story. He's been a very successful person, but he had to rebuild his firm because of the attack on the World Trade Center. He lost his entire firm and then rebuilt it bigger, better, stronger. And he gave a big portion of the proceeds to the people that were killed. He lost the top 3 floors of the building. He was on his firm. Cantor Fitzgerald was on the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center. They were all gone, including his brother. And he rebuilt that firm, and it's now bigger, and he gave a big chunk. He didn't have to do that, and he's just a very highly respected man on Wall Street, and he's involved in the transition at a high level. And I also would like to pay homage and Ed, because they're great people. They're great people. It's, we all like to brag about our kids, and sometimes maybe we shouldn't. And some people, but you have your kids, you love your kids, but these are great children, they're not children anymore, but to me they'll always be children, right? They're your children. If they're 25 or 35 or 40, Don is not a child. Eric is not a child. Tiffany is now going to have a beautiful baby. And I want to, Ivanka called me a little while ago. She sends her love to everybody. She's terrific. And I have a guy who's at home with the First Lady, and he's very smart. He got into a great college, and he's now in college. He's 18 years old, and he's doing great. And he gives me good advice. Dad, just take it easy now. You just take it easy, Dad, all right? You don't have to go too much here. He gives me good advice. He's very wise. And I also, Michael Boulos, who's fantastic. His family is fantastic, and that's it. So in conclusion, with your vote tomorrow, we're going to fire Kamala, we're going to save America, and we're going to cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to North Carolina. We will build American, we will buy American, we will hire American, and I will end the war in Ukraine. Should have never started. If I were president, would have never started. And in the Middle East, would have never started. Israel, all those people would be alive. And I will prevent, I promise, World War III. We're very close to World War III, in case you haven't noticed, that we have people that don't have. We have people representing us who don't have a clue. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a missile defense shield over our country made in the USA. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our nation, defend our borders, and protect our lands and citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. And we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, all right? We do want people. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. They are conquering. They are conquering large sections of our country. We're being conquered. Can you believe that? The only difference is they're not wearing military uniforms. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream itself. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. Kamala destroyed perhaps the greatest city in our nation, San Francisco. It's an embarrassment what's happened to San Francisco. We're not going to let her destroy our country. So all I need is for you to get out and vote. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. We have together, all of us together. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. Belongs to you. Because it was the hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it is the hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. Think of this, I won't be doing this anymore with North Carolina, and I won't be doing this anymore with, after today, I'm just thinking as I'm going through this, that this will be our final moment, but the more exciting moment is going to begin. See, these moments of hundreds and hundreds of the most incredible rallies that any country, no country's ever seen anything like it. But these moments that we've had together, these really were just to create what we hopefully will create tomorrow, which is we're going to make America great again. We had to get there to do it. So we'll have many meetings, but we won't have rally meetings. We're going to have, maybe we'll rally in that, we'll rally in our success. Because we're going to make our country, so successful. And we did it. We had the greatest economy, best, you see the numbers, you see the charts. We did such a good job, but we'll do a much better job now because I know the people. Now I know the good ones, the bad ones. I know the weak ones, the strong ones. I know the stupid ones. I know the smart ones. I know them all. After all we've been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise and we will take back the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to save our country. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to do it quickly. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, North Carolina. Go out and vote.
Now I want to give a shout out to some of our special guests here. In particular, I came out here and I'm like, who the hell spoke before me that was 6'8"? And the answer is Glenn Youngkin. Glenn, thank you so much for your leadership in Virginia. We've got the great Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota. Doug, thank you. My dear friend and colleague, Senator Bill Hagerty from Tennessee. We've got the incredible, I didn't really realize we had Congressman Byron Donalds. Byron, thank you, man. God bless you. And his Florida colleague, Congressman Mike Waltz. Mike, thank you, man. We got Lawrence Tabas, the Pennsylvania GOP chair. Lawrence, where are you? Somewhere. Maybe he's backstage. Maybe he went to the next event. We've got former Attorney General Matt Whitaker. Matt, thank you, man. We have Chad Wolf in the house, former DHS Secretary. Thank you, Chad. Man, we have the whole crew here. We got David Bossie. David, good to see you, man. And of course, last but certainly not least, my favorite person, no offense to any of you, is my best friend and my lovely wife, Usha. Thank you, honey, for being here. Well, you know, I was in Las Vegas a couple of days ago, and we arrived at the airport at the same time as Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. He's, of course, my Democratic counterpart. No, it's okay. It's all right. You know, I was thinking to myself that, you know, I actually feel a little bad for Tim Walz. So I'm going to be bipartisan here, maybe unexpectedly, especially for the cameras in the back. But, you know, Tim Walz, I think, has the toughest job in American politics. Think about this. You have had, I'm sure, tough days at work. Your hands hurt, your back's tired. But think about it. You have never had to go out there and try to convince the American people that Kamala Harris can be the president of the United States. That's tough. That's tough work. You gotta think about this. Tim Walz has to go out there and try to persuade the people of Pennsylvania that Kamala Harris is going to fix the affordability crisis that her policies created. He's got to go out there and convince the people that Kamala Harris has all of a sudden got religion on border security, despite the fact that she for 4 years bragged about opening the southern border. He's got to go persuade people that Kamala Harris has the competence to steer the world through these troubled times. And, you know, it's kind of interesting. If he's got the toughest job in American politics, I think I've got the easiest job in American politics, because you know what I get to talk about? I get to talk about the fact that when Donald J. Trump was president, inflation was at 1.5%. Americans were making good money. When Donald Trump was president, we had the fastest rising take-home pay in 40 years in the United States of America. When Donald Trump was president, the world was more peaceful and our allies were much more secure, and so were we. And of course, when Donald J. Trump was president, the border was secure and illegal aliens knew they couldn't take advantage of the United States of America. That's a pretty good track record, I think. And here's the one thing I'll say. Look at me. I'm being just friendly to Tim Walz, and I'm going to be friendly to Kamala Harris. The one thing I'll say for Kamala Harris is that every time she does an interview, I think we pick up about 100,000 votes. Because now I remember when Kamala's got a teleprompter in front of her, she's got all these slogans and she makes all these promises that she's somehow going to do something different over the next 4 years that she hasn't done over the last 4 years. She'll stand up there and without an ounce of shame, Kamala Harris will say, on day one, we're going to make that border more secure. Or on day one, she'll say, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting our fellow Americans. And I think all of us with an ounce of common sense are saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? She pretends that she didn't cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars in new spending, but check the tape. We know that she did. She pretends that she didn't brag that she was going to open the border. But remember, the minute she became the border czar, 93 executive orders, they bragged about undoing Donald Trump's successful border policies. And now our fellow Americans are dealing with the consequences. every single time that Kamala Harris promises you that she's going to do something, ask Kamala Harris, what have you actually done? And the answer is that she's made this country weaker. She has made our border open. She has made groceries and housing unaffordable for our fellow citizens. And I think, and I've learned this from my running mate, that in just 3 days, the people of Pennsylvania are going to say to Kamala Harris, you are fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. We don't need you in the Oval Office. But as much, they must have had an open bar here before I showed up. You guys are having a good time. But remember, as much as she says things that they normally sound pretty bad, but if you don't think too hard about them, maybe they sound okay. When she's got a teleprompter, every now and then Kamala Harris will do an interview. Now, she usually only does softball interviews. She doesn't do the hostile media that me and President Trump do, the friendly American media. They just throw softballs at Kamala Harris. But I know that we're in a proud baseball town, and all of you appreciate that the problem with softball interviews is you've still got to be able to hit the softball. And I don't know that Kamala Harris could hit a T-ball based on what we've seen from these interviews. Now, look, you're never going to hear me complain about this job because it is the honor of my life to be able to ask you to make me your next Vice President of the United States. It's an incredible thing. Think about this. Think about this. This is the greatest country in the world. I grew up in a poor family, and now I'm here 2 days before an election asking all of you to vote for me to be your next Vice President of the United States. That's a great testament to the United States of America. So you will never hear me complain about this job, save this one time. There is one act of service that I engage in for all of you, and it's that I watch Kamala Harris do her interviews so that you don't have to. And a couple weeks ago, Kamala did an interview with The View. She did an interview with The View, and remember, we need you as sharp as possible over the next 2 days. So do not go and watch this interview. You'll lose about 20 IQ points. But again, I watched it so that you didn't have to. And what she said in this interview sort of blew up all the scripted teleprompter speeches that Kamala Harris gives. They asked her, name one thing that you would have done differently from Joe Biden. One thing in 4 years, open borders, sky-high grocery prices, and she said, nothing comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind. Now, to be fair, that could be the campaign slogan of the Harris-Walz campaign, nothing comes to mind. But think about this. Think about this. In 15 seconds, she gave lie to the entire heart of her campaign, because as much as she goes around and as much as the media helps her tell this story that somehow she's going to be the candidate of change, we know that Kamala Harris is the candidate of more of the same. More of the same of our fellow citizens not being able to afford groceries. More of the same of our young people not being able to afford the American dream of homeownership. More of our communities flooded with fentanyl brought in by the Mexican drug cartels. And I think in 2 days, Pennsylvania, are we ready to take this country in a different direction? Are we ready to make Donald Trump the next President of the United States? I think so. You know, the thing that the media never tells the truth about this. They don't tell the truth about a lot. And you know, the corporate media, I think they see themselves as allies of Kamala Harris rather than as people who ought to tell the truth. But look, some of this stuff is easy, right? Sometimes public policy is really hard and really complicated. But when you have a vice president who comes in and says that we want to make it harder for American energy workers and American energy companies to produce energy, shockingly, energy goes through the roof. And now we know, by the way, that if the guy who's driving your groceries to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel than all of us are paying more for groceries. If the guy who's delivering the lumber to the job site is paying 40% more for gasoline, then all of us are paying more for the stuff that's built at that job site. And so whenever Donald Trump is asked, What is our plan to lower costs for American consumers? What is our plan to lower costs for American citizens? It is very simple. Drill, baby, drill. We got to unleash American energy. And I know there's a little bit more of the energy economy in the western part of the state than the eastern part of the state, but all Pennsylvanians are going to benefit if we have a president who says, you know what, we're going to stop buying oil and gas from tin pot dictators all over the world. We're going to buy it from Pennsylvania workers, from Pennsylvania territory. We got plenty of it right here. Let's get it out of the ground. And there are so many contrasts, so many obvious things that Kamala Harris should have done, or maybe she even did the opposite of what she should have done. And you compare it to the record of Donald Trump and you realize why President Trump was able to deliver low prices and fast rising take-home pay. It's common sense economic policy. Think about this. Kamala Harris is the first candidate I've ever seen who will go around and brag that she wants to raise your taxes. Meanwhile, she'll reward foreign corporations and foreign companies for shipping American jobs overseas. How does that make sense? You know what Donald Trump wants to do? Donald Trump wants to give you more of your money. He wants to cut taxes for American workers. He wants to cut taxes for people who are creating jobs in this country. And he wants to penalize the foreign countries and the foreign businesses that are shipping American jobs overseas. That makes a lot more sense. You know, and look, there are all of these policies, all these criticisms that we could make of Kamala Harris, and obviously we do. But here's the biggest difference maybe between Kamala Harris and between Donald J. Trump is Kamala Harris, she doesn't just attack me. She doesn't just attack Donald J. Trump. And look, we asked for it. I asked to be your vice president. I'm asking every single day. So by all means, Kamala Harris, attack me. But you know who you shouldn't attack? You shouldn't attack the citizens of this country who are pissed off because you've done a bad job. And that's... And I think our message to the American people is don't let them call you garbage for thinking that you ought to be able to afford your groceries. Don't let them call you a racist for thinking that we ought to have a secure southern border. Don't let them say that we're bad people because we think that Kamala Harris is doing a bad job. So here's my message to Kamala Harris. We are not garbage for thinking that you've done a bad job, but in 2 days, we're going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C.
Change your kid's gender. No, you will not be doing that. We won't be changing your children's gender with their transgender craziness. And we will protect parents' rights, and we will protect school choice. You're going to have school choice here. School choice. And we'll bring back an education system based on merit. Don't forget, our Supreme Court gave us in a very great ruling a decision that we're actually allowed to use merit again, so that if somebody works hard, they do well. They work so hard and do so well. We actually have a merit-based country again. Can you believe it? Isn't that nice? And we will, of course, keep men out of women's sports, I promise. Last year, the radical left's gender insanity arrived right here in Salem when a man was allowed to transfer onto the Roanoke College women's swim team. And I just met them backstage, the great swimmers. I didn't notice a male on that particular team. I didn't notice a male on that team. Perhaps I don't understand what's happening, but I didn't see any males on that team, believe me. But the brave members of the swim team stood up to the transgender fanatics, something new in our country. And those strong
And I would say beautiful, but I'm not allowed to use that term anymore with women, because if you say beautiful, it means the end of your career in politics. You're not allowed to say a woman's beautiful, so I will not tell you how beautiful they are, but they are beautiful. But those strong, beautiful, intelligent women, they won. They won. And today we're joined by 7 of the great members, really championship, incredible swimmers of the Roanoke College women's swim team that have gotten a little publicity. They've gotten more publicity than I have. What the hell's going on here? Including team captain Lily Mullins, a real champion. Come on up. Come on up, ladies. Lily, everybody.
Sorry. Thank you so much, President Trump. As female athletes especially, we know that men have an inherent advantage over women in sports. And due to current policies, though, men are competing against women of all ages in all sports. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have advocated for, and pushed for this anti-woman sex-based discrimination to continue all over this country. And point blank, it's unfair. So I would like to thank you, President Trump, for standing with women and promising to protect the rights of all of us. We are so lucky to have a leader like Donald Trump with common sense who knows what a strong woman is and will fight for generations of girls to come. Thank you so much, and God bless America.
What a good job. Thank you, Lily. How about if we introduce each member of the team? Lily, can we do that? Come on up here. Just say your name and come on up, Lily. You handle it.
All right. So I'm Lily Mullins. There you go.
I'm Kate Pearson. I'm Katie Blankenship. I'm Juliana Morrow. I'm Hallie Short. I'm Susanna Price. And I'm Carter Satterfield.
What the hell is going wrong with our country? Can you imagine? And the men don't realize they're tougher and smarter than us. I hate to say it, but they're tough. The men. All right, that's a great job. Good job you did, Lily. Beautiful. Thank you very much, girls. Go win that championship now, please. So we're just 3 days away from the greatest political victory in the history of this country, probably in the history of the world. But we have to get you guys out. You got to get out. We have to get out. We want to win everything. We want to win the popular vote. We want to win everything. And, you know, it's always tough when you have California. They send out like 38 million ballots. They don't know where they go. Well, they actually do sort of know where they go, but they don't know where they go. They don't know where they're coming from. They come pouring back in the millions, and then they lose. The Republican always loses from 5 to 7 million. You know, I was in California. You know, we took a poll just recently, not us, it just came out like today. Did you see it? That I'm winning with Hispanics over the Democrat by 8 points. And I'm telling you, If God came down and agreed to be our vote taker for one day, just one day, God would only need 1 second, actually. If he came down and he was going to be our vote taker, meaning if we had an honest election in California, we would win California. But when you have New York, Illinois, and California that like automatically, it's like ridiculous, automatically goes to a Democrat, it's tough to win the popular vote because they're 3 big states and it's like automatic. Nobody's supposed to question them. You have Gavin Newsom, who's a governor of California. And he just signed a bill. And in signing the bill, you know what it says? If you're an official, if you're anybody, you are not allowed under any circumstances to ask whether or not somebody has voter ID. If you say, let me see your voter ID, you are criminally liable. They will give you the electric chair. Ma'am, may I please see your voter ID? How dare you ask me for voter ID? How crazy is this place? But you have a very sane, very solid governor. There's something very nice. I can imagine. Glenn's like me. I think when we heard that one, we said, this is getting a little bit crazier. So now it's not only that you don't have to have voter ID, now you're not even allowed to ask for it under penalty of a lot of problems. It's crazy. We got to straighten that whole mess out. And then they say he lost the popular vote, but you know, it's tough. But I have a feeling, I mean, the polls are showing we're going to win everything. We're going to win the popular vote. We're going to win everything. And I'd love to win the popular vote with them cheating. You know, let them cheat because that's what they do. They do it very well. They're very professional. But I think we have a really good chance to win the popular vote. And I think things are going to be very interesting. It's going to be one of the most interesting days in the history of our country. And it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country. And if we win, which we should, because we got a big lead. This is like Lily. She's swimming and swimming, and she's 10 yards advanced with about 5 yards to go. That's where we are. In other words, we're going to win. But I have put everything on the line for you. I guess, I don't want to say this too much, but I guess, you know, that little incident. Somebody said even his life he put on the line. I don't know, but I know one thing. I wouldn't have changed it for anything. I wouldn't have changed it for anything. Because we're going to make our country great again. We have such potential. We're going to make our country great again. And I only want one thing from you. I don't want your money. We don't need your money. You keep that money. I only want a little thing called your vote. And that's what would be great. So we want your vote. And it would be a great tribute to Glenn and to me and to your great Lieutenant Governor who endorsed me recently. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With your help, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to indeed make America great again. So yesterday was a big day. I can't believe this happened. I can't believe it happened, you know. I don't think anybody can believe. I've never seen numbers like this in my life because it was announced that Kamala's economy is like in a depression. The worst numbers I've ever seen, the worst numbers in many, many, many years. Kamala's economy added only 12,000 jobs. I've never heard of that before. Just by normal growth, you add 100 or 150. And for years, we've been looking, for many years, for decades, 200, 250,000. So yesterday it was announced that they added only 12,000. It's the lowest number in many years. But that's the good part. That's the good part for them because we lost nearly 30,000 private sector jobs, along with nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs. in 1 month. This is not recession stuff. This is depression. I hate to tell you that. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, and Crooked Joe, but I don't even know, is he still around? What the hell? You know, in all fairness to him, you might have noticed I'm not a big fan. But he was running. I spent $150 million trying to defeat this guy. We spent, think of it, and we were doing well. We had the debate. He didn't do great, but he did fine. We had the debate, and his numbers weren't great. And they walked into him and they said, we want you out. He said, I'm not going to get out. I got 14 million votes. You didn't get anything. We want you out, Joe. You're going out. Think of think of the consequences of this. This is a guy who's the president. He won it in the primaries. Whether you think he's great or horrible, it doesn't matter. He won it in the primaries, right? You know, they would look at me. If we ever did that, they would say, this is a threat to democracy, right? Everything I do, he's a threat to democracy. If I walk 2 feet over in the road, he's a threat to these people are sick. Can you imagine if I walked into a president's office, said, we want you out? But, you know, crazy Nancy, she's crazy as a bedbug. And I don't know, I think the Attorney General, maybe you can look at it. You have a great Attorney General. By the way, we just won a big case, Mr. Attorney General. We just won a big case. Because our Republicans have to activate a little bit. So did you know that Nancy Pelosi was a big investor in Visa? Okay? She started off with nothing, and now she's worth $200 million. Other than that, I think she's been quite honest. Her average pay was about $139,000 over those years. And now she's worth $200 million, but she's quite an honest woman. But did you, Mr. Attorney General, I think this is most important for you. I don't know, maybe you can look at it. You know, you touched that little Washington area a little bit, so maybe you could look at it. So she's a big investor in Visa, right? Big. I mean, you know, she's got plenty of money, plenty of cash, and not a good woman. She's a bad woman. Bad woman. I think she hates our country, actually. When she impeached me, knowing that I did nothing wrong, I said, that's a bad woman. Bad. But she had Visa stock. She had Visa, big position of Visa, Mr. Attorney General. And guess what happened? She sold her whole stake. And then the following morning, the Department of Justice announced that we're doing a major investigation of Visa and the stock. So I don't know, maybe it's coincidence, Mr. Attorney General, but think of it. She has Visa stock. She sells, and the following month, sold all of it. She had it for years. And the following morning, they announced a major investigation into Visa. You know what happened to that stock? It wasn't a pretty thing. So we'll check that out. I hope that he checks that out. Because you know what? She's a crook. And she's been doing that for years. She's been doing that crap for years. You ought to look at her. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, more than 100,000 manufacturing jobs. This was just announced yesterday. They've been wiped out since just the start of the year. These are our prime jobs. These are manufacturing jobs. These are the best jobs. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls. Can you imagine? This stuff is just all coming out. Remember, 818,000 jobs 2 months ago were fake. They put them in. It was going to be through the election. They put in 818,000 fake jobs, and they were going to announce and revise, biggest number ever. They were going to revise the numbers right after the election. These are crooks, okay? And fortunately, there was a whistleblower that couldn't stand it, and he blew the whistle, and we've learned. And now yesterday, with these numbers, we learned a revision down also of an extra 112,000 jobs. These are big numbers. You know, normally it's like 2,000 jobs, 4,000 jobs. It's almost 1 million jobs that were fake. These are fake jobs. That's why they call him Crooked Joe, I guess, right? Crooked Joe Biden. And so all of these jobs, and all of it was going to be announced right after the election. Could you imagine? You run in the election, you lose, and then they announce that they just screwed you for 1 million jobs in order to look better. And this is what we're dealing with in our country. This is what we're dealing with. 818,000 plus 112. Nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force this month. How about that? That's like a depression. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, honestly. They say, who's your favorite president? I give them names. And I do like Ronald Reagan, right? I liked him. But they say, who's your favorite president? I tell you, he could have been a little tougher on trade, frankly. I would have liked him even better if he was tougher, because we are tough. You know, China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. No other president got 10 cents from China. Hundreds of billions of dollars. But I always said I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. I refused to be Herbert Hoover. That was a bad one. He was the president, and we had the Great Depression. You could end up with the Great Depression right now, the way that's going. Nobody can believe the numbers. Everyone was shocked. I was shocked. I heard it, and I said, oh, let me, you know, TiVo, one of the greatest inventions in history, right? TiVo or its equivalent. Now they're going to use me in a damn ad. I got to be careful. You cannot use that for ad purpose. No, TiVo or its equivalent. You know, you just play it back. I said, oh, I must have misunderstood it. 12,000, and we lost hundreds of thousands of jobs. We cannot take 4 more years of these incompetent people running our country. And a statistic that's really terrible is 100% of all net job gains in the past year. In other words, all of the gains, you know where it went? To migrants, 100% of the gains. And the other stat that you have to see, and if you are an African American, you're not going to be happy with these numbers, but African American jobs have been decimated by the people that are coming into our country illegally, and they refuse to give the numbers. The fake news, look at all of that fake news. That's a lot. That's a lot. They must have heard that your governor is going to be here. He has done a job. He's not going to take it easily, because, think of it, the numbers are so bad. They came in, and they come in illegally, and many are murderers, drug dealers, and criminals of all kinds. You know, the crime rate in Venezuela and other places where they come from all over the world. But the crime rates in many of these countries, all of the countries, is way down, because they're giving us their criminals. They're bringing them into our country. But for African Americans, the job numbers are horrific, and they're not going to be announced until right after the election. I think people should demand, because I heard numbers that are so bad. And Hispanic Americans, great Hispanic Americans, I just had a poll. Can you believe it? I'm leading the Democrats with Hispanics. That wasn't supposed to happen. You think that's shaking them up a little bit? That's not a number that was supposed to happen, but it does happen, because they're great people, and they know I know it. They're entrepreneurial, they're hardworking, and in many ways, I've faced them many times. They're brutal. They can be brutal. They're unbelievable, but you know what? They're starting to be affected too. But the African American population of this country is being decimated by the hundreds of thousands of people that just keep pouring through the open borders of stupid Kamala. And you know what? They should announce those numbers right now, because before the election, because you won't have one black person that votes for Kamala. You won't have one, because when you see those numbers, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. That's just like they didn't want to announce these other numbers, but they had the whistleblower. Maybe there's going to be a whistleblower for what's happened to the job markets for hardworking, wonderful black people that have had jobs, for years, for 20 years, and they have houses with mortgages on them and everything else. And what the hell's going to happen to them? So you ought to take a good look at what they're doing, because they're holding those numbers because they want to get the election over with. And I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're going to win anyway. But you ought to take a look at those numbers. It's honestly a terrible thing. I stand before you today as the only candidate who can rescue our economy, and I mean from obliteration, and restore it to strength, prosperity, and greatness again. I will do a real job for you. I'm going to work my ass off for you. And I didn't need this. I didn't need to be with you today. I could have been at a gorgeous beach in lots of places. I own some of the most beautiful beaches. I could have had that salt water from the oceans. I like oceanfront property best. I could have been standing on a beach, my beautiful white skin getting nice and tan, being smacked in the face by a wave loaded up with salt water. And I could have said, the hell with everything. I could have had the greatest life in the world. Instead, I got missing a little piece of my ear. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's nice. That's nice. I like these people, Glenn. I tell you, I like these people. These are great people. These are great people. No, I could have been anywhere. I could have had the greatest life. I could have had everything, the best hotels, the best everything. I could have had the life that nobody had. You know what? If I had it to do again, I want to be right here with you. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make our country great again. Nobody else can do that. No, we're going to make our country great. I wouldn't switch. A lot of people have said, if you had it to do again, you know, I've been abused. Always it was Andrew Jackson, president. He was a great general and a very good president. And he was considered to have been the worst abused of our presidents. And second was Abraham Lincoln. Have you heard of him? And he was abused too, but, you know, in all fairness, he was in a civil war, so I guess, you know, things like that happen. But I think now I've gone to the top of the list, and I am so honored because we're exposing some very bad, sick people. We're exposing them. But a lot of people ask, if you had it to do again, would you do it? I said, I wouldn't even think about it. This is the greatest thing. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country, without question. Probably in the history of the world. And remember this for everybody, if you're thinking about like sitting down to watching some stuff, like a stupid football game or something, remember this, if we win this election, it will go down, and you're a big part of it. You're a part of it equal to me as far as I'm concerned. If we win this election, it will go down as the greatest political event in the history of our country. If my opponent knew how to fix the economy, it would already be fixed, right? Why didn't she do it? You ever see where she gets up and she says, we're going to do the, today she had a new thing. When I get to office, I've got this 3-4 months. Do it now. What's wrong with it? She says, when I get to office, she gives the worst news conferences I've ever seen. And they're the shortest, too. They last for about like 2 questions. No, but she never does anything. If Kamala wins, you're 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression. You are. I meant it. And if I win, you're 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. Kamala's inflation nightmare has cost the typical American family $30,000 $3,000. And you know what they did? They screwed up my energy policies. And they spent money at levels that nobody's ever seen before, I will say. And now she wants to impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise your taxes by more than $3,000 a year. Congratulations, Virginia. You know, I've watched politics all my life and stuff, and I've been involved now in it for longer than I would have even thought, because I never thought I was going to run for office. I never thought I was going to run. And then one day I looked at how stupid everything was, because we are now, you know, we're really, it's not like conservative, liberal, they like to call themselves progressive, so I call them liberal specifically for that reason. But you know, it's not like progressive or conservative. We are the party of common sense, right? We need borders. We need walls. I built over 500 miles of wall. Walls work. Two things work. What are they? Walls and wheels. Everything else is obsolete in about 15 minutes. They come up, sir, I have a new computer. Look at this. Oh, I said, that's beautiful. You get it? And about 3 weeks later, it's obsolete. Speaking of computers and brilliant people, Elon Musk, how good is he? Do you know he's right now campaigning? He put that big 22-story rocket right in place and locked in. I said, what the hell is going on? I saw it take off. It was a beautiful white. I saw it landing. It was all burned to a crisp. Well, that's what you get when you travel at 10,000 miles an hour, I guess. They tell me the metal gets a little bit hot. It sort of burns the hell out of the paint. But he did something, because he's a friend of mine, but he gave us the greatest endorsement that you've ever heard. He said, our country, if Trump doesn't win, our country's not going to make it. We also got a great endorsement, the best from the Border Patrol. They gave us, they said he's the greatest president that we've ever had. I said, does that include George Washington and Abraham Lincoln? Yes, sir, it does. I said, that's okay, I'll take it. You can't. One guy got up and said, sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime. He's about 40 years old. I said, that's not that good. I like the one with Lincoln and Washington better. But no, the Border Patrol went, and they gave us, gave me, us, he gave us, they didn't just give me, we're on the same mindset. It's really, I view it as us actually more than I do me. But they gave us the best endorsement you've ever seen, and they said, she is incapable of doing anything. You know, for 4 years, she's been in charge of the border, almost, we're getting very close. I said, how many times in front of a whole big room just like this, I said, how many times did she call you? 10 Border Patrol people, the top guys, all of them wanted, we got a unanimous endorsement from thousands of Border Patrol, and they're great people. They're great. They want to do their job. I said, how many times did she call you over the 4 years? She never called. Okay, this was not exact. I don't consider that a trip. This was a trip that a lot of the young guys over there with those beautiful girlfriends would like to take their girlfriend there for dinner. But you wouldn't want to go about 15 miles left of that. But she never called them once, and she never visited the border once, and she was in charge because Joe Biden appointed her. Now, she said, I'm not the border czar, but she just started saying that because the numbers are so bad. But she was in charge of the border. She never called Border Patrol one time. Think of that. Not one time. Never called them one time, never visited one time. And to me, it's the single greatest threat to our nation, far greater than those horrible numbers I just read out, far greater than inflation or the economy, because you're killing the fabric of our country. You're loading our country up with criminals and people from mental institutions, and no country can take it. So I want to thank the Border Patrol. I want to thank ICE. I want to thank all. But Elon, see, I weave. You know, this is a weave. It's all. And it always comes back. They used to say he's rambling. Now they say he's a genius. It's a weave. See the way? And president that doesn't have to look at teleprompters. I haven't looked at these suckers in the last 20 years. And I think you'd be bored stiff. You'd be bored like this. But anyway, so I'm watching this rocket come down, and it's coming down, and it's going to come down. I'm looking and say, how big is that sucker? 22 stories. 22 stories. And it's coming. I said, oh, no, it's going to hit the gantry. You saw that the bottom part was swinging left in the gantry that was billions of pounds. And it's going to hit. No, it's going to crash. I didn't even know it was Elon's. I just said, this thing is unbelievable. And then all of a sudden you see fire and flame. Bobby, he's a great guy. I was with him last night. We did a thing together, and Tucker Carlson did an interview with me. And it was great. And Joe Rogan did an interview that was great. Yeah. Good people. They're great people. They're great people, smart people. Like, we need our smart people. We have to protect our smart people, don't we? But Bobby's going to be working on the food and the pesticides and all of the things to make it healthy. When I told him yesterday, I was with him in the plane, I told him, Bobby, look, here's the story. You can work on food, you can work on anything you want. He wants health, he wants women's health, he wants men's health, he wants kids, he wants everything. I said, here's what you can't touch, Bobby. You can't touch our liquid gold. I'm handling that. We got more than anybody. And Bobby, we cannot, that's the only thing, Bobby, you gotta leave that to me. We're gonna make so much money, we're gonna pay off debt, reduce it. We got more liquid gold than Russia, Saudi Arabia, Bobby. So have fun with pesticides, but the liquid gold you have to leave with me. We'll do very well. Nice clean energy. We're gonna give you so much energy. But we have a lot of people. We have all these endorsements. Tulsi came in. She actually just turned Republican. Tulsi Gabbard. We have, Brett Favre. How about that? No, how nice was that? I was in Wisconsin. Brett Favre, he's a great guy. He has a hand, but he was a great guy. But that was a big one yesterday. It was something that was really nice. Hard for athletes to do it, as I said. But I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have something called no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And to lift up American families, I will protect and expand the child tax credit that we already created. And I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. Do you know? They're not spoken about. Angel moms and angel wives, a lot of great people. But you know that if they didn't exist, they take care of their son who may be horrifically wounded in an accident or in war. That if we didn't have these angels, I call them angels, they're all angels. If we didn't have these people, you could build your hospital system 3 times bigger and it wouldn't be big enough. The money that they save us and the incredible credit that they give, the care that they can give is something that's unbelievable. And I just think, we have to acknowledge it, so we're gonna do a nice big credit for them. And they didn't even ask for it. They didn't ask for it. They don't ask for anything. They don't ask. A lot of people ask. Everybody asks for everything. Everybody wants. They want. They didn't want. They just want to take care of their beautiful baby. The baby may be 45 years old, maybe 40. To them, it's their baby. They want to take care of their baby. I mean, think of that, how incredible. And you could never give that kind of care in a hospital. I don't care what hospital you're talking about. You could never do what they do. But you'd have to triple your hospitals, and you wouldn't be able to do that. And it could never be what they give. So it's pretty amazing. So we're going to take care of them, right? It's going to be good. We have so much liquid gold. We'll just take a little bit of extra. Think of it. More than Saudi Arabia. And I had approved, and then Biden ended it, Anwar. Anwar is the biggest fund. It's in Alaska. the biggest, every president for years. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it done. Nobody could get it done. They all tried. I got it done, all set. This guy gets in. He gets in and he terminated it, like immediately he terminated it. But we're going to get that going. That would supply all of Asia. It would supply all parts of Europe. It would be, we would make so much money. We have such great wealth. But we have to use it. We don't need to buy our oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to be drilling. We're going to be drilling. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, 50%. 12 months from January 20th, that's when we assume the office of president, assuming we win. We got to win. You got to get out. You got to vote. Crazier things have happened. You got to get out and vote. Otherwise, we didn't win anything yet. All we're doing is we have a nice lead. We're heading down the home stretch. But you got to get out. You got to vote. You got to bring everybody you know. Just make it. And by the way, the bigger the victory, the more it looks like we can do the kind of things we want. So. And as we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. We're going to restore them. You know, we had the safest borders. And would you drop, if you have it, drop my all-time favorite chart. I love this chart. I love this chart. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this chart. Where the hell? I love it. I go to sleep with it every night. I hug it and I kiss it. My wife says, what the hell are you doing with that damn chart? No, if I didn't turn to the right, I wouldn't be talking to you. And I go, bing. That chart was over there. It's always on my left. Tonight it's on my right. But it's always on my left. And it's usually at the very end, not the beginning. And it was like in the first paragraph, first sentence. And I said, let me see the chart. I was talking about how well we did with illegal immigration. And that's what came down. I looked to the right. If I didn't look to the right, I wouldn't be looking at you at all right now. So it's pretty amazing. So I love that chart, but. So if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's when I left office. That was the day I left office. That was the lowest in the history of the border, illegal immigration. That was the lowest point. We had the border fixed. It was so good. All this stupid person had to do is leave it the way it was. We had remain in Mexico. You couldn't come into the country. We had catch and release into Mexico, not into the U.S. We had everything perfect. And then they decided to just blow everything up. It was so sad. You think it was easy to get remain in Mexico for Mexico? Not that easy. Although they were nasty, but I was much more nasty. And they agreed. Tijuana was probably the fastest growing town in the history of the world. Tijuana was growing at levels that nobody's ever seen anything grow, and it was all in Mexico. They couldn't, and by the way, they couldn't get by. You know why? Because I built the wall. That's why. But that chart tells you. And look what happened as soon as I left. It looks like an Elon Musk rocket ship. Look at that. It went from the best numbers in history to the worst numbers in history. And all of those criminals started pouring in. There were criminals, massive numbers of criminals. And I said that was going to happen. I know all the guys that head all those countries. But it's much more than South America. It's from all over the world. But I know all those guys. They're very smart. They're very street smart. They're very savvy. They're like your governor. They're savvy. He's a savvy guy. You know, he has that nice way. Hey, how you doing? Hi, I'm Glenn. Hi. He's a killer. Okay? I say that affectionately. Hi, I'm Glenn. Hello, everybody. Nice guy. Oh, he's a killer. Okay, trust me. You know that's a compliment. He understands it's a compliment. But it is. He's smart. But they're smart people, and they are. They're streetwise. I said, if you have an open borders policy, every country in the world is going to drop their prisoners into our country. And that's what happened. They're criminals, they're gang members, they're drug dealers, they're terrorists. They're all in here. You know, I had in 2019, I don't even believe this number, Border Patrol numbers, they had 0 terrorists, 0. The next year they had 11. My years, 2 of my 4 years. This is after I got it really fixed and really good. Think of it, 11, that's not a lot. It's dangerous, but it's not a lot. But they actually had 0. I don't even believe that. I think somebody had it, but they had it at 0. Now you look at it, they come in by the thousands. The worst terrorists in the world are in our country, from the Middle East, from all over. And nothing good's going to happen here. Nothing good is going to happen. These people are what they've done to our country is unthinkable. It's the single biggest problem that we have. And we're going to fix this problem, and we're going to fix it fast. Thank you. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums and mental institutions. You know who comes from the insane asylums? You know who it is, right? They always give me a hard time. Hannibal Lecter, the great Hannibal Lecter. You know the press to show you how bad they are? I'm talking about insane asylums, and then I'm talking about Hannibal Lecter. A little lighthearted humor about a very unfunny subject. And they always go, he always brings up Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do with it? It has to do with the fact that these are the kind of people coming into our country from insane asylums. That's what it has to do. They always say, oh, he's rambling. But now most of them realize that it's the weave, and nobody else can do a weave like Trump. No. Joe Rogan said it the other day. We did a great interview. He's a great guy. And I started talking about something, and then I went to another very pertinent subject, but it was, related barely. Bing, then bing, bing, bing. And he goes, that's brilliant. That's the weave, isn't it? I said, that's the weave, John. But they come from Venezuela to the Congo, and they're stealing countless of American lives. I mean, they're stealing American lives. In other words, they're just killing people. These are violent people. The only thing good is they make our criminals look like nice people. These are killers, and they're just killers. You know all about MS-13. You have an MS-13 problem. I'm going to work with your governor, and we're going to get MS-13 out of Virginia within 1 month. 1 month. And you know what? She wants to defund ICE. Think of that. She wants to defund. If we didn't have ICE, I couldn't make that promise. I'll get them down here in force. They're going to clean out this state, and we're going to get them the hell out of here in 1 month. But today I want to hear directly from a mother, and I'd like you to just listen, because this is such a sad thing. This is brand new from a couple of days ago. And the people that I was in a room of people when they first put the tape on, because you have a lot to choose from. There's so much crime and so much horrible crime with the migrant crime. I call it migrant crime. And we saw that, and I had some of the toughest people, and like 75% of them were absolutely crying all over them. These are men that probably haven't cried since they were a baby. Maybe they didn't cry even then. And they're crying all over the place. But I'd like you to take a look at this, and it's so unnecessary. It should have never happened. Please, thank you.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her.
We're best friends.
Yeah. We're going to shake it again.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in her bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, left with no pants. And I know in my heart, fight.
Capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended, then released by Border Patrol.
Better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies. I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter. She failed Jocelyn. Reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office.
Like the chart shows you, would have never happened. What a sad, sad situation. Here today is another American mom, Tammy Nobles, and her wonderful husband, Jeremiah. 2 years ago, Tammy's 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was found raped, tied up, and strangled to death with a telephone cord in her home in Maryland. Kayla's murderer was an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member who was apprehended by Border Patrol. But under the policy of Kamala Harris, he was released into the United States to kill and kill at will. Tammy, please come up. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank President Trump for inviting me here today and bringing Kayla's story to all of you. He brings real people and real stories. Kayla celebrated her 20th birthday 3 days before she was murdered. She was struggling with autism and the obstacles. She finally found a job that she could do and that she could do well. She had 2 jobs. She loved animals, especially her cat Oreo. She loved going to church, and she loved God. Department of Homeland Security did not do their job. Health and Human Services did not do their job. The Biden and Harris administration did not do their job. If they would have made that one phone call to El Salvador to know that her murderer was an MS-13 gang member and had a criminal record in 2020 for illicit gang activity, my daughter would still be alive today, and he would not have been allowed to even cross this border. Health and Human Services did not verify his sponsor. Under the Biden-Harris administration, ICE refused to retain him until DNA results came back. Guess where he got to go? Child Protective Services put him in an unsecured group home with other children and enrolled him into 2 different Maryland high schools. He was in school in Maryland with other people's children, putting those children at risk. I am Kayla's voice. For those that have not voted yet, please think of Kayla and the countless others who lost their lives to an open border. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tammy. So many said, well, we're gonna do that. So many stories like that. It's you could go on all day, all night, forever. And this is just the beginning. You haven't seen anything. These people, they don't do anything. They're oblivious to it. They don't even treat the people that have been so badly hurt. They don't even call them. They don't talk to them. They couldn't care less. It's incredible, actually. I don't get it. Nobody gets it. But we will hold Kayla's memory in our hearts forever. It's a story like so many other stories. And many different forms of crime. There's gang crime taking place. There's crime that we've never seen. There's some crimes that we've never seen anything like it. They run over people in the sidewalk for sport. For sport. See that guy? I'll run him over. Watch. These people are sick. We just can't. We can't have a country like this. When you vote on Tuesday, vote in honor of Kayla and Jocelyn and Laken Riley and Rachel Morin and every American who has been stolen from us by Kamala's open border. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. Because the United States is now an occupied country. Think of this. Think of this. With the United States, we're an occupied country. This is all over. This is in small towns. Look at our beautiful Ohio. We have Springfield where they drop 30,000 illegal migrants into a 50,000 person town. Think of it. Now just think of it. But it will be an occupied country. We will not have this no longer, and that's going to happen very soon. We're going to get them the hell out of here and fast. Look at Aurora in Colorado. You have a governor, unlike your governor. He's radical left. He's a lunatic. He's petrified because you have one of the toughest gangs in the world there, and they're taking over large swaths of Aurora and other places in Colorado and all over the country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be liberation. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in the history of America. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of their country. We're going to get them out of our country. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua. This is said to be the most vicious gang anywhere in the world, although I think MS-13 gives it an awfully good shot. And other of these savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. And think how far back we had to go, because they ran a little different country. They ran it a little bit tougher then. We had to go back to 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And we are going to protect our law enforcement officers. They protect us. They protect us, and we're going to protect them. We're going to protect them. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. And despite all of the damage that Kamala has caused, She has spent the final week of her campaign comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. That's us. She compares us. Then, sleepy Joe Biden called our supporters garbage. Called you, me, all of us garbage. We're garbage. And then he tried to get out of it. Did you see he wanted to change the transcripts? Can you imagine? It's like 60 Minutes. It's like, he reminds me of 60 Minutes. Let's change their answers. You ever see that one before? She gave a bad answer. They took the answer out and they put another answer in. They haven't done that for me. But because I think it'll make you happy, I'll tell you right now, we just sued them yesterday for a lot of money. Because we consider it to be, Mr. Attorney General, election interference fraud. We have a good case. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. You can't. They don't love America. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. Everything Kamala says is a lie. Her entire campaign is one hoax and slander after another. But the only way to stop the lies is to swamp them with the votes. We're going to swamp them like they haven't been swamped before. Kamala has no vision, no ideas, and no solutions. All she can talk about is Donald Trump. Can you believe it?
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will speak. Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will speak about Donald Trump. 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 Trump.
That was the other night. That was 2 nights ago. She's supposed to be talking about economic development, which she knows nothing about. She kept saying, Donald Trump this, Donald, she's crazy. She has got a massive and untreatable case of Trump derangement syndrome. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people who crack under pressure. If Kamala can't handle an interview with Joe Rogan, then she can't handle the presidency of the United States, can she? She will get completely overwhelmed, meltdown, and millions of people will die. No, we can't have this. It's not a charity event, running for president or being president. This is an election for the biggest and toughest job in the history of the world. There's no job tougher, bigger, more important. We can change the whole world, and for the positive, for the positive. Do you want to lose your life savings because we put a weak and ineffective person in the White House? Do you want to lose your job and maybe your house and pension because Kamala has the economic understanding of a mere child? And would you trust Kamala Harris to talk Russia or China out of a war? I don't think so. In fact, they tried that, 3 days before Russia invaded Ukraine, right? They tried it. She went and she met with a lot of people, and right after she came back, they invaded. Good job, Kamala. Would have never happened if I was president. Would have never happened. Nothing is more dangerous than to give immense power to a very weak and incompetent person with an extremely low IQ. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself, can you afford to put someone this incompetent in charge of the United States of America? On top of it all, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden. Think of this. Right track, wrong track. She's wrong track almost 90% of the time, the both of them. And yet she says nothing different. Please take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 1840.
Nothing comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind. That's true in her case. Nothing. And it never will. If you want to end this disaster, this horrible trip that we're on, get out and vote. Tuesday, just get out and vote. So we're pleased to be joined by a wonderful guy, and with this name, I really believe he's going to win for the Senate. Hung Cao. Do you know who Hung Cao is? Where is he? Come here. Come in. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
You know, sir, the Italians make this car called Fiat, and it made me think of something. You know what Fiat stands for? Fix it again, Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris broke it, and we need you to fix it again, Trump. Virginians, look to your left and look to your right. These are your American brothers and sisters. These are people I fought and bled for. These are people that President Trump took a bullet for. We're not done fighting for you. So on Tuesday, when we go out, unlike the left, we're not going to vote for the hatred of one man. We're going to vote for the love of God, for the love of family, and love of country. And Mr. President, we will deliver 13 electoral votes for you. And I will stand by your side as the next U.S. Senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, because we need you to fix it again, Trump.
Thank you very much. He's going to do well. You got to get out, vote for him. It's a big deal, too. That would be a big one. And he deserves it. A great hero, you know. He's a great hero, great military hero. A man who's also a hero, in my book. A man who's done a spectacular job running your beautiful Virginia. He's done a beautiful job. You know, I called him about this. I think, do you think we should do it? What do you think? He said, I'm telling you, we can win. And he's worked so hard on this event. We spoke many, many times, Glenn, didn't we? Many, many times. And I just want to thank you. And I know you spoke before, but if you'd like to come up and say a couple of seconds, or you could just stay where the hell you are, Glenn. Come on up. Come on.
Come on, Virginia. We had the greatest economy in the world, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. We had the most secure border in the history of America, and Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. We had no wars. We didn't have war in Ukraine, we didn't have war in the Middle East, and China was not threatening Taiwan. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden broke it. Donald Trump will. My friends, America needs Donald Trump. Let's go win Virginia.
Thank you, Glenn. You got a great governor. You have a great governor and a great guy. Thank you very much. Also with us, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. Thank you very much. Your Attorney General, Jason. Where's Jason? What a job, Jason. What a job you're doing. Thank you, Jason. Good job. Good victory we had, too, huh? Had a big victory on the voting. That was at the Supreme Court. That was a good victory. Wow. Also, members of Congress, friends of mine, warriors are always fighting and winning. We win a lot in Congress. Ben Klein and Morgan Griffith, thank you very much. And congressional candidate John McGuire. John, thank you very much, John. Good luck. And a special guy who's really doing a job, Rich Anderson, Virginia GOP chairman. Thank you, Rich. Good job. What do you think, Rich? We're going to make it? You're going to win here? Huh? You're about our work. We got to. Good job. Thank you, Rich, very much. And we have RNC Chair Michael Whatley is here. Michael Whatley. What a job he did. He's doing a job. Thank you, Michael. You know, Michael was the head of the GOP in a place called North Carolina, and we won it easily, and there was no theft. He had 601 lawyers working. I said, that's the guy I like for this. And I said, you don't have to worry about the votes, just worry about the theft. And that's all I had, because we got plenty of votes. We got so many votes, but we want more. Michael, say hello, please. Just raise that beautiful hand. Thank you very much. He's doing a great job. And one of the greatest entrepreneurs in America, Mr. Steve Witkoff. He's a great gentleman. Thank you, Steve, wherever you may be. Thank you, Steve. Most generous guy. But here are the facts. Kamala is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders himself. Even worse than Pocahontas, I would say. Kamala destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement. Anybody that wants even defund the police for 1 day, 1 second is not worthy of being president of the United States. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. She wants to confiscate. She will confiscate your guns. Would anybody in the room or anybody outside, you have 25,000 people outside. I wish I could show them. Can we show them? Is there a way? Because they are outside, and I mean, they are the greatest people. We got 25,000. Is there anybody here that would like to give up their gun to Kamala? She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And perhaps worst of all, she never worked at McDonald's. Can you believe it? A liar. She's a liar. In conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala, and we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Virginia. We're going to get them here for you, Glenn. You're going to have so many factories, you're going to say, please, Mr. President, we can't handle it anymore. We have too many jobs. He's going to come to Washington. with hung. He's going to bring hung cow, and they're going to say, we have to see the president. And they're going to say, Mr. President, Virginia cannot handle so much business. We cannot handle it. You're getting too many companies wanting to come in. It's too much. I'll say, I'm sorry, Glenn. I want them to keep coming. Anyway, thank you, Glenn, for doing a job. This was a great thing. What a great job you did. This is really, really great. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. And I will end the war in Ukraine. And I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. October 7th would have never happened if I were president. And I will prevent World War III from happening. We're going to prevent it. And we've never been so close to World War III. We have never, ever been so close to it, with the Middle East all over the place. You know, the great leader of Hungary, Viktor Orban, he made a statement very recently. He says it a lot. They said, what's happening with the world? It's blowing up in the Middle East. It's blowing up with Russia, Ukraine. Nobody knows what's happening, what's going on. He said, put Trump back as president. When he was president, there were no problems with the world. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. And we will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our entire military. Then we gave a nice chunk of it to Afghanistan. How'd you like that? What a horrible time. I think it was the lowest point in the history of our country. 13 dead soldiers. I got to know their parents and relatives a lot. Really well. They wouldn't even call them, they've never gotten one call from Kamala or Crooked Joe. Never got a call. Think of it. We left billions of dollars of equipment behind. They had a parade the other day. Wasn't that nice, showing our equipment that they got from the stupid American leader? They had a parade, yeah, through their main boulevard, showing brand new armored vehicles, brand new tanks, brand new goggles, you know? Thank you. Thank you. What a nice group. Where's that group? Let me see. Stand up. Let me see. Whoa. We're going to get you a better seat next time. You're right at the top row. We will build a missile defense shield around our country. It's going to be made, a lot of it right here in Virginia. It's going to be made in the USA. We're going to rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are going to build up our nation, defend our borders, and protect our lands and our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and our beautiful American dream. We're going to have our American dream back very soon. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. You have to get out and vote. That's all you have to do. I'm one of the few politicians that comes up. Can you believe I'm calling myself a politician? I just realized that's a terrible thing to say. But I'm one of the few politicians that I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want that vote. You got to get out and vote. I don't want your money. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. We have very, very evil people and forces. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you and you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 3 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. They will be great years, and we're starting from so far behind, but they will be great years. With your help, from now until Election Day, 4 days, even less, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one family, one people, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. Thank you. We will win, win, win. Thank you. Thank you very much. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Virginia.
Do it. How great is this guy? Well, JD, I want to thank you for the kind words, but, candidly, having done this now for a while, it's not a sacrifice, it's an absolute honor. It's an honor to fight for you guys. We've seen what they've tried to do to my family and me, and I understand that I am not the upstanding citizen that Hunter Biden is. I know. Now, I have a feeling if that was my laptop, it would be a little bit of a different outcome. JD would say, Don, can you call in from Guantanamo Bay? Maybe give a little pep talk. Guys, this is where we are as a country. We have an incredible opportunity to take back what is ours, to take it from the bureaucrats, to take it from these insane people. JD is right. Kamala Harris isn't going to be the candidate of change that the media keeps telling you she is, because if she would have been, she would have probably done something by now. It's not that hard. You're the vice president to the most absentee president in the history of America. Someone who's spent 41% of his presidency on the beach in Delaware. Raise your hand here if you could maintain employment if you were gone 41% of the time. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, that wouldn't work at the Trump Organization with my father either. That'd be, I'd get the Cobra, you're fired really quickly. But that's the case. And that's before you actually get into sort of the mental deficits. So you think that would be an incredible opportunity to do something. Then you become the nominee in what we were told is the most democratic process in the history of democracy that actually didn't involve a single vote cast. Others call that a coup. But either way, you're now the nominee. All these things that you're going to do differently, why not do them now? Why not start? Why wait till day one? Remember day one? I'm like, well, you have the power to do it. Now you have the authority. It's because there's no intention of doing anything differently. Rather than cater to Americans, rather than do what's good for you, any community in America, the Democrat Party said, you know what? It's not going to be good because it goes against our woke nonsense and all of the policies we've been pushing. So what we will do is we will open up the border and we'll let in tens of millions of people, unvetted, unqualified, and we will just make them dependents. If they're dependent, they will vote for Democrats in perpetuity, and congratulations, folks. You have the privilege of paying for all of that. You do? Doesn't have to be that way. We can vote that out. And you know how I know how bad it is? Besides the jobs report that came out yesterday where they added 12,000 new jobs. And by the way, all of those were government jobs because they got to pad the file a little bit because it was a disaster. I'm sure it'll be revised even worse when they do their usual revision thing like they've done with every economic statistic, every crime stat. You look at the border, 600,000 criminals let in. That's Biden-Harris administration statistics. 600,000 criminals. They know about it and they let them in. 13,000 murderers. 16,000 sex offenders and rapists. Imagine a government that sees that. You have them at the border. You understand this because you obviously know it's their statistics. And you say, you know what? Let's let them in anyway. What could go wrong? Divide that up by the amount of communities, say counties, in America. What is it? It's dozens of murderers, rapists, and thousands of criminals spread evenly across America. They're usually probably sending them to red states. What could possibly be the gain of this? It's insanity, guys. It doesn't have to be this way, but one guy can't do it by himself. My father, not even with JD's help, can do it. You saw, he was president of the United States. They canceled him. They canceled the most powerful man in the world. They cut off his communications. They minced his words. You know, like everything else, they take the first part of a sentence, but not the last part, to conveniently drive their narrative. But with all of you behind him, with all of you fighting for your future, for your livelihoods, for your children's well-being, we can win and we can fix everything. And now what's incredible, it's not just my father. Think of the people who have joined up that want to help. Whether it's RFK Jr. on health. Looks like Ron Paul jumped in yesterday with the libertarians. How about we allow Elon Musk, the Einstein of our era, to do what he can do better than anyone? Think about it. In a few years, he's outperforming NASA, that has like a 75-year head start in the space race, and he's doing it as a private citizen. How about we let that guy fix some things? So, you can choose, folks. You can have all of the people that have recently endorsed Kamala Harris. Funnily enough, it happened magically after Diddy got arrested, and they all seem to have a connection. I don't know. It seems like a coincidence. Or you can have a team of brilliant people who are specialists actually fixing things. It's funny, I tell this story a lot because it resonates, because I'm not one of these liberals that pretends to be something they're not. I'm pretty honest about who I am. I'm pretty self-aware. I'm the son of a billionaire from Manhattan. Last summer, I was coming back with two of my boys. We went on a father-son fishing trip. And I had a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old, and me, and they were hungry. So we went to McDonald's, where my father is now a fry cook. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't want to get canceled and fact-checked. The media told me it was staged. I was like, no way, really? I mean, in Joe Biden's economy, my father does have to work at McDonald's and be a garbage man just to get by. Donald Trump has to work 3 jobs. But I knew we were in trouble beyond all of the other statistics, all of the other metrics would show it, when I ordered McDonald's for me and 2 young children, and it was $48. Because I can tell you something, guys. If Donald Trump Jr. has sticker shock at McDonald's, we have a serious problem. So again, guys, for the next couple days, early voting's closed here, but you need to call your friends. You need to drive them to the polls on Tuesday. If you've voted already, you have all the time in the world. Whatever you would do if you woke up on November 6th and Kamala Harris was president-elect, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whatever you would do to get a mulligan, whatever you would do to get a do-over, do it now. Do it for the next 4 days. You gotta work like you're the third monkey in line for the ark and it's starting to rain. Right? Guys, we can fix this. We have an incredible team of people. I want to thank JD for all of the incredible work that he's doing. I want to thank Usha for putting up with it. I know, trust me, I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy, but he's a fighter. And more importantly, what we also have in JD is we now have America First bench. We have people that can now carry that torch, people who have become and come out and been unafraid to stand up to the tyranny of our government and to fight for all of you. So guys, thank you for everything. Thank you for what you're going to do over the next couple days, for all of the efforts that you put in. I can assure you this, if you're fighting alongside of us, we will never, ever, ever give up. We will always have that same resolve that my father showed on July 13th when they tried to kill him. So you guys, do your part, and we're gonna make America great again. Thank you so much, Nevada. You guys are the best.
All right. Well, thank you, Don. And let me just pick up where Don left off here, because he talked about this abysmal jobs report that just came out yesterday, I believe. And you heard Don put the nail on the head here, which is that 12,000 jobs were created last month, and all of them were in the government sector. We actually lost last month 28,000 private sector jobs. We lost 46,000 manufacturing jobs in the United States of America, and we know that so many of those manufacturing jobs are the foundation of the middle class in the United States of America. They're also the foundation of American self-reliance. Donald J. Trump believes that in America, we ought to make more of our own stuff with our own people in our own country instead of relying on foreign countries to make our stuff. It's common sense. And you know, one of the biggest drivers and the biggest drivers of Kamala Harris's failure and the biggest contrast between her and Donald J. Trump is that for the last 4 years, Kamala Harris has waged war on the American energy sector. She's made it harder to drill, made it harder to frack, made it harder to build pipeline to get oil and gas from one place to the next. And when Donald J. Trump is president, it's very simple. We're gonna drill, baby, drill. That is gonna do. That's going to do more to lower energy costs, but it's also going to do more to lower costs on everything. You know, when Kamala Harris, they ask her this question, they say, well, you know, what are you going to do about lowering the price of groceries and gasoline, lowering the price of housing? And she'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or to Don's point, she'll say, you know, when I worked at McDonald's, I made the hash browns, and I was very, very good at it. And anybody with an ounce of common sense is saying you didn't answer the question. What specifically are you going to do? And importantly, what are you going to change about what you've already been doing for the past 4 years, which has driven up the cost of goods? Think about this. If the truck driver who's delivering the groceries to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel, all of us are paying more for our groceries. If the guy delivering the lumber to the job site is paying 40% more for gasoline, then all of us are paying more for housing. If we want to unleash the American economy, if we want to lower prices for our fellow citizens and create more private sector jobs, we have got to stop buying oil and gas from tin pot dictators all over the world. Let's buy it from our own people, our own territory, and our own country. And there's so many contrasts, so many differences where Kamala Harris wants to open the southern border. President Donald Trump is saying, if you came to this country illegally, pack your bags because in 3 months you're going back home. That's a very simple difference. Where Kamala Harris has facilitated the Mexican drug cartels doing business in the state of Nevada and Arizona and all over our country, Donald J. Trump is saying, let's go to war against those drug cartels and stop the flow of poison into our country. Where Kamala Harris is going around bragging that she's going to raise your taxes. Look at the details of her tax plan. Don't trust the slogans. Her tax plan, she is bragging that she's going to raise taxes on American families to the tune of thousands of dollars per year. By the way, while she's rewarding foreign countries and foreign corporations for shipping American jobs overseas. You know what Donald J. Trump wants to do? He wants to cut your taxes and penalize the corporations and the countries that are shipping American jobs overseas. It's very simple. But the biggest contrast of all is not over public policy, it's over respect. Because while yes, Donald Trump and I have been criticizing Kamala Harris and her terrible economic record, what we would never do is attack the citizens of this country for disagreeing with us politically. And that's something that I think every person in this room, I'd ask you to follow the leadership of President Trump. Don't follow the example of Kamala Harris, because every single person, I guarantee in this room, knows somebody who's planning to vote the wrong way in 3 days. And by the way, spend the next 3 days trying to convince them to vote the right way. But don't do what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and Joe Biden and the Democratic leadership have done. Don't cast aside friends and family because they disagree with our politics. Donald J. Trump is the president of prosperity for all of us, whatever our political affiliation, because we love this country, and that means loving the people who live here. Yeah, the events that we did yesterday, I guess this room's too full, but the events that we did yesterday, we had to the side or behind me, we had a giant garbage truck to draw attention to the fact that Kamala Harris's boss is calling her fellow citizens garbage. Instead of trying to persuade them, instead of trying to convince them that Kamala Harris has a plan for their future, they are attacking the people of this country for having the audacity to think that Kamala Harris has done a bad job. So in many ways, the most fundamental difference is not between any particular policy, though there are a lot of differences. The fundamental difference is that Kamala Harris and her Democratic Party bosses call us garbage. Donald J. Trump wants all of us to have a better life, and we're going to fight for that every single day. You know, it's so interesting in these closing stretches of the campaign. I think you see the difference between the leadership styles and the character of our guy versus Kamala Harris. And you look at what Kamala Harris is talking about. She's running her entire campaign on, well, you can't trust this thing that Donald J. Trump says, even though Donald J. Trump actually delivered it during his 4 years in office. She's spending her campaign lying about what Donald Trump has said, what Donald Trump has done, taking it out of context and attacking her fellow citizens as garbage. This is not the way to close a campaign if you love this country. Think about this. Why isn't Kamala Harris saying, here's what I did to lower your grocery prices? Because she can't say that. Why isn't Kamala Harris saying, here's what I did as vice president to close down the southern border? Because she can't say that. Why isn't Kamala Harris bragging about what she has done to make your life better? The simple answer, she can't brag about it because she hasn't done it. Because the very policies that have made your life worse are policies that she bragged about and supported for 4 years. And now 3 days before an election, she's trying to pretend that she's somehow different or will be different than she has been for the last 4 years. We need to reject that lie, reject that kind of dishonesty, and remind our fellow citizens that Kamala Harris has failed, Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald J. Trump will fix it. We we need to remind our fellow citizens that the contrast between Donald J. Trump and Kamala Harris is not just in what they've said or what they propose to do. The difference is in what they have actually done in government. For the first time in the lifetime of every person in this country, we're not just talking about proposals and plans, things on a website. We're talking about what they actually did in government. And I think it's useful to contrast the America of Donald J. Trump and the America of Kamala Harris. In Kamala Harris's America, we have the highest inflation in 40 years. In Donald J. Trump's America, inflation was at 1.5%, and Americans could afford to live a good life. In Kamala Harris's America, wages are stagnating and the economy is shedding jobs. In Donald J. Trump's America, we were adding jobs and wages were rising as fast as they had in 40 years. In the United States of America. In Kamala Harris's America, the border is open and our communities have been flooded with fentanyl. In Donald Trump's America, the border was closed and our neighborhoods were safe and secure. In Kamala Harris's America, she tries to censor her fellow citizens or call them garbage for having the audacity to notice that she did a terrible job. In Donald J. Trump's America, we are going to fight for every American citizen, whatever your background or whoever you voted for. In Kamala Harris's America, she'll wag her finger at you and complain for you laughing at a joke. And in Donald J. Trump's America, we have a pretty good time because we love this country and you can have a good time. So the question before us is not whether you agree with me on every issue. It's not whether you agree with Donald J. Trump on every issue. The question is whether you want peace and prosperity for your fellow citizens or whether we want to double down on the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. The question is whether we believe that we actually had peace and prosperity when Donald J. Trump was president, and we did. Or do you believe that somehow Kamala Harris is going to do something radically different over the next 4 years than she did over the first 4 years? The answer is no. We know the answer to that question. So let me leave you with this last thought. Because blue team, but remember, we've got a lot of good Democrats and independents who are Gabbard, as Don mentioned. We've got Brian Kemp and Nikki Haley. As it will be. Trust me, I'm going to enjoy beating Kamala Harris more than any person in this room come November the 5th. It's going to be fun. But I want you to remember the stakes and remember what we're fighting for. It's not just to win an election, it's to give the American people better leadership. You know, when I think about the future, I of course can't.
And everything Biden said, I said he's saying the exact opposite of what he should be saying. Israel would have never happened. That attack, October 7th, would have never happened. What a shame, right? What a shame. You know what else wouldn't have happened? Afghanistan, we would have left sooner, but we were going to leave with dignity and strength. Instead, we lost 13 great soldiers. I know their families. You know, Biden and Kamala would never call the families, not even one little phone call. I don't think they really wanted to hear from them in the end. But they wouldn't call. 13 great people were lost. Many people lost the legs, the arms, the face was just horrifically injured and obliterated in some cases. Nobody ever talks about them. I talk about them all the time because those people, I mean, they're going to suffer for the rest of their lives. It's so sad. What happened at Afghanistan, and because of that, by the way, Putin looked, he said, oh, the U.S. is a paper tiger. I guess I can finally go into Ukraine because it's the apple of his eye. Always was. He told me, no, I love it. I mean, he loved it, right? He loved it. He wanted it, but he would have never done it with me. Zero chance, zero chance. So sad, so sad. So many things have happened. You know what else wouldn't have happened to you? You would have had no inflation. I had no inflation. You wouldn't have had. Inflation was caused by their stupid energy policy that drove the energy through the roof. It's not so complicated. To bring back millions of jobs, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet. And this mic is much heavier than the other one. I will take. I can do exercise. I can build up my muscle. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. Right? Right? And if these companies don't make their products here in the USA, then they will be forced to pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and taking our workers' jobs. And we will now have protected companies. These companies will not leave because they're going to be protected by tariffs, because they can't be undercut. You know, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody talks about it. Those guys don't talk about anything. They only talk about bad. They only talk about fake news. But we took in hundreds of billions with a B, dollars from China. No other president took in 10 cents. Oh, you know, and I watched the other day, Mrs. Obama was nasty to me. What was that all about? What was that all about, Scott Walker? Nasty. Oh, look, it's Tommy Thompson. Holy mackerel. It's Tommy. Is that Tommy Thompson or am I? Stand up, Tommy. Stand up, Scott. What a couple of real pros, good guys. But Tommy, I got along with him great. You know, in 2016, I wanted to win Wisconsin so bad. He said it's not doable. He said, you are a very difficult state. But I won it, you know that. I did win it. Despite your difficulty, I actually won it twice, but these are minor details. But, which everyone knows is actually. But Tommy Thompson, and he's a longtime governor, a longtime pro, and I said, what do you think, Tommy? I have a big meeting, and it's hard. You know, you have all these states, you want to go to the states. And he said, sir, you're wasting your time if you come to Wisconsin. I said, I don't feel that way, Tommy. I had like one of these deals, except with fewer people, to be honest. You know, we become more popular with time. But it was good. It was big. I said, I don't think so. He said, sir, I'm telling you, you're wasting your time. But here's what I'll do. I don't want you to go to Pennsylvania, go to Michigan, go to these places you have to win. Don't do it, sir. But here's what I'm going to do. I never forgot it. It was the weirdest thing. He said, sir, don't do it. But if I feel you can win it, or if I feel you're going to win it, if something happens over the next couple of months, I'll call you and you can do it then. I said, wow, that's a great idea. So 3 weeks go by and I get a phone call. They said, sir, there's a Governor Tommy Thompson on the phone. I said, who the hell is that? You know, you sort of forget. You sort of forget, right? You know, it's like you're focused on the. I said, well, it's like Tommy. So I said, hi, Tommy, how you doing? What's up? Sir, it's time for you to get in that little chopper and come right up to Wisconsin. You're going to win this sucker. He said, you're going to win it. And he was right, right? He was right. He was right. I got in that chopper. I was up here so fast they couldn't believe you could travel that fast. No, and we won. We had a great victory. And I will say this, we're much more popular. This is a much bigger movement. You know, Make America Great Again, MAGA, it's the greatest movement by far in the history of our country. It's amazing. There's never been anything like it. And people don't even fight it anymore, really. They don't win, but it's the greatest movement. And when Biden was doing that thing with the purple background, you remember that? He looked like the devil, right? Remember that? Sebastian, have you gotten taller, Sebastian? What's going on with you? Sebastian, do you remember? Why are you standing? Do they not have a seat for you? He's giving me applause before we... He's a great guy. Does everybody listen to his show? He's been loyal. I'll tell you one thing. That guy was with me through thick and thin. Anything that came up, he said, the president is innocent. I said, oh, thank you, Sebastian. He would say, I don't know exactly what they're accusing him of, but he said, no, Sebastian's been great. He's been a very good, loyal friend, a really good friend and a really talented guy, smart. But we are now more popular. This is the weave, you know, a little weave, right? You know, they used to say, these are stupid people, they used to say, He rambled. I don't ramble. I do a weave. You know what a weave is? It's a story. And as you're telling the story, you realize that there's a little offshoot, go up here. But the key is then you have to come back. And then you're doing the story, you're getting down to bottom line, and boom, you do another little weave. Then sometimes you do a weave off a weave. It's here and then back. It's called a weave. And one guy got it right, a writer. They said, Trump is a totally brilliant guy. He said, he's the most, I've never seen anything like, because you always have to end up in the right place, or then you're rambling, you know, then you're rambling. But no, I have a very fertile brain. But it's the weave, and we do it, and it covers a lot of territory. This way you tell one story, and you cover, really it's like 15 subplots, but you get down to the final answer. And actually, they're starting to say it. You know who said it? Do you know who said it? Rogan. Did anyone see that? What a nice guy. What a good guy. Because that's called long form. Joe Rogan, that's called long form. So you're with him and you're talking, and you don't have to rush your answer and cram it in, right? I like the way, by the way, 60 Minutes, see this part of the weave too. I like the way 60 Minutes, in order, because she doesn't do a weave. She doesn't know where the hell she is. She gave the worst answer I've ever heard to a question. One of the main questions, she was on 60 Minutes, Kamala was, you can't call her Harris, because nobody knows who Harris is, right? Have you seen Harris lately? Who the hell is Harris? So you call her Kamala. But on 60 Minutes, they did something that was amazing. I never thought, I think it's the worst scandal in the history of broadcast. I mean, I think it's the worst scandal. She gave an answer which showed that she was grossly incompetent. It was crazy. It was just like all words. They had no meaning, no effect. They took the entire answer. They said, yes, we adjusted it slightly, yeah. They took the entire answer out, threw it away, and they took an answer down here that had nothing to do with it and put it, which was still crappy, but at least you could make a case. So they took the answer out and they put in a new answer. And I said, that's terrible. It's part of the news division. They get free licensing. They're worth billions, by the way, but the government brilliantly gives it to them for nothing. And they're all crooked. ABC's crooked as hell. Look at this David Muir, the way he was asking stuff. This guy, pretty boy. And his hair's not as good as it used to be, by the way. It used to be much better. But you know what? He was asking stuff. I said, what the hell is he asking? He said, crime went down. I said, only a fool would say crime went down. Crime didn't go down. It went. And then the following day, right, it came out, crime was up 49%. It's terrible. But what 60 Minutes did is unbelievable. They took the answer out. They replaced it with another answer. You got to see them trying to explain, Sebastian. They're trying to explain why they did that one. Did you ever do that? Would you ever do that? See, he may do that for me, but I don't think so, right? If he did, he wouldn't be talking about it, that I can tell you. But he may. I don't want people to do that. You know what they do? They take mine. Mine is a beautiful, beautiful answer. But here's what they do. They cut out part of the weave, and then it doesn't sound so good anymore. But what 60 Minutes did, and CBS, I think the license should be taken away from CBS. And I think that 60 Minutes should be forced to either close or take a very extended stay. And I'll tell you what, if a conservative broadcaster ever did what they did, it would be the end of their lives. Everybody would be in jail. Everybody would be in jail, what they did. And so in honor of you, we sued them yesterday for a lot of money. We sued them. And I sued them, and we call it election interference fraud. It's it's a fraud. And I don't think there's any real way, I don't believe there's any way they can even answer it. You want to know the truth? But as we rescue our economy, I will restore our borders, because I think that's your biggest problem. I do. They're destroying our country. They're putting dangerous people. Look at these beautiful people. You'll be interspersed with murderers, drug dealers, terrorists. Do we have any in the House right now? Are there any people? Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She's violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from the Congo in Africa to Venezuela. You know, Venezuelan crime is down like 72%, right? Because they put their criminals into the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Our stupid leaders. And they're stealing countless American lives. You'll see that in a couple of minutes. It's horrible what's going on. It's a terrible situation. Today I want to hear directly from a mother whose world has been absolutely shattered. This is a young, beautiful mother who I met at one of the rallies, and we said, "You mind if we do this?" She was so I had some of the toughest people I've ever seen with me. They were all crying when they saw this. Wait till you see this, please.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her. We're best friends. Yeah.
We're going shaking again.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in her bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, left with no pants. And I know in my heart, she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
We begin with two men we're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended, then released by Border Patrol less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungare are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Kamala Harris was in charge of immigration in our borders. If we had better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies, I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her being vice president of this country, my daughter's life was ripped away from her. She had her entire life ahead of her.
Happy birthday, dear Jocelyn.
My daughter is 6 feet in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter. She failed Jocelyn. You know, she was only 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
This is what we're letting into our country. This is what we're letting in. And you could take that scene and multiply it times thousands whether it's on highways, whether it's just shootings, plane shootings. These are rough people, rough people. And we can't take it. And it's the worst thing that's happening to our country. I think it's the worst thing that's happened to our country in decades. Nobody's ever even imagined a thing where other countries will take their prisons and open them and drop everybody, thousands of their prisoners. You know what they saved by doing that? And I know most of the heads of these countries. It's like they can't believe they got away with it. And as soon as I heard we were going to have open borders, I said, I know immediately that that's what's going to be done. They're opening their jails and their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're becoming empty. Some are already empty, but all over the world, all over the world. This isn't just in South America. It's not just Guatemala, Mexico, Honduras. You know, you think in terms of a little close. These are all over the world. Big in the Congo, big. They're sending them over, big, tough. They're tough, and they're mean, The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. The savages charged with brutalizing and murdering Precious, Jocelyn, are members of the same vicious Venezuelan prison gang, Tren de Aragua, that's taking over apartment complexes and unleashing violent killing sprees all over America. All over America, think of it. They're in Colorado. I think Colorado's going to vote for Trump. You know what they did? They were the ones that led the thing to get me up. I was the leading candidate of both parties, leading the Republicans and leading the Democrats 1-1. I was the leading candidate. And then they talk about a threat to democracy. And that governor, a radical left lunatic who's petrified of the gangs that are taking over his state, this guy went and told his people to try and get me off the ballot. Can you imagine that? That would have been a fine mess. That would have been a fine mess for the country, wouldn't it? And went to the Supreme Court of the United States, won 9-0, because even the justices that were liberally inclined, they said, we can't do that. You got to beat them at the ballot box. It was very heartwarming to see it as a 9-0. But this governor in Colorado did it. And you know who hated him the most? Are the Democrats in Colorado. They thought it was terrible. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. Liberation Day. And on day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. These towns have been conquered. Think of what that means. Conquered. And we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country immediately. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua criminals and MS-13 criminals, which are just about as bad. We took out thousands of MS-13s. You know, they loved Long Island. Isn't that nice? You know, two beautiful girls, 16 years old, were walking to school one day, and MS-13 attacked the two girls, and they sliced them up with knives. They didn't want to shoot them because that's too quick and not painful enough. They killed both girls. And it's lucky that we have ICE around because ICE was extremely good. They were extremely good. And this fool that we have running for president without having gotten one single vote to his 14 million votes, this fool wanted to defund ICE. We want to defund ICE. If you defunded ICE, you had nobody that's tough enough to go in there and get these animals out of our country. She wanted to defund ICE. I will invoke and this is incredible because we had to go back so far. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. That's when they ran a tough country. to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. We will have them no longer. And despite all the damage she has caused, Kamala has spent the final week of her campaign comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. You know that, right? All of us, you, me. 2 days ago, Joe Biden called our supporters garbage. He called them garbage. That's worse than deplorables, isn't it? Remember Hillary? How did that work out with deplorables? Well, garbage is working out even worse for him. They called you, all of us, garbage. We're garbage. And I believe we have 250 million people. I believe we have most of the country is about making America great again. And my response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. You just can't do it. It doesn't work. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And I actually think they hate the American people. She's not a good person. You know, her help, 95% of her help left. Do you know when she was in the DA's office in California, she made everybody stand at attention when she walked in. Good morning, madam. Good morning, they were told to say. Good morning, Madam District Attorney. Stand up at attention. She's not a good person. Kamala's closing message to Americans is that I believe she hates you. I do believe that. I mean, I do believe that. My closing message is that I love America, and I'm inviting you to join us in building an extraordinary future for our nation. My oath of office is an oath of allegiance to you, the American people. We're gonna straighten this mess out. It's a mess. It's an incompetent mess. I mean, she can't answer. I see her being interviewed yesterday. She can't answer a question. She goes all over the place. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's crazy. It's crazy. I'm asking for your vote, but I want you to know that whether you vote for me or not, when I win, I will fight for you with every breath in my body. I'm going to fight very hard whether you vote for me or not. I took a lot of heat about 2 months ago because I said, I think women like me. I do. I think the suburban housewives like me. I do. I think it's a con job by these people. I think it's a lot of crap. But I think they do. And I said, I think they like me because they know I'm going to protect them. And they said, oh, it's such a horrible thing. I said, no, I want to protect the women of our country. I want to protect them in many ways. But some of the ways are suburban housewives, they say, don't like me. I think they do like me because, thank you. She said, I love you. No. Where do you live? What part of Westchester do you live? Oh, well, that's nice. Illinois. Illinois. You may have the